It is 5:32, and I will call tonight's meeting to order. Madam City Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mayor Kelly Krebs.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Robert Parkhurst.
Here.
Councilmember Edward Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Jean Goss.
Here.
And Councilmember Christine Lowe. Present. Madam Mayor, there is a quorum this evening.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lowe, would you like to lead us in the pledge and inspiration?
Sure. Please rise if you are able. Right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So for tonight, it is wrapping up our school year, and I think it's been a phenomenal school year. I feel like we're back to somewhat normal, and we've really taken in a lot of the things we learned post-COVID of how kids learn differently. And I think a lot of our schools in our city, as well as the schools that our students go to, have done some phenomenal jobs and across Pasadena, Sierra Madre, and our local area. So I just wanted to read a really neat poem that is for all of the kids out there, and you as parents, and those of us who help guide children, even if you don't have your own children. And so this poem is called Lessons for Living, and it's by Alora M. Knight. I see you looking at your children, wondering what their lives will be. If you verify some answers, then their future you might see. Have you taught them to be truthful? Have you taught them to be kind? Have you given them wisdom needed to be colorblind? Have you taught them to be caring for those handicapped some way? Do you read to them at bedtime? Have you taught them how to pray? Have you taken time to tell them what a miracle life is? How to be aware of nature, share the beauty that it gives? Have you taught them how important it is to have respect for one another, to be grateful, not be prideful when good fortune you discover? Do you let them know you love them in a way that leaves no doubt, so they know that is one thing that they will never be without? We like to think we've done our best. Sometimes that's very true. Can you say yes to all my questions? I will leave that up to you. I hope your answer is affirmative, for then I know that you will see a future filled with happiness like it's supposed to be. And I just wanted to say that I think it's really important for us to come back to a lot of those golden rules and those rules that are really important for kids, and to let them know that they're cared for and that they are loved, and no matter what their family situations, no matter where someone comes from, that everyone has the opportunity to succeed. And I think that our schools have really done a great job at that this year. So I want to say welcome to summer.
Thank you very much. Moving on with the business of the evening, I'm looking for a motion to approve tonight's agenda or comments thereto.
I move to approve the agenda as presented. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. And also a motion for reading resolutions and ordinance by title only.
Move to approve the reading of resolutions and ordinances by title only.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. And then lastly, our minutes from the meeting on May 14th. Were there any comments, or if not, I'd look for a motion to approve.
Madam Mayor, the City Clerk's office received emails from both Mayor Pro Tem Parkhurst and Councilmember Garcia requesting non-substantive changes to the meeting minutes, and those changes have been incorporated.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay.
Move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Minutes are approved. All right, moving on to mayor and council reports. Who would like to begin?
Madam Mayor, I have a short one.
Please.
I did attend the Public Works Open House on May 18th. It was a great event. I'd like to thank Athens Disposal for providing that. I don't know if you've seen it, the huge bounce house. That's in the shape of a garbage truck, but it's the biggest bounce house I have ever seen. Also, West Coast Arborist and the San Gabriel Valley Municipal Water District were there with some handouts and some information regarding their services for the city. But I'd really like to applaud our public works employees A lot of them were there, welcoming a lot of young children, helping them get on the loader. I remember when I was a kid just being fascinated with trash trucks and things of that were mechanical. And I saw the excitement in the children's eyes when they were getting up on those, they found the horn too, getting up on the loader. But it was a great event. They even opened the gate to the ballparks in Sierra Vista Park, so a lot of children came in that way. But kudos to our Public Works Department for putting on another fantastic event. And I was fishing last week, so that's all I have.
Great. Councilmember Lowe?
Let's see. On 5/16, I went to the Chamber Mixer at RT Rogers, which I have not been to in a really long time. It's a really nice time. And then on 5/16, we had a Planning Commission meeting, which was looking at home expansion on South Mountain Trail. On 5/18, I also went to the Public Works open house. It was so fun. They had the best, what I call prizes to give to the kids. It was like a little work vest and this little utility truck that like, you could pull, and it actually went places, and there were kids running around everywhere. They had an absolute blast. Let's see, on 5/20, I went to the Community Services Commission, which was a pretty important meeting. And they talked about the Meadows Park, and they took some great input. They gave some great input on what they wanted to see. And the next meeting for that will be on June 17th, if you'd like to also come to that meeting to look at what the new park will look like up at the Meadows. There was a sports field MOU violation, and amendments will be taking place in the near future. And then also there's gonna be a new mural on the side of the association, Roseflood Association sidewall. So that's gonna be pretty exciting. Let's see, then at the Mount Wilson Trail Race I attended, and I'm sure Kelly will tell you much more about that. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of great participation and a lot of stands, and our local community groups were all present and promoting their different groups, so.
Thank you. Please.
I'll try to keep it short. On the 14th, I went to the Transportation Subcommittee meeting, which we did. It was kind of shorthanded, so I guess we had a rather abbreviated meeting. We do have some electric bikes now here at City Hall. We're trying to figure out what we're going to do with in terms of demos to show people how they work and how they can be utilized here in the city. So I think in our next meeting we'll talk about how we're going to dispose of those. Then I went to the Chamber Mixer with Councilmember Lowe and others on the 16th. And I hadn't been in there in a while, but on Thursday night, RT Rogers was packed. And I mean, that was regardless of our chamber mixer. So I remember when they came to town for the first time, and they were trying to get a new business off the ground, and that's never easy. And then sustaining it is not easy, and they've done it. And I just hats off to them. They were wonderful hosts for that function. And then I went to the Mount Wilson Trail Race past Saturday, which was always entertaining, and all the groups that were there were ready for action. And Pete Sibrel and his committee did a great job. The staff, the police, everybody played their part as usual. Just a fantastic event. So kudos to everybody involved. That's my report, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, mine is pretty short. So I was traveling since the last meeting, but we did have today a Clean Power Alliance meeting, and they will be releasing their annual request for offers, so basically an RFP for energy, and so they're going to be looking to do some short and long-term contracts for renewable energy for our city and 5 other cities in Los Angeles and Ventura counties. And then yesterday I went to the Memorial Day celebration at the cemetery that Veterans of Foreign Wars put together. It was a very nice event. We got a nice a certificate from Judy Chu's office recognizing the event, and I wanted to applaud them for all the work they do for our community and for a wonderful event.
Thank you. I will just add, I attended a county sanitation board meeting, which was primarily administrative, but I think as I mentioned in my report previously, they're working up to a rate increase, and so that will be considered over the next few meetings, and then, or not considered, but the implementation discussed, as well as I think at the next meeting, they're going to talk about the union contracts that they have to approve as well. So I think those kind of somewhat go hand in hand. As Councilmember Lowe mentioned, I was at the Mountain Wilson Trail Race. I had the honor of ringing the bell in Kirsten Court, which was super exciting. As part of the race send-off, it's always exciting to see that whole group run up the hill. And then my favorite part is right after when the kids get to do it, and that's super fun too, because they just shut up like a cannon, and then you can see them like hit a wall like a block up. So, but super fun seeing them come back across the finish line, and it's always fun with the announcers announcing everybody's name as they come across. And I was happy to give out so many medals to both our local Sierra Madre finishers and top finishers, as well as the just overall top finishers. And it's always impressive to me how quickly, I believe the top runner who came in first ran it in just over an hour. So. So yeah, it was a great event. Kudos to the committee as always. Lots and lots of comments about how great the trail looked. So Bob Spears and all of those folks who do regular trail maintenance, I mean, it's just really such a great service to our city. And one of the winners when they got their medals wanted to say that this race and that trail is just a treasure, and I don't think I could say it any better than that. So in terms of announcements, I have them somewhere in this pile. Give me 1 second. I know we're looking for 3 commissioners, because I say that every meeting. So 2 for the Senior Community Commission and 1 for the Planning Commission. So please apply, because those terms really are coming up now. We're heading into June, and the end of June is the end of the current commission term.
Madam Mayor, I believe there's one more that we found. We were looking at the website. Do you remember which it is?
We do have one more potential, but right now,
Okay.
there's still an incumbent who is eligible to
Oh, okay.
run again.
Oh, okay. So we're still at 2 Senior Community Commission and 1 Planning Commission. On this Saturday, from 9 to 11 at the fire department, at Kirsten Court, the fire department will be hosting National Sidewalk CPR event, which I believe they demonstrate and provide some guidance on CPR technique. And then on Saturday, June 15th, at 8 a.m. at Memorial Park, the Sierra Madre Senior Commission will be holding their community yard sale. So they will have everything from antiques, vintage clothing, kitchenware, furniture, and more. There also will be live music courtesy of the Kensington, and the Kensington will be hosting a symposium on aging event at the same time. So it's a nice dual event that everyone can enjoy. And I will also just reiterate something that Councilmember Lowe mentioned in her report. The Community Service Commission on June 17th will be having a meeting at which they will again be taking feedback from the community regarding the planned park at the Meadows development. So I'll just make that as announcement as well. And with that, we can move on in our agenda.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
isn't there also something at the British Home on Saturday? Do we have that? Does anyone know?
Yes, there is the British Home open house on Saturday. I don't know exactly the full time, but somewhere in the 9 o'clock range until late afternoon, I think. Thank you for mentioning that, and I will be there. Okay, great. So moving on to presentations.
It's 1 to 5 is the British Home event.
I don't think so, because I'm supposed to be there at 9:30.
Yeah, there's
Never mind.
the sign outside says 9 on one side and 9:30 on the other side of the property, so.
Okay, perfect. Moving on to public comment. Everyone be reminded that we ask that you refrain from making personal, slanderous, profane, or disruptive remarks. I will offer a warning if that happens, and if you continue, we may ask you to leave. So I will ask now for public comment items not on the agenda.
Madam Mayor, at this time we have 1 speaker card, and it is received from the city's librarian, Layla Regan.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor Krebs, Mayor Pro Tem Parkhurst, and our Honorable City Council. I'm here to announce that summer is coming. So we have our summer reading program is coming. It starts June 8th. We're going to have a huge kickoff event in Memorial Park. At 10 a.m. we'll have outside story time. At 10:30 our library trustee Diane Sands will be doing a face painting of a bookworm. And then at 11 a.m. we have Eddie Spaghetti, the magic is ready, which is a magician. So that'll kick off our summer reading program Saturday, June 8th. We also have some amazingly wonderful programs. I highly recommend everyone pick up their calendar. Some fun new ones that we're doing is This Is How We Roll, a walking book chat discussion group. So we will be meeting every Tuesday in front of the library at 9 a.m. and we invite everyone to come on a walk with us around Sierra Madre and talk about what they're currently reading. We also have sensory play, which is for our neurodivergent friends. We have our summer science workshop, which is being sponsored by the Community Foundation. So thank you, Sierra Madre Community Foundation. And our summer reading kickoff is being sponsored by the Sierra Madre Civic Club. So we're excited about that. We're also bringing back our Dinner with the Human Library in July, as well as a hike with Bob Spears happening June 22nd at 7 a.m. at Mount Wilson, at the Mount Wilson Trail. In addition to that, we have some other amazing programs, so we highly recommend that we have everyone come and check them out. We're doing a lot with the limited space that we have, so we're really excited about that. And we highly recommend, we've got some wonderful prizes to hand out this year. So everyone can join in on our summer reading challenge and our Operations Support Local for some added prizes. Oh, and we're having a blood drive on June 12th in the library parking lot with Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
It is an incredibly full calendar. I don't think you could see it when I held it up, but there is something on almost every day of the summer in June and July, which I'm sure they're also in August, but we just don't have that month yet. So I will highly recommend checking that out, especially if you have kids. So many great kid events. I should say that we reluctantly gave up City Council chambers for a stuffed animal sleepover on the 27th of July, and your children can bring their stuffed animals to sleep over in our lovely council chambers.
You'll have a nice breakfast in the council chambers, and that will be the closing of our summer reading program. I also really quickly want to announce that we are having two separate town hall meetings just to get a discussion going about the library and its future and how the public would like us to proceed, especially with a new building or a renovated building coming on board. So we're having that Thursday, June 13th at 6:30. And that one will be live streamed, so you're welcome to watch that one from home. And we are having a second one Saturday, June 22nd at 2:00 p.m. So hike with Bob Spears and then come talk to us about where you'd like to see the library. And that is all I have.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we do not have any other speaker cards.
Great, thank you. All right, so moving on to presentations. First on the agenda is Mrs. Beckham with the Sierra Madre Civic Club, and I think she's going to present the annual philanthropic donations done by the Civic Club.
Hello.
There.
Good evening, Mayor Krebs, Mayor Pro Tem Parkhurst, Garcia, Goss, and Lowe. I'm Colleen McKernan. I'm president this past year of Sierra Madre Civic Club, and again this next year, which is going into our 81st year here in Sierra Madre. Sierra Madre Civic Club is so proud to be here again in the council chambers to present checks to 19 nonprofit agencies that provide services to the community of Sierra Madre. Each project was considered after a grant applying through a sponsoring club member. Club members then voted on all of the grants to be, submitted projects to be considered. These requests come from local valued organizations that are not funded through the city. Thanks to the hard work of club members, we have quite a few of them here tonight, We are able to donate this year $19,000 to these local organizations, plus $5,000 went to total went to 5 graduating seniors who either live, work, or go to school in Sierra Madre. So, this is what we're doing tonight. We're going to present these to all of these organizations, and to do that, this is Nancy Beckham, and she chaired our philanthropy committee this year.
Thank you.
Thanks, Colleen. We're going to have to turn our backs to you because there's no other way to do this. And I know there are several people in this audience that would love to know what's sitting in my hand right now. And rather than taking any further time, let's get these checks passed out. And I need to remind everyone who's here, once we have finished with all the checks, please join me right outside the doors that led into the City Hall. We'll organize somehow a picture to go in the newspaper. I'd like all the Civic Club members who are here to also be in another picture that we'll put in the President's book, and then we can all go home.
If you could,
We don't love you guys.
that's totally fine. If you could just turn the mic so that you're speaking into the mic so our friends who are listening online can hear.
Okay. Is Lauren Hines here representing the city of Sierra Madre? Oh, okay. Is there somebody from the city of Sierra Madre who would like to take the checks? You want to do it, Laura?
There's so many.
Okay. These are 2 checks, Bark in the Park, this new activity for dogs, parents, and kids. And the other one is for the swag bags that were passed out at the Mount Wilson Trail Race. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, that's perfect. Is Rosario Munoz here? I'm batting 1,000 today. British Home in California. Okay, come on up. Come on, Shirley. Shirley's doing double duty. She's also a member of the Civic Club.
Here you go.
Mark Watterson. He is from the Convalescent Aid Society, and they do an amazing job. They refurbish rather than buy new all the time, so this is a very worthwhile community project. Gwen Robertson from the Creative Arts Group. Sue Spears, is your husband here? It's all right, I'll excuse him. That's perfect, because I have 2 for you. I have one for the trail repair, and I also have one for the beautification of the Pioneer Cemetery. Oh. And once again, thank your husband for doing that wonderful planting over at the post office, because the planting is really coming through very well. Tell him we miss him. Is Jim Yang, Compassionate Ministries from the Church of the Nazarene? Come on up. Okay. Susan McCarthy from Reading is Fundamental. Come on up, Jane. Hi, Susan. I didn't know you. I'm sorry. We didn't see you. Thank you. Thank you. Is John Kars from Sierra Madre CERT? I see other people I know who are involved in CERT. You want to come up? Pat Alcorn will accept the check for CERT. The Sierra Madre Beautification Committee is, we also raised another great amount of money to maintain the wisteria vine for another year. And although we don't need to have someone come and accept the check because we just put that back inside our checking account, I'm just letting all of you know Sierra Madre Beautification has another nice amount of money to add to keeping that vine going. Is Michelle Keith here from Sierra Madre Events? Okay.
Get with it, Jim.
Sorry, she filled out the form. Richard Mays here from the Sierra Madre Historical Society, although I think I saw somebody else sneak in the back. I thought so. Welcome, Leslie. Is Rob Stockley here? Sierra Madre Library Foundation? Anybody want to accept the check for them?
Here we go. Give it to the librarian. I know, Tom Dennison's here. Give it to his wife.
Okay. Is Alan Lee here, the PTA president from the middle school?
Here you go.
Enjoy it. That is for a wellness center to help the kids kind of relax and do fun things over at school. Sierra Madre Pioneer Cemetery, I actually handed that one out to Sue already. Matt Cook, Artistic Executive Director for the Sierra Madre Playhouse. Okay, I really am betting
no one
1,000
here.
tonight.
Okay.
Okay, Noreen Thomas, Associate Librarian, Sierra Madre Public Library. And lastly is Evelyn Schaefer, the treasurer of the Sierra Madre Rose Float Association.
In lieu of her, may I?
Of course you can. Of course you
On
can.
behalf of the Sierra Madre Rose Float, we would like to extend our sincerest gratitude to Civic Club because without your support, this float will not glide down the street.
Oh.
On that note, if I could excuse all the people who got their checks and all the Civic Club members to pick up your stuff and go outside.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, as always. I hope someone from the Rose Float Association stayed behind because our next presentation is from them. Is David here? Yeah, you're up. So we'd like to welcome the Rose Float Association to present the Rose Parade float photo. Maybe show that way and then you can flash this way. So this is the picture of this year's float, this past year. Another award-winning float. Remind us the award.
We won the Queen's Award for the best use of roses.
Queen's Award for the best use of roses.
Appreciate all your help you guys give us every year. So we're the only self-built that gets all our donations from the public, and of course you guys do a lot for us with the PD and all that stuff. So. Yeah. Yep. Let's do a little bit more. Good. All right. 1, 2, 3. Great. And
You got it?
We got it.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
you.
We'll find this place to hang it.
Running out of room.
We're running out of room.
Can we make them smaller? Just a little.
Start hanging it here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that'd be kind of cool.
got plenty of room in here.
All right, and then we have Miss Medina Diaz from the San Gabriel Valley Mosquito and Vector Control District. This is going to seem deja vu-like if you remember this time last year, because she's here to present one of our local teachers with the Public Health Teacher of the Year Award for the second consecutive year.
Yes, well, you gave some of my speech away. Well, thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Creeves and Honorable City Council. My name is Anais Medina Diaz. I'm the Director of Communications for the San Gabriel Valley Mosquito and Vector Control District. As you mentioned, I'm here to present one of Sierra Madre's teachers with our 2023 Public Health Teacher of the Year Award. And I know it might seem repetitive, but I just want to share a little bit about what goes on behind receiving this award, what the students are asked to do. So we have over 550 schools within our jurisdictional boundaries. We do serve the entire San Gabriel Valley. Each school receives the same alerts and information about the district's free educational programs. So the teachers that not only respond to our call to action, but really lean into the programs and resources we offer are really already outstanding teachers. So this year's award recipient went a step further by signing up for our Operation Mosquito Grid Train the Teacher class through Cal Poly Pomona, and spent one of his precious summer vacation days learning about Aedes, or ankle biters as we like to refer to them, mosquito biology and control. So each fall we offer these educational programs, and the programs provide the tools and skills for students to engage in science and surveillance and control of mosquitoes on their own personal properties. So they're really contributing to what we actually do every day, every season. This past fall, we had 5 teachers, including our winner this year, for our middle school community science program, Operation Mosquito Grid, and 607 students were enrolled. This is our highest year to date. Students are given the same tools, samples are brought back to the classroom for identification, and students post their findings to a shared reporting platform. And then for the following 6 months, students are asked to monitor their properties, answer some questions, remove any stagnant water containers, and report to our agency. So choosing the Public Health Teacher of the Year for 2023 was extremely easy for us. One teacher stood head and shoulders above the others and achieved what we thought was almost impossible. He shepherded his students through the initial phase of this project last fall, then continued to encourage them to follow through into spring of 2024. So over a 9-month project. 170 of his 188 students completed the program and are receiving the Vector Inspector of the Year awards. That even included one student that moved to a different class before the project is over. So this level of success takes true dedication. Not only did he achieve such a high completion rate, he is also contributing to producing the largest cohort we have seen in our program. Tonight, I am very honored to present the 2023 Public Health Teacher of the Year Award to Mr. Ravi Dev, science teacher at Sierra Madre Middle School. And thank you so much, Mr. Dev, I know he's behind me over here, for your dedication and commitment to education and public health. Congratulations, Mr. Dev.
All these wonderful events tonight.
Wait, hold on just one second. We also have our own recognition certificate for Mr. Dev, and it's in recognition of the 2023 Public Health Teacher of the Year for the 2nd consecutive year. The City Council extends its sincerest congratulations. Thank you. All right. So moving from our celebrations on to our consent calendar. Madam City Clerk, would you mind reading the consent calendar the consent items by title only?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The first item for the City Council's consideration is consent item A, is consideration of Resolution 24-28, approving certain demands. It is recommended that the City Council approve Resolution 24-28. The second item on the consent calendar is the cancellation of the August 13, 2024 meeting, as well as the August 27, 2024 meeting. It is recommended the City Council approve the cancellation of both these regular meetings. Consent item C is a notice of completion of the Downtown Sidewalk Enhancement Water Street Project for fiscal year 2023 through 2024. It is recommended that the City Council accept the completed work on behalf of the city and direct staff to file a notice of completion with the Los Angeles County Clerk Recorder's Office. Consent item D is initiating proceedings for the levy and collection of assessment and ordering the preparation of the report for the Downtown Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance Assessment District for fiscal year 2024 through 25. And it is recommended that the City Council approve Resolution 24-30, authorizing NBS to prepare and file the engineer's report with the City Clerk's Office. And finally, consent item E is the consideration of a memorandum of understanding, MOU, for police services between the cities of Arcadia and the city of Sierra Madre. It is recommended that the City Council authorize the city manager to enter into an MOU with the city of Arcadia for these provisions as listed. Madam Mayor, this concludes my report.
Thank you. We will proceed with any questions on consent items, and we'll just go item by item. Item A, the warrants. Item B, cancellation of the August City Council meetings. Item C, the notice of completion for this downtown project. D, the lighting district proceedings. And then the final E, the MOU regarding police services with the city of Arcadia. Okay, great. Then we'll open up for public comment on these items.
Madam Mayor, the City Clerk's Office did not receive any emails on the consent calendar, nor do we have any speaker cards at this time for the consent calendar.
Does anybody have anything to say? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
I just want to quickly say that I'd like to applaud Christensen Brothers for their work downtown as we approve this notice of completion. A lot of the residents, businesses were very happy with the staff and the service and what they did and how they performed really in a sensitive area. And also thank our staff for liaising with that as well.
I will note they actually came back and fixed a few things when, wasn't quite up to par, and did that as they should without additional charge. You notice most recently they installed the temporary pylon so that we can use those to block traffic during events instead of having to always park a truck or trash truck there. So thank you for that. Anything else? Someone would like
Move to approve the consent item.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Moving on to our first public hearing. I think we have, is it Planner Wolf is going to give this presentation? Sorry, Senior Planner Wolf. Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight I have a presentation to supplement the first reading of Ordinance 1470. This is an amendment to the zoning code regulations for temporary use permits, home occupations, and historic preservation. Those who are following along will be familiar with the slide. If you're interested, you can read the full report by scanning the QR code on the left, and you can follow along with this presentation tonight by scanning the QR code on the right. So this presentation is broken into 4 parts. The first 2 will be quite brief, but before we get started with the topic of home occupations, I will offer the opportunity to break for questions, and I'll offer the same opportunity to break before we begin with temporary use permits. So in the first part, for definitions, Ordinance 1470 would add the term commercial use, and that's an aim to close the loophole that might allow inappropriate activities in residential zones. It would also clarify what constitutes a commercial use to help prevent unintended commercial encroachments in the residential area. And again, this would apply to Title 17 of the zoning code. That term, commercial use, would read that it means the use or advertisement for use of property for any fare, fee, rate, charge, or other consideration, or directly or indirectly in connection with any business or any other undertaking intended for profit or gain. So how does this new term affect our zoning code? Well, it might have an effect on the rent or lease of dwelling units. It is a protected right under the California Civil Code, and then the term commercial use under the zoning code will not preclude anyone's right to rent or lease their dwelling unit, nor will it preclude any advertisement for it. And that's not the intention of the addition of this term. So to clarify any doubt, the planning department could publish an administrative interpretation to this term should the need arise. The next section to be amended is in chapter 17.82. This is historic preservation. The amendment would place a limitation on benefits. It would allow designated historic landmarks to choose only one benefit, which is either the adaptive reuse of, or a Mills Act contract, to prevent the potential double dipping for incentives. So currently, the way this reads, the Historic Preservation Code would allow both a change of use and a Mills Act contract under subsection B of section 17.82.060. The amendment under Ordinance 1470 would just change that to say or, to allow for either a change of use or a Mills Act contract. The effect of this change has to the designated landmarks, really just in non-residential or non-commercial zones, because a change of use really only applies to those that are in the residential zones, as those that are in the commercial zones would already be allowed to operate in some commercial capacity. So the Penny House is a historic landmark in the single-family residential zone, which has the physical attributes that make it a feasible candidate for adaptive reuse as a bed and breakfast inn. It currently benefits from the Mills Act receiving a property tax reduction. Under Ordinance 1470, if the property owners of the Penny House wanted to change its use to bed and breakfast inn, they would be required to relinquish the Mills Act property tax benefit and terminate their historic property preservation agreement. In this example, since the change of use would require approval of a conditional use permit, the conditions of its approval may include preservation of the historic characteristics that make it a significant landmark. At this point, I'd just like to offer the opportunity to break. If the council has any questions on the terms commercial use or any of the changes proposed for the historic preservation.
Any questions?
Just one. So up to this point in time, there's no property that is in jeopardy of losing revenue to maintain a historic structure if we do this.
That's correct.
Okay.
Anything else? Please continue.
Moving on to home occupations. The ordinance before City Council would change the regulation for home occupations to promote application streamlining, balance the types of home occupations that may be streamlined for approval versus reviewed in discretion, thereby increasing the restrictions on the types of home occupations that may be streamlined for approval. The ordinance would also establish a number of prohibited uses. What's also happening by this ordinance is a reorganization of the chapter. With the amendments comes at the recommendation of the city staff, simply on the purpose of temporal clarity. That is logic in the order of the sections. There are no proposed amendments to sections 10 or 20. That would be the sections for purpose and intent and definition. And then I'll go through the next slides breaking down the changes in each section. So for section 30, this is the permit required. This section currently works as intended, but staff felt it prudent to establish points of clarification. First is the maintenance of a business license must be an annual one versus 30-day or single day. Failure to maintain a business license constitutes null and void of the associated home occupation permit, and that activity related to the home occupation, but more intense than as permitted, may be authorized by a temporary use permit, provided that an application such as for such temporary use be submitted no less than 45 days prior to the date of the event. Moreover, such temporary use will be considered a commercial temporary use permit, which I will explain later through the presentation. So the next section, 40, this is for what currently reads as home occupations permitted. First, you'll note that the title of the section would be changed from permitted to ministerial. That's just a term we use interchangeably with the term streamlined. As previously discussed, the current term may be confusing. The term ministerial best, as I mentioned, describes to the term streamlining application review. Second, as staff critically analyzed language under the section, it became apparent that the language can read as criteria or conditions of approval or both. To relieve any doubt or confusion that could arise from this, city staff is recommending language under this section be clearly conveyed as criteria of an application for a home occupation. The criteria specifically under this section would be for ministerial or streamlined review. As I previously mentioned, application streamlining also means increased restrictions. Specifically, these would be the changes that you see on slide. So for a permit or a streamlined review, the application must show that that the home occupation does not generate any pedestrian traffic, whereas currently that is within reason, and that's kind of a discretionary type of determination to make. There are two existing criteria regarding the use of a garage area and employment of a non-resident person. Staff felt that those were two criteria directly related to the impact on parking. So the proposed ordinance would instead include criteria related to off-site parking. In this streamlined ministerial review, it would require that those ministerial applications cause no impact to public parking. And the criteria regarding site nuisances has been updated to reference the existing code regarding site nuisances, so that if that's ever amended, that can be referred to instead of having to keep track of both sections. And then in addition to these criteria, Ordinance 1470 would also require that ministerial home occupation not result in more than one active home occupation on the property. And then another point here is the second to last row here. Is the limitation to the size of the home occupation within the residence or the dwelling. That's being changed from up to 50% to up to the greater of 25% the residential floor area or 400 square feet. And then within that singular criteria, we also add some light regulation for short-term rentals. In this case, it would be no more than 2 occupants per bedroom. The next section, Section 50 is for home occupations qualifying for discretionary review. Currently, this section includes its own permit procedures, despite the fact that Section 60 currently provides its own permit procedures. Ordinance 1470 would organize all these procedures into one location. Similar to the previous section, Ordinance 1470 would essentially rewrite this section to read as criteria for an application. This time, it's for qualifying for discretionary review. So currently, what reads under Section C, the provisions of 17.85.040A through E shall apply, would, under Ordinance 1470, be expanded with the language that mirrors the previous section, but slightly less restrictive. Note that where previous sections entirely limits off-site parking, applications for discretionary home occupation may receive approval if the applicant can provide evidence that the off-site parking caused by the home occupation is reasonable and would not be significantly impactful. Note also that the current standards allowing for home occupation activity outdoors is maintained allowed under 1470. And again, just to the other parts of this, for the occupancy within a dwelling unit, this is now up to 50%. So between 25% and 50%, the residential dwelling unit, unless 400 square feet is that threshold, would require discretionary review. And then the light regulation to short-term rentals allows up to 3 occupants per bedroom. The next section, there's 2 added sections by 1470. The first is on prohibited uses. It establishes those uses that are prohibited as home occupations unless preempted by state or federal law. And the next section, 70, is establishes the findings of fact that are burden of proof to be provided by the applicant, intended to provide written and documented narrative and evidence as to how the home occupation will meet the standards under this code and how the home occupation will not negatively impact the surrounding neighborhood. moving on to the next section, Ordinance 1470 would relocate the permit procedures section from its current section 60 to section 80 and add the permit procedures that were removed from section 50, discretionary home occupations. It would also add that the director may refer any application for discretionary home occupation to the Planning Commission at their sole discretion. Procedures relating to appeals would be removed from this section and placed within its own section. So Ordinance 1470 would also add another section, the next being Section 90 for conditions of approval. This would add conditions for all home occupations subject to these requirements to maintain standards of use under this chapter of the code. These conditions of approval would be reflective of the use standards established by the criteria for ministerial application review. And when discretionary becomes appropriate, the home occupation may have modified or added conditions applied within reason. The next section on this slide is to the existing amendment to the existing Section 70 for revocation of a permit, which would be relocated to Section 100 and amended to allow for modification as an alternate to revocation. And the last section under this, under home occupations, 1470 would make regulation for home occupations would be to add procedures for appeal, and these are just standard procedures for appeals on both when a director makes a decision, when a director refers the application to the Planning Commission, and when the City Council would hear that appeal. So the effective change that the ordinance has for new home occupations, all applications for home occupations received on or after the effective date of the ordinance will be subject to new requirements. For existing home occupations that are active, there are 81 existing and active home occupations. They will remain and be subject to the conditions under which they were permitted. And then for home occupations pending renewal, as of writing this presentation, normally there are, excuse me, let me back up a second. So normally all license holders are granted a 30-day grace period. This allows uninterrupted business operation if they renew by January 31st. So there are currently 30 active home occupations pending renewal. 30 is as of the writing of this presentation. Suspension on the basis of unpaid fees is a manual operation, and renewals remaining pending after the effective date of this ordinance will be subject to new requirements. So at this point, I'd like to offer the break. If council has any questions on the home occupations or would like to review the code text amendments.
I have a question about the effect, but I will allow for questions about the codes first.
Just one.
Please.
1470, 50, we add unreasonably overload public parking. And I see in 1470 there isn't a definition of public parking. We have plenty of definitions, but public parking isn't one of them. Is that a general term that's generally understood, or do you think we should add a definition there?
Thank you for the question. The term public parking, as far as the planning department is concerned, means any off-site parking that is within the public right-of-way. So that would be on a parking lot that is designated for public use, or on street parking, curb parking, essentially.
But my question is, do you think we ought to add a definition for 1470? Because we have definitions for a lot of things. I think that's a new term within the ordinance. Should that be added, or do you think we're okay not adding that?
I'm sorry, is the question directly related to the term public parking or to what's reasonable as an impact?
Well, whether or not we ought to add the definition into 1470.
I think that's probably for us to determine. But
Well,
so
yes, it was a-
the
yeah,
question being whether it's
Recommended. Yeah.
and whether it's well known enough,
Yes,
right?
both
Would
of
it be
those.
detrimental? I don't think so.
Okay.
All right, we can consider that as part of the.
Satisfied, yeah. Thank you, Senior Planner. Yeah.
I'm getting some feedback, I think, at least from.
Is it me?
I think it's you, yeah.
Testing. No.
Okay. So can you explain the effects one more time? Because I'm not quite following. There are 81 existing permits that are active. And so those, and these are yearly permits, I take it, since they're given till the following January 31st with a 30-day grace?
Yes, so a home occupation permit is issued one time, and then it's maintained through an annual business license, and that can be renewed annually by January 31st. So what this is all to say is that all these existing, all 81 existing home occupation business licenses have grandfathered rights under and are conditioned, are subject to their own conditions upon which they were approved.
So they will continue to exist under the prior code and conditions for so long as they are timely renewed in this annual renewal cycle?
That is correct.
Okay, and then the 30 that are pending renewal, because we are well after January 31st, these are folks who filed renewals after that deadline? I guess I'm not quite following what those pending renewal status is.
So notices are sent to all license holders by November 1st of the end of the year to renew by before January 1st. And so those that are pending have just not responded.
Okay.
So they're pending renewal, and they can technically be terminated, but those are manual operations. So we'd really want the affirmation from the license holder to terminate.
So those will effectively be inactive until someone takes some action, and then when they take action, they will be subject to these new rules once these new rules, if they are passed and they are effective?
That's correct.
Okay.
Can I follow up on that?
Yes, please.
So that means this December, all 81 of those are gonna have to update to the new code as they get their new license, right?
No.
So as long as they maintain active status and they renew by January 1st, or no later than January 31st, then they still maintain their current rights.
Okay. So they're grandfathered until there's a change.
Until
Until
there's
they
either
fail.
a change or termination of their business license.
Right.
Until they fail to renew, essentially.
Or that, yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, thank you. Oh, and are we planning, I guess we've already provided notice to these folks that aren't in compliance with their renewals anyway, and so we're not gonna send separate notice regarding any changes to the code.
That is not in the current plan.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you.
All right, moving on to temporary use permits. Ordinance 1470 would bifurcate the existing temporary use permit provisions, maintaining the existing standards for temporary use within the commercial core area and increasing limitations on TUPs outside the commercial core area. This would have the effect of easing some requirements for TUPs for non-commercial uses in areas outside the commercial core area. It would also close an existing loophole that has been interpreted by, to allow, by exemption, extensive use of residential property. The First Amendment would be to Section 10. This is the first section in the current ordinance. In this part, I will also be making references to the new term being introduced by the ordinance for commercial use. Ordinance 1470 would add to the purpose of a temporary use permit regulation that commercial uses in any zone that is primarily residential is discouraged. This new purpose is supported by new findings for which approval of a temporary use permit use for in a non-commercial zone will be subject to, and I'll go over those later. So again, commercial use for your reference is a use or advertisement for use of property for any fair fee, rate, charge, or other consideration directly or indirectly in connection with any business or any other undertaking intended for profit or gain. And that would be discouraged within residential zones by temporary use. The first regulatory change for temporary use permits under Ordinance 1470 would be to the definition of temporary use under this chapter. Ordinance 1470 would limit the frequency in non-commercial zones to once per calendar year and maintain 4 times per calendar year in commercial zones. The loophole being closed removes the exemption for small events and amends the exemption for house parties, specifying gathering of people inclusive of all persons on site up to 49 by head count, and that such gatherings not be for commercial use. I'd also like to add here that public comment was received that points out that loopholes may still exist where exemptions exist. with relation to filming permits. For example, if a film permit is authorized for a wedding at a residence, no temporary use permit is required. Moreover, regulation for filming permits includes its own set of exemptions. Activity conducted under all exemptions may cause negative impacts previously unforeseen. Moving into the second reading of Ordinance 1470, City Council may consider further amendments as a solution to this issue, further limiting exemptions or further limiting frequency or otherwise. And again, the term for commercial use is again on screen. To the next section, Ordinance 1470 would change the minimum time of filing from 20 days to 45 days. This increase is deemed necessary to allow for all due process to proceed in good timing prior to the date of a temporary use permit event. Under the same section, Ordinance 1470 would also change the requirements for event monitors from being required for any temporary use permit outside a commercial core area, anticipating 100 or more people, to only commercial use temporary use permits outside the commercial core area that anticipates 50 or more people. For example, a temporary use permit for a large birthday party at a residence would no longer require an event monitor. For the next section, Ordinance 1470 would change the noticing requirements for temporary use permits from requiring approval of any temporary use permit to neighboring residents to only approval of commercial use temporary use permits to neighboring residents. For example, under 1470, residents would no longer receive a notice that a temporary use permit was approved for a large birthday party. To the next section, this is the one on findings, and this is the last amendment. Ordinance 1470 would amend the findings required for approval of a temporary use permit. From the existing 6 findings, there is one regarding conflict with the general plan, which can never thoroughly be made and is contradictory to the concept of temporary uses, or better said, may in all cases be a basis for rejection and disapproval of a temporary use permit. To maintain this finding, council should consider if it's their prerogative, whether it is fundamentally worth allowing temporary uses outside the commercial core area. And that is if the City Council wants to maintain that finding that was deleted. The remaining 5 findings would now be applied to standard applications for non-commercial temporary use permits. The same change would be made for First Amendment applications to remove that finding on conflict with general plan. And sustaining the idea that commercial uses within non-commercial areas would be discouraged under Ordinance 1470, 7 new findings would be required for approval of such temporary use permit applications. Now, should the council wish, I could read off each of those findings, but otherwise I will move on.
Does anybody need to review the findings?
Can I ask a question? Going back to Ordinance 1470 for allowable uses of permits, it's reduced from 4 per 12-month period to 1 per calendar year for non-commercial zones. Was it our recommendation back then that if that was for the fee basis, for what we were going to allow to be waived a fee for charitable events? I didn't know that. Was that part of the Planning Commission's, what's the conditions that they've suggested? I don't think that came from us, right? Do you remember?
I don't believe it came from the Planning Commission, but the reduction in the number of temporary use permits is independent of the fact that permit fees may be waived for nonprofit events.
But my question is, I don't remember this anywhere before when we had this discussion, and then when we reverted it to Planning Commission, I don't remember reducing the total amount to 1 per non-commercial zone. So my question was, did that come from Planning Commission or staff?
Thank you. I do recall now that the Planning Commission had that line item for up for discussion during the Planning Commission's meeting, and through discussion it was then recommended to modify and amend that section to read only 1 temporary use permit for any property outside the commercial core area.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
So on this item 50 here, when you say that you have to have a certain number of findings, can you just explain to me what those findings are for 50 A1A, A2A, and B1?
Sorry, you said A1.
I think the ones that are just
It's-
listed
it's-
by
it-
number.
Yeah, it's there, if we bring up the slide again, the items there that you have listed. Yeah, so the items here on the right-hand side, you have to make 5 findings, 7 findings, and 3 findings. Can you tell us kind of a little bit about what those findings are and what that process is?
Yeah, so the findings are required to be made on the submittal of an application. The first set here is the A1A, the 5 findings for non-commercial uses outside the commercial core area. Those would read similarly to what the findings read currently, and that is just usually just compatibility with and compliance with the existing code, compatibility with the neighboring and surrounding areas, and assurance that the use will not be detrimental to the neighbor. In the neighboring community. And there's also a finding within this that there has not been any violation within the prior 24 months to the application's review. The second set here, the A2A, these are all new findings. So I could read off all of those, but they're really just on concept high bar findings to ensure that a commercial use within a non-commercial area is really going to not impact the residential neighborhood. So one of those is that it won't overload street parking or public parking facilities nor create any nuisance. The temporary use permit be compatible with the provisions of the code. That the temporary use permit is a reasonable use of the land given the purposes of the general plan. That the temporary use will not impede the reasonable use of land or the orderly development. That it will not endanger the public health, safety, or welfare. And that the temporary use will comply with all portions of the Sierra Madre Municipal Code, including the provisions for noise under Chapter 9.32. So it's a higher bar to meet for commercial uses specifically within non-commercial areas. Then the last set of those findings for B have to do with First Amendment findings, and those read exactly as they do today, except that it removes the one finding regarding that there not be a conflict with the general plan.
Thank you.
So the effect that this ordinance would have on existing temporary use permit applications, any temporary use permit application which has been received, processed, and or approved prior to the effective date of this ordinance is subject to the existing requirements. Temporary use is authorized this way, could take place on a date after the effective date of this ordinance. So effectively it would grandfather in any already permitted temporary use permits, and I believe when I wrote the report there were 2, but as I updated my knowledge, there's actually only one continuous, and that one is within the commercial core area. So there are currently no temporary use permits that would occur following the effective date of this ordinance. Okay. I'd offer a break, but we had questions already. Do the council have any more questions for staff or would like to review the code text amendments?
I'm trying to follow that last statement. So so any TUP application which has been received, processed, and or approved prior to the effective date is subject to the prior requirements? Okay.
The ones that are in effect right now before these changes.
Before these changes. That's what I thought it meant.
And just to clarify, the effective date would be 30 days after the second reading if it were to pass?
That's correct.
So technically there could be applications filed between now and then so that so that, you know, right now there wouldn't be any, there aren't any, as you said, but there might be depending on filings between now and that date.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
And so then, if you've got a TUP, remind me, when does that, is there a renewal process on the TUPs, or is it?
TUPs are one-time applications.
Right, so anyone that has a TUP now is under the old regulations or the old ordinance and not this new one?
That's correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? Could you just do one quick thing in terms of the history of this, for everybody? I mean, we know because we've experienced it, but just for those in the audience and watching, just can you give a little bit of a timeline of how this, the consideration of these amendments has progressed, for the timeline of that?
So it began in March of 2024 with discussions with the City Council at the request of the community input as a result of some alleged violations from residences. This discussion then became direction to the Planning Commission to make these amendments, both for temporary permits and to home occupations, which were also thought to be and allegedly are potential areas that can be extorted. So the planning staff had a discussion with the Planning Commission at a regular meeting to discuss what changes should occur following the direction of City Council. That discussion occurred, I believe, also in March or early April. Following that, the temporary use permit subcommittee was formed of the Planning Commission to draft ordinance amendments to the temporary use permit ordinance specifically, while city staff drafted the amendments to the home occupation permits ordinance along with the historic preservation ordinance amendments at the direction of City Council.
Thank you. All right.
Maybe
question?
one more,
Sure.
since we're still here. Since it's been recommended to go from 4 to 1 any residents, I'm assuming we're still having the noticing requirement. Is that true?
So noticing requirement would only be for those temporary use permits for commercial uses, whether in or outside the commercial core area.
So if it was for temporary use of, let's say, philanthropy that's trying to raise funds at someone's house, would there be a noticing requirement for that?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we will open this up for public comment. Oh, sorry.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry. I have a few more slides to conclude my presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So the alternatives for City Council tonight is to adopt Ordinance 1470, making the amendments aforementioned, adopt with modifications, continue consideration, or reject the ordinance. We have actually a couple of recommendations. The first is recommendation through the Planning Commission to adopt as drafted. The second is actually from staff recommendation, and this is in light of the public comments received. Staff would like to include in its recommendation a modification in the following matter. For the first option A here you see on slide, and that is to eliminate the language under exemptions for filming permits. So eliminate the exemption, thereby requiring filming permits to obtain also a temporary use permit. Option A would require issuance of a temporary use permit in connection with any filming permit. Consequentially, whenever a film or photography activity occurs under one permit on multiple properties, the limit of one temporary use permit per calendar year will also limit the resident from any other events they may wish to conduct by a temporary use permit within that calendar year. Option B would simply require, and what option B is add the language that essentially requires a 30-day wait period between a temporary use permit and a filming permit. So those recommendations come by staff through the public comments that were received in regards to the possible loophole being explained in public comment for the filming events. And so just to explain how the timing of this works, the second reading by consent is currently scheduled for June 11th, 2024, which 30 days thereafter would make the effective date July 11th, 2024. That does conclude my presentation. Now anyone who's watching at home or in the audience tonight can scan this QR code to get their updates that staff provide to the city's website on the temporary use permit process by this ordinance. Now that concludes my presentation.
Can you go
Sorry.
back to the slide for staff recommendations?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm still trying to process. Oh, okay, thank you. So how would, this would affect, of course, one of our businesses / homes, Lavender Marketplace or other places like that. They would only be allowed to have one per year, one TUP? Or does that historical element feed into that?
Under option A, that would only allow one filming event per year.
One filming event, okay, but I meant for, okay. So I'm sorry, then I thought that the ordinance number 1470, that was only for filming permits, not for just general TUPs, like for weddings.
No, there's still just a one
calendar year,
one
right?
TUP limitation
Correct. So
for commercial use.
Okay.
yes, and feel free to ask as many questions. I know this one comes last minute.
That's commercial zone, not commercial use even.
Right.
Correct. So in option A, through elimination of the exemption of filming permits, this exemption means that any filming activity that is authorized by a filming permit is not required to get a temporary use permit. So for example, at a residence, if a filming permit is obtained for a wedding, that wedding does not itself require a temporary use permit under current standards. By eliminating the exemption here, it would require that filming event also obtain a temporary use permit, and that would limit, that would be the one time per calendar year limit.
Do we typically require, if I were to have a wedding in my backyard and I would get my permit, I would not be charging for it, so it probably wouldn't be commercial. But then would I have to get, and I have a videographer for that event, would I have to get a separate film permit?
So there are exemptions under the film permit ordinance. Family videos are exempted, but when it's a film and photography crew that is more than 5 people, I believe this is best explained by our community services staff, that would require a permit. So some exemptions are allowed for things like filming yourself or filming amateur.
Okay, or just even one professional videographer or photographer for a at-home wedding. I've not seen a 5-person crew at a wedding. You're right, that would be very fancy. But that's the idea, is that those are allowed to permit sort of the normal course professional videographer and or photographer at a wedding in somebody's backyard.
So my understanding of the exemption is one is for family videos. I'm not sure. I know that there's a definition. I just, on the top of my head, I'm not sure what that is. And the other exemption is for film, crew, and cast of less than 5 people.
Okay. Go ahead.
So, to Councilmember Lowe and Mayor Krieb's point, I'm reading Chapter 1788 with the blue the red lines in the blue. I'm not seeing that this is any of this is specific to commercial. There is that blue addition, commercial uses, and there are the exemptions, and the exemption would be 49 people or less. So to Mayor Krieb's question, let's say it was an odd year and she wanted to have 2 weddings at her house that were 75 people and she wasn't commercial. I see this as, with the current recommendations, she would be precluded from doing so. Is that correct?
For 2 times in the same calendar year, correct.
So that also means that if we needed to do 2 fundraisers for our community groups, they can only use the home once? I thought it was attached to the organization, not the property, but that wouldn't make sense. That was for the fee.
Those are
Okay,
2
never
different
mind.
things,
That's
yeah.
for the fee, okay.
We'll have a little bit to discuss on
Yeah.
that.
And then the options here, I'm not following, they seem very different. One seems to be in the residential area and one seems to be Measure V. So I don't understand the or in this recommendation.
So thank you for the questions. And to first answer Councilman Garcia's question about, and the concerns about what talks about commercial area versus non-commercial area, I say that to be in more layman's terms than jargon here, but Commercial core area here is actually what was referred to in the ordinance as Measure V area. And that encapsulates all of the commercial zone plus the manufacturing zone we have on East Montecito. And then, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Parkhurst, could you repeat your question?
Yeah, so on this slide, you're asking us, you've got, this is recommendation number 2, and there's A and B. And the way I'm reading this is that you're asking us to choose between A or B. But there seem to be very different things, and I see Councilmember Garcia shaking his head. So the or there at the end of 2A is very confusing to me. Is that language that's in the code, or are you saying we need to choose 2A or 2B?
Thank you for the question. I'll clarify. It's A or B. It's not language to be part of the code. It's just that or is to A or B.
You're offering us two proposed options to solve the gap that you are describing.
That is correct, and it's certainly City Council's option to go with Planning Commission's recommendation to adopt as drafted.
Okay.
Can I ask a procedural question?
Okay.
I don't believe that this recommendation or the language that would implement it was included in what was posted as part of this meeting. Can we actually consider that, given that I'm not sure we've given the public notice of that blending of the two film permits and these changes?
Yes, because those modifications will be modifications to the TUP chapter as it exists, which already mentions an exemption for filming permits. So the council can make any other amendments to these code sections.
Okay.
Including.
Because this doesn't call for an amendment to, for example, the film permitting section, which was not noticed. Is that?
That's right.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
And then I believe adoption with modification does not limit to these options. These are the options that's as solutions that staff have come up with in response to the public comment. So City Council can make any other modifications it deems necessary.
Okay, let's leave this up or bring it back when we come back for discussion. All right, and that concludes your report, you said, right?
That's correct, thank you.
Okay, now we'll move on to public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The City Clerk's Office received 4 emails on this topic. They were received from Anthony Sweeney, Stephen Rosker, Brand Stater Design, and Debbie Willis. At this time, we do not have any speaker cards submitted for public hearing number 1.
And I will say that those emails were forwarded to the City Council for review, and will be, if not already, posted to the website.
They will be submitted or uploaded to the city's website, but they have not yet been.
Thank you.
And we do have Planning Commission Chair here tonight too, if you need him.
Okay, well, I will bring it back to discussion then. I think we should probably organize it perhaps in the order of the presentation. Does anybody have a concern about that?
Great recommendation.
So I actually had a comment to the definition of commercial use, and it's an organizational, just I think to make it clearer. You could put that up maybe. Sorry. Oh, it's behind me. The way I read this is that it's meant to provide 3 different descriptions of what would constitute commercial use and that are somewhat distinctive. And I would recommend providing some sort of subsectioning. I don't know exactly what numbering we would be on, but A, B, and C type thing, so that any fare, fee, rate, charge, or other consideration would be one use that would be considered commercial. Directly or indirectly in connection with any business would be a separate, B, and then C would be any other undertaking intended for profit or gain. And the reason I'm making this comment is that if you read it without those sort of subsections, I think people could interpret B, directly or indirectly in connection with any business, as still requiring there to be some consideration paid, and I don't think that's the intent. I think the intent is that if you are running a business in your house, whether or not you are charging for that particular event still makes the use commercial. And I think by separating it out, it'll be clearer, particularly because that last description uses the word other, which to me could suggest an interpretation that all of the other types also require profit or gain. So I don't know if that's consistent, Senior Planner Wolf, with the discussion of the Planning Commission and then the intent of this, but if that's so, then I would recommend that, just ordering change. Any other comments on the definitions? Or discussion, I should say. Okay. And then how about the changes to the historic preservation ordinance, which essentially makes it either adaptive reuse or Mills Act benefits?
I like that approach. I think that makes sense. I think
Okay.
is a good change.
Okay.
It does limit how much money can be made using the property for the purposes of preserving the property. So, there is a downside to that.
Well, it just means they can't double dip, because otherwise they could get an exemption for their taxes and make a profit.
The idea is it goes towards the preservation of the property.
But that's what the Mills Act is for. That's what the Mills Act gives you, that credit in your taxes, so that property tax, so that you can use that to pay for.
Right.
So you get to choose. You can't, otherwise you're getting doubled your money.
Well, my point is, though, if we have a greater goal here, if we're trying to preserve homes, then maybe that balances against.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Councilmember Goss. I just feel as though that Mills Act is more for residents, and I feel as though adaptive reuse is more for commercial purposes, within the spirit of what those two things stand for. So if you're gonna be calling yourself out of the zone adaptive reuse, you're not really considering that a residence anymore. I did a lot of research on adaptive reuse and the definitions today, and I feel as though they're two glaringly different things, and to have both, I think, would contradict kind of the spirit of what they stand for. That's my personal opinion, but.
So you could do, the adaptive reuse could be done in such a way so as to cancel out or mitigate the benefits of the preservation through Mills Act.
Yeah, yes and no. If we think of the two adaptive reuses that we've had here in the city, or I guess we've had three, Renaissance Plaza being one, another one being the Hotel Shirley, and the third being the church that was on Highland that's now moderate income housing.
Right.
Those are the three, and those are the examples. Oh, I guess we have adaptive reuse within the Alverno the villa as well. But as far as housing, yeah, that's kind of where I am. But I do see what you're saying, because if our goal is to preserve, we should. But
I also see Councilwoman Lowe's point as well. We'd be double at advantaging citizens in the community versus everybody else. And presumably they have resources, or they would be getting a historical property in the first place.
Yeah, and if we look at the last Mills Act contract that we approved, we did see that basically everything that's being covered, everything that was in that Mills Act contract is basically covered by taxes. There was no extra.
Right.
So if you're doing both, then you're kind of getting the benefit of extra. And that was a large contract, if you recall.
It was.
And we were all happy to approve that, but it was I think it covered maybe all but $2,000 and over hundreds of thousands of dollars of upgrades, right?
I'm with you. I think it makes sense.
I sort of view it as having two different, each puts a burden on the community, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Mills Act puts a burden on the city's budget, essentially, because we're getting less tax revenue for that particular property, and property tax is our main source of city income revenue. And then the burden on the adaptive reuse puts a burden on particularly the surrounding neighborhood, because, you know, this is a non-commercial enterprise going to occur in a non-commercial area. And so to me, they're not necessarily double dipping, but I also feel like we should be weighing the burdens and sort of, you know, providing benefits kind of in a fair way, so that we're not overburdening our community. That's the way I sort of looked at it.
Makes sense.
Good.
All right, so the next chapter was on home occupations, and I'm not gonna rehash all of the changes there, but, I mean, I think we got a sense of it.
I really like the reorganization. I think it makes much more sense, and it's much more easy to follow when you're reading.
Do we see that there's a need for a definition of public parking?
I did notice that in a later code section, that we used a slightly different term. Give me 1 second. It was in the temporary use for commercial use, the findings. We used, the finding would be that we would not unreasonably overload street parking or public parking facilities, which seems to me that we should either use that consistently or use public parking consistently to mean that. So it seems to me that the TUP language might satisfy what you were looking for in terms of greater clarity, street parking or public parking facilities.
I think so.
That seems to comport with
Yeah,
what
I agree.
Senior Planner Wolf, does that make sense? Is that consistent with what you intended, what the staff intended public parking to mean in the other instance?
I'm sorry, could you repeat which was more clear?
The reference in the TUP commercial use findings, which is street parking or public parking facilities, that seems consistent with the common use definition that you provided earlier with respect to the home occupancy. Is that correct?
And that's the finding you'd like to see reflected in the home occupation permit? Got it.
If that's the intent, I mean, it seems consistent with the discussion that we had.
That is the intent, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's clear.
Any other questions or comments, discussions on the home occupancy ordinance changes?
Did we discuss what the 25% of residential floor area means? And because I think properties are being used out for commercial outside of just residential. Maybe I'm kind of stepping into temporary use permit issues. But if you're using a lot of your outdoor area rather than your residential living area.
I don't think it can be outdoors unless it's.
That's right, we discussed that last time.
Occur outside a fully enclosed structure.
You'd have to have a discretionary permit for that.
Okay.
That is a good question. How, you know, if someone came in with a discretionary permit and they had some portion of the occupancy outside the home, how does that marry with the, like in the discretionary sense, the 50% limit on the residential floor area?
That hadn't been considered, so I believe that we would likely need to consider how much extent of the property as a whole, as a land area, could be designated for the home occupation if it were to occur outside the enclosed structure.
Does that have to be codified, or if, because this would be part of the discretionary process, could we not include the portion outside as part of what the what the consideration and discretion applied would cover?
It could be a case-by-case basis if, say, someone wanted to use their backyard as a home occupation area for, let's say, yoga, for example, and that backyard was, let's say, 800 square feet, and the residence was 1,600 square feet. That would meet a 50% threshold, and let's say that their backyard was instead not 800 square feet, but 1,200 square feet, and their residence is, again, that's 1,600 square feet. They may instead designate a certain area within the backyard. We could flexibly interpret that standard for size of home occupation to the backyard as it would apply to the areas designated in the dwelling unit.
I guess my question was, how much discretion do we want to allow for here versus, I honestly don't want to get into residential floor area versus, lot size per se. But it seems to me that if there was a permit to allow for outdoor home occupancy permit, that would already be fully discretionary. And so part of the discretion applied would be how much of the property is being occupied and for what activity.
That is correct. So a standard finding to make would be if it is outside the fully enclosed area and it does occur outdoors, that the area of the outdoor be limited to the same area that would be limited indoors.
Yes, I'm contemplating, I think you use an example of home yoga or something.
Yeah.
But then I'm thinking of like a home floral designer that works by themselves and they're setting up and they don't have any burden on parking, they don't have any employees coming, they live there. They might require a little more room. I don't, but I would prefer staff to have some discretion on those types of issues, and look at kind of the other burdens in the community. Really have, I think, leaving discretion rather than trying to hammer in all these potential pitfalls, I think would be better, to Mayor's point.
Right, because I guess, I don't know what the absolute, if there are any absolute exceptions, but if you were to think of something like, if I wanted to paint cars in my backyard, I'm not sure anybody would care if it took up half or less of my outdoor space, but nobody would want me to do it at all because of the smell and the pollution nuisance. And so, I don't want to necessarily set a standard that then we couldn't say, whether it takes up 50% or not outdoors, it's not something we want to be happening outdoors.
That's correct. So in order to approve any application for home occupation, discretionary or streamlined, the application would need to meet all of the standards. So yes, a nuisance, regardless of whether this is a small sized home occupation, would still need to be in compliance.
Any other comments, discussions on home occupancy changes? Okay, and then I think that leaves us with the temporary use permit changes. I would say I do appreciate the bifurcation into residential versus commercial because there was a lot of confusion in the discussion with the Planning Commission when we were talking about both together. So I think that's going to be a good change because I think people feel very differently about backyard birthday parties versus backyard commercial events.
I guess starting with ordinance 1470 slide 24, commercial uses in any zone which has a primary designation of residential is discouraged. Are we just saying that because obviously we don't want that there, but it just seems odd to put it in a permitting language or in code language when we don't enforce it or we don't make it a rule. So I guess kind of why is it, like the purpose of it seems kind of odd for that moment.
As I recall, the original draft from the temporary permit subcommittee, this language was within the next section under section 20 for allowable uses of permits, but the language itself is not something that it itself could be enforced, so it needed a recommendation of council to, legal counsel to move it into the purpose.
Okay.
So that's supported then by the findings for temporary use permits for commercial uses within non-commercial zones.
I mean, the way I would interpret that is that if there's any discretion,
It airs.
that and there's sort of debate about it. I think
fair.
that sort of directs that at least at the moment the purpose of this is to limit commercial
that makes
uses in
sense.
non-commercial areas.
Thank you. And then, of course, I think Councilmember Garcia and I were both looking at the non-commercial zone, 1 calendar per year. I don't think that would, I don't like that one section because I think it's not conducive to this community's ability to really use certain venues and certain homes as fundraising venues. I'm thinking of Lima, North Lima with the Young's Home, and I'm thinking just recently of Sierra Madre Community Foundations using Miles' home, their home as well, and that would mean they can only use it once a year, when I think that just kind of negates that community feeling that we get to partake and bond and do these things, and then it kind of restricts that.
The limitation for frequency is placed specifically to a property and not to an organization. So the organization may choose a different location to operate more than once per year.
Yeah, and I'm with that with the fee waiver, but I don't know that I'm with that with the frequency of use.
It's a discussion.
I'm sorry, say that again?
It's a discussion matter.
Yeah, we're in discussion.
We're in discussion, yeah.
I mean, there's two sides to this coin, right? Like, you're right, that
Yeah.
the Young's Home is amazing for fundraisers, and they very well in a
Weddings.
calendar year might have, a couple different events. I'd hate to see like the whiskey and wine not happen because, maybe one of their kids gets married in their backyard. On the other hand, I'm sure their neighbors would prefer them not to have it every weekend. So
Oh,
I
yeah,
think there has
definitely,
to
definitely.
be something, and any number that we put on there is going to maybe hit up against this problem, right? Like, what is
Yeah,
that
but
number?
I think one is unreasonable, just personally.
So
Yeah.
what would be reasonable then?
Maybe one every 6 months, or 2 a year, or, I mean, it's hard to designate that because we know that fundraising happens at certain times, and you can't plan, like, when your kid, sorry, you can't get married that weekend. I know you want to, but you have to wait because we have a fundraiser already planned.
I think 2 within the calendar year is reasonable.
I'd be comfortable with that.
Sure. We were 4 before. That's
Mhm.
what the code was. Kind of where I sit.
I don't know if there were any particular, I don't remember if there's any particular discussion at the planning commission around this item, and if there was anything that concerned them about having more than one that we're not thinking of.
Do we want to ask
Yeah.
planning commission?
That may have been a leading question.
Thank you. One of the considerations we had is that as part of being a non-commercial event, a lot of those noticing requirements are no longer there. And so you won't find out about this until all of a sudden it happens. And so we wanted to balance people's, as Mayor identified, people's ability for quiet, peaceful enjoyment of their home with the ability of people to open up their other locations. And so that was the concern, and we wanted you to have the final decision and make that final decision, but we were trying to balance what we had opened up with a limitation as to how many.
Great, thank you. I mean, personally, I'm comfortable that 2 probably still strikes that balance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we would recommend moving that into 2. Other concerns around the changes, timing or the noticing requirements that Chair Dennison just brought up?
I'm comfortable with the rest of it.
I am too.
Any other discussion? All right, so let's get to the, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Are we making 2 changes, 3 changes?
2 so far, but then I think we need to talk about the filming overlay
Okay.
that was brought up at the very end.
In your presentation? Filming. No, that's new. Oh, there it is.
I think the one on the day is this updated.
I'm gonna take a picture of this. That's okay. I just didn't have it on my digital version, so I was just gonna add it.
Anybody have thoughts on the recommendations or alternative approaches to harmonizing the temporary use permit ordinance with our filming permit ordinance? Based on the public comment I reviewed, just to clarify, I think the concern is that getting a filming permit could effectively override the limitation on the number of temporary use permits and sort of negating the limitations that we just discussed. Because having a filming permit is a exemption to the need to get a TUP. Is that a correct summation? Thank you. And I don't think that was the intent.
I feel like we need to kind of hash out the recommendations, kind of to Mayor Pro Tem's point with the or, and see kind of what maybe we need a little bit more input from staff, what the thought is for the ors relative to the original recommendation. Well, I think you summarized why those ors are there. But I'm still not comfortable with going one or the other without a little bit more discussion as to the benefits and cost of each decision.
Senior Planner Wolf, are you prepared to give us a little bit of a primer on the pros and cons of each recommendation? Or at least the thinking behind behind each, and why one would be why there are two, like what you see as the differences between the two.
Thank you.
So thank you. As I read the public comment, the first few solutions and two solutions really that came to mind to address the concerns about filming permits being a way to go around the temporary use permit requirements was first to eliminate that exemption. But as I thought about eliminating that exemption, I thought, oh, well, that will limit, to be one temporary use permit per year, will limit if any resident wants a birthday party in that same calendar year. So now City Council has directed to change that to twice per year, which gives way more flexibility in the option of in option A, eliminating the exemption for filming permits. The option B was an alternative to option A because I thought that was kind of a harsh way to impose either get a temporary use permit or a filming permit per year.
Do we have anybody here from community service? I just was wondering, how often do we have filming permits not in sort of the typical locations, either the villa or the Measure V area? I don't think so.
Don't believe we have any more.
Okay. I mean, it strikes me as relatively rare. I mean, I know there was a house used in Oppenheimer, and but it seems to me like much more rare than filming in the Measure V area or at the villa. Is that sure? Please.
Of course, city staff's permit applications are mostly for film and not still shots. Measure V are very rare. They do happen on occasion, but they're in the downtown business district. They're very rare for the film, for the still shots. We do, and we just recently approved some for two different properties in town, one at the Alverno and one at the Lavender Marketplace.
And I don't want to get too off topic here, but how does this all kind of affect the entrepreneurial overlay zone? Is there no effect on that, or is it consistent?
My immediate thought is that residential entrepreneur, all the rights therein are independent of these changes and modifications.
Okay, good.
Are you thinking about like if someone had a photography studio?
Just because we're calling out the Measure V area and the entrepreneurial overlay zone is outside of that, and it has specific kind of protections within our general plan, and or advantages within our general plan. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't being inconsistent or precluding something they can do within that area.
As Councilman Garcia, I would like to add to clarify that the residential entrepreneur overlay area is explicitly with, or outside of the Measure V boundary, but it does grant certain light rights to commercial uses.
Yeah.
So do we feel like we're addressing this by changing the number of events to 2?
Yeah, I was wondering that same thing.
No, I think we still need
Because it okay.
because I think the idea being that if you were to get a filming permit, that could be unlimited if you followed that procedure, and that would effectively eliminate the limit on events.
Do you, oh. So I think one thing I agree with that might help remedy it, but the limit is on the TUPs coming out, and even if it was 2, I think the closeness of those events could be addressed. I mean, they couldn't be within 30 days prior to, so in other words, you couldn't have like a wedding and then have a filming session the whole next week, and
Yeah, I think the question is we would still need to do something to synchronize the film permit process with the limitations we're putting on TUPs, so that our film permits don't effectively create additional events that would otherwise be subject to the limitations of a TUP.
And my question then from public comment, I don't know if Senior Manager Wolf, hi, sorry. I don't know if, when you said public comment, did you mean that a property was using film permit as really a TUP, when like they were using that, or was it that the frequency, there was a public comment, because I haven't looked through all the public comments, the public comment that it was the frequency happening, like an event happening and then a filming permit?
So it's really both. It's
Okay.
that the filming permits are also seen as events that are being filmed.
Okay.
And is your language in item B here an attempt to try to remedy that? So that would include, I guess I'm still struggling with the difference between A and B. The B seems to make more sense because it has a limit of no more than 1 time per calendar year or within 30 days of another event. So is that, so I don't know what is A trying to get at? Because I think I understand B, but I'm not sure I follow what A is.
A is essentially placing the limitation of filming permits to the same standards as temporary use permits on as far as frequency goes. So by eliminating the exemption of temporary use permits for filming permits, that would thereby require all filming permits to also obtain a temporary use permit, which is subject to those limitations twice per year now.
Oh, I don't like that.
So we haven't had any film, since I've been on the council, any film or photography permit discussions at this dais. So could you just...
Other than with respect to the villa.
Yeah, but I mean, specifically,
common
like, I want to have an understanding of, let's say somebody is having a birthday party and has a photographer over to just maybe take still photos. What is the benchmark in order to have, that requires a filming permit that?
A crew of 5.
Crew of 5, okay.
Yes.
But I guess the flip side is what I was thinking, is that if you go through the process of getting a film permit, it didn't occur to me that then would also require you to get a temporary use permit.
Correct, me too.
Under current standards, that is correct. Within the film permit standards, there are residential area standards that limit the number of days per month to 10 per month, and also 60 per year.
But if I remember correctly, the film permit section also requires you to like affirmatively get permission, essentially, from your neighbors in a certain area, right? So the hurdles to jump through to get a filming permit would be higher than, a discretionary TUP or a non-discretionary TUP. because, you know, your neighbors would have nothing to say about any TUP really, but certainly nothing to say about the ministerial TUP.
As I'm reading the standards for film and photography in residential areas, that is my understanding to be correct.
I'm gonna suggest that procedurally, because this seems to be creating a lot of churn, that maybe we think about this a little bit more, and can we revisit, we probably cannot revisit on second reading, right, because that would be the first reading with respect to this. Can we move forward with the other aspects of this as first reading, and then have a second reading on that, and then just have a separate process with respect to this, or do we need to include all amendments in the same ordinance?
We can do two separate amendments to the code.
And this doesn't require a general plan amendment, right? So that we're not
Does not
limited
require
by.
general plan amendment, but my question to legal counsel would be, does this require two separate ordinances?
Yes, it would.
Thank you.
So then we would address, so then are we proposing that we would then address the filming in chapter 536 and keep this information in? No, you're shaking your head, so.
I think what Mayor's recommending is the 3 changes that we talked about.
Right, I agree.
Yeah, and then since this came to us, amazing that staff can get this to us last minute upon public comment, but then we will revisit this as a different ordinance at a later date. These are
And then the difference,
the filming issue.
in the different ordinance, then it could focus on chapter 1788, or it could be chapter 536. Either way, we could be addressing the filming in either place of those.
I think that was her proposal, yes.
Okay, okay.
Because when you say that needs to be a separate ordinance, it doesn't mean that we couldn't go back and then, if we
That's-
decided that
yes,
option
that's where
A
my mind's going,
was
yes.
better, we could still do that as a second process.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, I don't like to kick the can, but it felt like that was gonna spin out of control. All right, so I think we have enough to adopt ordinance 1470 with modifications as discussed. Would someone like to make a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay. So on to our second public hearing. Get organized. All right, Planning Manager Claire Lynn, I believe is going to present the consideration of the appeal of the Planning Commission decision approving amendments to conditional use permit 22-3, conditions of approval for private rental events and filming at the villa on the Alverno campus.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. The City Council will be holding a de novo hearing for the appeal of decision on the conditional use permit 22-03 and the amended conditions of approval for the private rental events at the villa located within the Alverno Heights Academy campus. Staff has an overview of the presentation that will focus on the subject raised in the appeal in this order. We will start with ex parte disclosure, if there's any.
I visited the outside of the villa during a November 18th wedding, I believe it was, and myself and Commissioner Simcock were taking measurements with a sound measuring device.
And I've been around the facility during one of the events on a weekend. It was the weekend they were doing the filming. So never went in the property, but went around the outside.
The same, I did a perimeter drive, and that's the most recent long-term filming during that span. Anybody else? Okay, great, thank you.
All right, thank you. And next, our city attorney will brief us on what is expected of a de novo hearing. Turn over to city attorney.
So de novo means again or anew. So the city council will not assume that planning commission's actions were correct or incorrect. City council will look at the issue from the beginning as if the issues were being heard for the first time, and city council will exercise its independent judgment in coming to its conclusions.
But we are limited to 3 items: frequency, time of use, and noise. Is that right?
The city council can review any part of the CUP. It can only make modifications to the CUP if it finds evidence that those conditions were violated. So city council has free reign over the entire CUP, but limited reign over modifications it can make.
So if we wanted to do one modification to revoke the CUP, can we do that?
Yes.
And to clarify on your de novo standard explanation, the findings of the planning commission can be used as evidence in our discussion and our considerations, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
City Attorney. And the next slide, I'll be going over a brief background and also appellant's request. So in 2022, the Planning Commission approved Resolution 22-17 for conditional use permit 22-03, allowing private rental events for the villa. According to the CUP's General Condition Number 11, the Planning Commission shall hold a public hearing 1 year from the approval date to determine compliance with the conditions of approval. So on October 19th, the Planning Commission hold an annual review as a discussion item, received a staff presentation, and heard from the public. The discussion continued to November 16, 2023. At that meeting, the Planning Commission directed staff to schedule a public hearing based on the CUP condition number 11 to amend the conditions of approval to address the identified issues that were raised in the annual review. At the March 7th public hearing, amendments were made to the conditions of approval, including time of use, noise, traffic and parking, and on-site event monitoring. Subsequently, on March 19th, Alverno filed an appeal of decision. Alverno Heights Academy is appealing the City of Sierra Madre Planning Commission's recent decisions to change conditions of approval in the CUP regarding numbers of events allowed, the time of use, and the standards for noise. Alverno Heights Academy alleged the changes negatively impacted Alverno's operation and its necessity to maintain the villa's historic status. Alverno requests that the City Council to restore the original conditions to ensure villa's financial viability and compliance with historic preservation objectives. Next, we'll have a side-by-side comparison table for the City Council to review the conditions that were approved in 2022 and the condition recently approved by the Planning Commission. So condition number 1.1 for the frequency of use, the Planning Commission values the historic status of the villa and took into consideration that the events may have already been contracted or scheduled for the current year. The number of events remain unchanged until January 1st, 2025. Based on the valid concerns voiced by the community with the noise event ending time beyond 10 p.m. and identified discrepancies in the event monitoring reports about the rental events, the Planning Commission took regulatory actions by reducing the number of events for the upcoming year to lessen the impact to the neighbors. This provides the flexibility to adjust the number of events during future annual reviews contingent upon performance demonstrated by Alverno Heights Academy. The next condition is condition 2.2, time of use. The Planning Commission understands that the City Council's intent was that the event should conclude at 10 p.m. and at that time, all event activity would be finalized. Public comment shows that the villa event were not concluding by 10 p.m. during the review period. Planning Commission feels that by providing clear guidelines and definition efforts to ensure the events will conclude on time, enable the seamless resumption of residential activity by 10 p.m. So all the events shall conclude at 9:30 p.m. and the event cleanup shall be no later than 10 p.m. Next subject of appeal is condition number 3.3 and 3.7. For consistency purpose, the Planning Commission feels that the condition of the noise standard should tie to the city ordinance, which ties to a set of objective standards and definitions, and it will also tie to any future citywide municipal code text amendment. And as you can see, there were additional amendments that were made during the meeting that are not a part of the appeal.
Can I ask a question before we move on? Is there a functional difference between the, for example, 70 decibels that was in the conditions of approval and what's in the noise ordinance, chapter 9.32 currently? Is there an objective or an actual difference, or is it just a change in reference that's being disputed?
In our noise ordinance, there is a difference between 70 and the ambience noise. So the ambience level was defined by the lowest decibel taken in the 2-minute interval. And I believe for commercial or institutional use or commercial use, that you cannot go 8 decibel or 6 decibel above the ambience noise.
Okay, so it's an objectively different standard. Okay.
And my next slides are responding to the public comments that the public was not able to find the events posted on Alverno's website. So if you go to alvernoheightsacademy.org, go into neighbor information, and all the future event will be posted on that site. The public can also find the uploaded monitoring reports at the city's website that the city received from Alverno and the event monitoring.
So on the Alverno website, is it your understanding that all of their future events should be listed on there? All of the ones that are under contract?
Correct. That's what Alverno had been told at the meeting, that all the events under contract will be listed on their calendar.
So that means that there are no events, that Alverno has no events then after November of this year, is what you're telling me. Because there's no events there are events through September, every weekend in September, except for Labor Day, but then there are no events on their calendar after October. There are events in October, one in November, but then there's nothing from December 2024 through into 2025. So there's no events currently planned for November through middle of 2025.
All right, that's how Alverno was explaining to us, to the Planning Commission, and we can have Alverno clarify that.
Were you on their just to be clear what you were looking at?
I was just looking at their website. I looked
Okay.
at it earlier today, and as I was just checking it to confirm what I saw earlier today, and I saw that there's nothing on their calendar after November of 2024.
Okay, thank you.
So alternative before the City Council this evening is to approve Resolution 24-19, amending the conditional use permit 2203, or approve with modification, or deny the conditional use permit and citing the reasons for denial, or to refer the matter back to the Planning Commission and provide applicant with the staff and staff with direction. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any question you may have, or we can invite the representative from Alverno to speak.
I had another question, and I believe this is item 10, in the general conditions, I think it's 10.3. And it states, and this is part of Exhibit A of the staff report, it says, quarterly notices shall be forwarded to the City Council, Planning Commission, and the Director of Planning and Community Preservation. As the Director of Planning and Community Preservation, have you received any quarterly notices?
I have not received since this January.
Okay. And has any member of the City Council received any quarterly notices?
No.
No.
I have a question back on the sound. How was the original number of 70 decibels first brought? I mean, how did that become the number limit?
I believe that was part of originally prior to the conditional use permit. That number was derived by a settlement from Alverno's neighbors against Alverno, and that number derives from that settlement.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions? I know that the copy of the presentation that we have has a few more pages after this, talking about the change in event monitor and then some issues and questions raised by neighbors at some of the outside meetings. Or is that something that we're going to cover later, or is that just for our information?
Those were for information. They weren't part of the appeal, but those changes were made at the Planning Commission that we have entered into a memorandum of understanding with our police department that they no longer use Securitas for their event monitoring. Instead, started May 18th this year. We start to hire our off-duty officer to conduct the monitoring.
And do we have any report from? Has there been an event? You said there has been an event since we've switched over?
We have 2 events.
Is there any update we can get? It doesn't have to be now, but at some point we can get an update as to how that went.
Mayor, our police chief is here, and I'm sure he can give you an update. He can give the council an update.
I'm happy to do that now, or we can do it.
We can do that now.
Sure.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Temp and City Council. So in regards to Alverno, we've had 2 events. I believe there were 2 separate weddings. It was Saturday the 18th and then this weekend, Saturday. We did check for any calls for service. There was 0 calls for service.
And as far as you know, the event monitoring?
It went very well. I actually met with Andrea the first day. I was there for about 2.5 hours or so. And she walked me through the whole, our area of responsibilities. It was conveyed to all of the officers that are assigned to work that off-duty event, and I think it's been beneficial. Like I said, we've gotten no calls for service.
Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Oh, sorry.
No, please.
Can you call or do you know what the maximum decibel level was during your readings?
I don't have it offhand. I could check my phone. I have them all on my phone, but they were all under 70. I can assure you that, probably in the low 60s or so. The officers weren't very concerned. They said the noise was at a moderate level.
And were the doors and windows closed this time?
I do not know. I know they had the first day that we were there, the 18th, they had an outdoor event that was earlier in the day, but it was a little bit of a mature, very professional crowd that was there. And like I said, no issues or concerns.
And when you were inside the villa, did you happen to see any noise dampening work done? Was there anything that would help dampen noise?
Not that I'm aware of.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, this may be more for Senior Planner Lynn. What was the lead up to the changeover from Securitas to our off-duty police officers? You know, what was not happening, or what were some of the issues that were seen with Securitas?
Want me to answer it?
Either one of you.
I think there was, I mean, based on the Planning Commission meeting, there were some concerns regarding the reports. There was penmanship that they felt was completed by someone at Alverno versus Securitas. So there was just some concerns as to who was completing the report. That's one of the major things that came about, and to make it a little more independent, where it's unbiased, that's where the city manager came up with the idea to use police services off-duty to monitor so that there wouldn't be a connection to Alverno.
Mayor, can I follow?
It seems to be beneficial.
Chief, was that the concerns you mentioned, were they in public comment during those planning commission meetings?
Yes.
And maybe this is a question for the chair of the planning commission, but was it the event monitor checklist that we're having issue with?
It was a completely the report that we had prior to us coming on board was very different. Our city attorney got involved, and they modified the reporting process. It's a much simpler. So to give you an example, from May 18, 24, decibel readings, the highest was 58.4. All of the others were 45, 47, 42, 51, 50, 48. So way below the 70.
Should we hear from the planning commission chair regarding the no confidence? Is that?
Do we want to do that? I don't know which order we want to
if I may,
do that in. Did you have another question for the?
I had another one for the police chief.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so to your knowledge, did you respond to any events or any calls for service after 10 p.m. During the last 6 months?
So I have the report. I could give you, I dove into 2023 and 2024. If you want me to give you a breakdown, I can.
I'm looking for anything past 10 p.m., any calls for service after 10 p.m., any noise complaints, any,
So I'll give you an example from May 1st to now. So, I mean, January 1st to today's date, we've had, and what we call calls for service, what I mean is a CAT event. So if we do a traffic stop, extra patrol, we get suspicious activity. At that address, 200 North Michelinda, it will create a CAT event. So when we talk about CAT events, there's a lot of confusion. So we had 64 CAT events that we've had from the beginning of January 1st, this year, 2024, to now. Of those 64
actually 65. Of the 65, 7 of them only are for noise. 7 only out of 65. And out of those 65, 1 is actually a double incident. So you actually have 6 events that we got called for service. So in regards to after 10 o'clock, so this one was not. So we have 1 call here, 200 North Michelinda. This was April 20th, and it was at almost 11 p.m. We had a call for service there, and it said music and noise coming from the location. However, I did look at all of them, and all of them, the decibel reading was under 70.
But
So
we had one at almost 11 p.m.
This was, I'm sorry, 2054, so it's right at, right before 9 p.m. I'm sorry. So 2113, 2054, 1738. Okay, this one here was a call for service, movie detail. So it had nothing to do with a wedding. That was at 1:17 a.m. But it had to do with movie filming. Nothing to do with an Alverno wedding or an event. So in regards to all of the incidents, none except of those 7 calls for service, only that one, and it was regarding filming. Nothing to do with an event.
So before you took over the reporting, then, this might be a question for you, City Manager Reynoso, then were there, when we looked through the reports, how many of the reports noted that the lights were not out by 10 o'clock?
So I think that would be a question that's more appropriate for Planner Lynn, who
Okay,
reviews the
thank you.
reports.
When the reports said they go to you, I literally thought they went to you, sorry.
I can also go back to all of 2023 if you need me to.
Yeah, I'd like to look at 2023, particularly.
Absolutely.
There's 2 CAD events that I believe were after 10 p.m. I can give you the exact.
I have them all here, so bear with me. So in 2023, we had 48 total calls for service. So just in that year. So we've had about the same in the last 5 months that we had all last year. Of those 48 events, we had 11 for loud music. Of those 11, 3 of those were 2 calls for service for the same incident. So out of all of the events that we had, probably 24, 25 last year, we got called on 8 of those events. Now, I don't have it broken down as to whether it was a wedding, it could have been a school event, so I'll get into that a little further. So we had loud music, it was before 10 o'clock. This one here is after 10 o'clock, loud party, 2226, which is about 10:30. Yeah, that was, I think, under the old, right? March 25th of 23. And that was at 2226 that somebody called in a loud party. And then they went and they checked and it was under the decibel.
But so the difference is that the decibels don't necessarily matter when it comes to the timing.
Correct.
So the timing, if it's anything after 9:30, the event's supposed to be shut down, and after 10, all cars are out except for the organizer and the event monitor.
So on this particular one, we had 2 calls that same night and that are about 15 minutes apart.
March 22nd, or March 25th.
March 25th, correct.
How about on April 22nd?
Correct. And then there's another one too at about 11 minutes after, and that was the one, I think it was discussed during the Planning Commission meeting. There was people screaming and whistling outside on the sidewalk.
And what date was that?
That was April 22nd. That was about 11 minutes. And then other than that, you have another one here. It's 20:57 hours, so almost, no, that's under 9 o'clock.
Okay.
19, under 9, under. Those are the only 2.
So
that they're all before.
Madam Mayor?
Are you, just hold, is that?
Yeah, thank
okay.
you.
Councilmember.
So under the current situation, so not Securitas, but rather off-duty Sierra Madre Police Department officers, do we have a different standard? So since it's not an independent company, we have off-duty officers, could they then make a report on their own if there's noise after a certain time, or how does that work? Or are they just filling out the form?
No, so they're actually checking in with Andrea from the beginning, and they actually leave when she leaves.
But as
So
far as if they feel there's something outside the scope of the conditional use permit, could they then kind of lodge a violation, or do they have to wait for somebody in the one of the residents to complain?
No, so if let's say the decibel reading's at 72, it's their responsibility to make sure that that decibel reading goes below.
So they would be proactive in their...
They are, and they're proactive also, for example, if they're smoking in an area they shouldn't, or if they're walking outside with alcohol, we're actually assisting with that to ensure that they're also in compliance.
Is there any identification in their uniform that they're with our police department?
No, there's no identification. However, they do wear a vest over their clothing that identifies them as monitors only.
So just to follow up on that, so previously Securitas was just monitoring, as you said, and taking down times and readings and generating a report of some sort. You're suggesting now, under this new arrangement, our off-duty police officers who are acting as event monitors can also do some measure of enforcement, as you said, in terms of like having the music be lowered to the appropriate level, ensuring that music is off at 9:30, those types of things, or?
Correct. They're just ensuring that Alverno stays within the compliance of the CUP.
But didn't...
However, it's too premature right now. I mean, we've only had 2 events, but it would be
understood.
interesting to see if it's actually working.
But I thought there was parts of the Securitas reports that were responding to the noises and asking them to be turned down. Maybe it wasn't as proactive, but...
Yeah, my question was really, is the nature of the event monitor changed by virtue of the new MOU with the city, versus sort of like just passive observer versus some measure of correction if the conditions are outside the scope?
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, I did read within some of these, the Securitas, like at 9:20, reminded that the alcohol and the music had to be done by 9:30, and that was like 10 minutes prior to. So I see what you're saying. There was a little bit of discussion, but with our own officers, I would hope that there would be a higher standard. Could they create a CAT event themselves, or how would that work?
So yes, we created a CAT event. So if you look at all the CAT events, the history of them, anywhere you see log, every event that Alverno has, they have to call the watch commander or our dispatch center and create a CAT event, whether they're having a wedding, a school event, whatever the event is, a funeral, filming, and it gets documented. If there's any issues or concerns, which there hasn't been, they're more than welcome to call a supervisor from Sierra Madre to respond there to assist with any matter. And then they provide their contact information also. Securitas also contact information. So if they need to get a hold of the actual officer from Sierra Madre, we have the contact.
Did that answer your question? I think were you asking a question that if there was a problem during the event that they were monitoring, would that be would they do a logging, or would you have to wait for a residential complaint?
That was my question, but as I thought, it was a bad question as he was answering. So
Yeah, the whole point to the monitor is so that we don't have our residents call when they have an event. That's the whole point behind it. So no, we're more proactive in that.
That's what I'm trying to get at. In your
We're
opinion,
being
is
more
this
proactive.
going to be a partial solution to some of the issues that the residents are having?
I think it's premature, but I think it's going in the right direction.
Okay.
Can I ask a follow-up with that then? So previously, if a resident had an issue, they could call the event monitors. There was a cell phone, and I know there was problems that the service, of course, around lots of parts of Sierra Madre is so poor that they couldn't be able to reach that event monitor or Andrea. And so now what do neighbors do? Do they call the do they the 1414 line? What do they do now?
There still is a phone number for Securitas if you need to get a hold of them directly, or they can call Sierra Madre Police Department, which will then call directly the officer that's working there off duty.
What's Securitas's role in this? I thought we were replacing them, or are they still acting as?
They are still there as their security.
Okay.
They are still there,
And then
but
so-
we are in addition. However, we're neutral party in all of this. So they're doing all of the enforcement. They're there. We're doing all the monitoring.
Got it.
So the problems that have existed with being able to reach Securitas or to have a voicemail that actually works have not been resolved by off-duty Sierra Madre police officers taking over the event monitoring.
No, when they had issues with that, I believe that was resolved through Securitas. I believe they came, one of their supervisors was present here, and they ironed out that issue with the cell phone.
Okay.
Any more questions for our police chief?
I do have another question for Manager Lim.
Sure.
Hi. Thank you so much, Chief. Is there a reason, I know that the Planning Commission, when I was attending the meetings, specifically was asking what type of sound dampening measures had been taken so far, besides just closing the doors, and that none had been done in 12 years. And so I don't know why, was that removed? That's removed from the new language is sound dampening measures, because I think that would actually help also with the cadence of sound and with the frequency of noise, you know, the laughing or say the pitch, the low bass and such. Is there a reason it's removed?
I remember that there was a discussion on that, and I believe at the discussion they said that it was a carryover from the previous conditions, and then there was that discussion about keeping the door closed or open, and that once they keep the door closed, those will suffice the noise dampening.
Because when I was rewatching it today, I can probably ask Commissioner Dennison, but that the answer came from Alverno that they do close the doors, but there was no measures taken aside from that and other measures, and that they had been asking, well, why has nothing been changed in 12 years? And that they would want to have seen any of those changes. So I'm just curious if maybe they can answer if they wanted it removed.
Yeah, maybe this is a good time to invite Chair Dennison up. I did ask him to be present to perhaps make some comments about the rationale of the Planning Commission around making these proposed changes to the conditions of approval.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and council members. The Planning Commission did spend quite a bit of time through these various meetings. The initial meeting we had, maybe I'll set a little background. We had started out with the idea of having these annual meetings because we knew that this was something that was going to be an ongoing process and needed to refine over time. As improvements got made, things would get better. If improvements that we had already set up didn't work, we would be able to refine them so that we did solve for what the challenges were. When we met with the applicants on October 19th, quite a few things came out in that meeting. One of them was that the cell phones weren't working. The reports that we were receiving were not clear. Securitas had reports that said police didn't show up on the same day that we had a CAD report that showed that they did. They were very inconsistent, very unclear. When Securitas actually testified, they did mention that the person who had filled out that first half of the year's reports was no longer with the company because he was not doing his job appropriately. So there was a real challenge on us being able to determine what it was that we could believe in the reports that we'd received. There was some confusion from the applicant as to the timing that was set forth in the CUP. And so they'd actually asked for clarification on that, which it was part of what we'd expected out of this process.
Could you be more specific about?
Yes, there was confusion about the time that cleanup would be allowed, and Ms. Bertolini actually asked us to make sure that that was clear going forward. And so that was part of our process for making sure that we had these new times set up in there.
So at that point, during that meeting, they were not certain about when the closing time was?
They were under the impression that there would be time allowed between 10 and 10:30 to do cleanup. We were under the impression that the CUP was very clear that the event was over and there should be nobody left there at 10. There was also the website that Commissioner Parkhurst, or Mayor Pro Tem Parkhurst, pointed out that did not exist. They had mentioned at our one of our subsequent meetings that at an annual meeting with the public, it had come forth that there was a very limited amount of data up there. There were plenty of past events, but no future events. And there was apparently some system limitations on their side to be able to post a limited amount of content. And so with the content that they had up there, it just wasn't able to show any of it. So at the time that we had our meeting in March, there were 3 events left in the quarter and the whole previous year's events, which doesn't allow the public. Our intention when we set this up was that anytime there was an event that was registered, it would then be published so that people could plan for these events. And we'd received those CAD reports that were mentioned earlier, 2304, 220017, and 18, which were events that happened with noise reports after 10 p.m. There were reports from Securitas that had noise readings taken after 9:30 that were the highest noise readings of the night. As our understanding was, the events were supposed to be done at 9:30 and music was supposed to be off. So as we weighed all of the various evidence that we saw, including, as was mentioned earlier, there was supposed to be quarterly notice given for all events. The Planning Commission has yet to receive a single notification about any of the quarterly events. And so when we saw that preponderance of evidence, we wanted to make sure that we were balancing the adaptive reuse to allow this fantastic historic building to exist, but also balance the other findings that we have to make. We're charged with making a finding. CUP finding 3 is that the proposed use will not unreasonably interfere with the use, possession, and enjoyment of surrounding and adjacent properties. And we were having a hard time balancing those two. And so where we landed was by reducing the amount of events that would happen in a given year from 6.5 times greater than any other property in the entire city to over 3 times more, that we would help be able to make the finding by reducing the volume of use there and hopefully give the neighbors that finding that they deserve of CUP finding 3.
Thank you. Are there any specific questions for Chair Dennison?
I have 2.
Please.
So, the noise section of that, section 3.2, which I wouldn't expect you to memorize it, I wouldn't have been able to. It says instrumentalists playing stringed instruments may be amplified in compliance with the Sierra Madre noise ordinance. Can you tell me a little bit of the background in coming up with stringed instruments and what you were thinking about? Kind of what was your deliberations, your process? How did you come to that item and the requirements?
Yeah, so I believe that some of that was legacy language that was carried over from the TUP. You'll remember that it was an annual TUP that was granting this before we codified it into a CUP. We inherited a lot of language in those and just tried to fine tune them so that there wasn't a disruption in service to the villa. The stringed instruments being significantly less noisy, I believe, was the intent of that, and we concurred with that as we started to form that CUP. There had been a report of a mariachi band that had randomly played, and they were stopped after they played, but that was another point that they asked for clarification on, that Alverno asked for clarification on. They And that was part of why we allowed for a different set of music and changed some of that music code. I don't think any of that is they objected to the new code that we put in. But the idea was that if you have a lot of loud music, you will disturb the neighbors.
And a mariachi band typically includes at least one horned instrument.
At least one horn instrument.
Okay. You know, the review on this happened October 19th, right?
That was the initial review.
Initial review. Here we are in May 28th, so it's been 6 months. So if we go ahead and we start this, and we're starting in January, we've got another 7 months of, I think, 19 events was what I remember from the March meeting. I didn't count everything that's now on the calendar. Does that pose you any concern? Because now you do the review. What's your thought on doing the review and the timing on it? Because that was something that I think you raised in the Planning Commission. Are there any thoughts about, you know, the lag of time on this, right? We'll have 19 more events before October. At that point in time, there will be a bunch of events booked potentially into 2025, although none of them are on the calendar. And then trying to be able to reduce this, it seems like we're always chasing our tail on it. We're always significantly lagged. And so any thoughts on kind of how the Planning Commission would approach that, or how you're thinking about it, or any of the discussions you had related to that?
Absolutely. I think that one of the challenges we had is that we don't want to disrupt the service, and I don't know that we could compel an organization to break contracts with that have already been signed, right? And so we didn't have much choice on limiting it for 24. And so we wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity to review this as quickly as possible. We're certain that Alverno will be good neighbors and that we'll get nothing but clean reports the rest of the year, and we'll be able to increase that number. That's our hope. We want everybody to get along out there, and we want to increase the number back to where it was. We have a review period. We elected not to change our review period. So we are still going to have our review in October, which is the annual date, and now we will have an entire, I think by that, to your point, we'll have 18 or so events that have happened under all of the new conditions, and we'll be able to review that and determine where we need to go from there. But there was no good answer to balance the challenge of contracts that have been signed with the ability to enforce a much more rapid action.
Had you thought at all, or have you contemplated at all an interim review of, say, 6 months? So instead of doing one in October and then doing one in May, maybe doing it twice a year? Do you think that would be effective? Do you think that would help to provide better feedback, better adaption of the plans?
I think that the challenge is that we try to be very interactive with any applicant. And so we will give the recommendations. City staff will go work with the applicant to come up with is both reasonable from the city side as well as what's reasonable from the business side. And so it's an iterative process, and it takes a little longer. We could absolutely do a review at 6 months. Any of the changes that we would impose, we would have to just go into the meeting and say yes or no. It is possible. The way that we've done it historically has been a more iterative process between the applicant and the city staff.
So you'd be doing it more often than once a year?
If we were to do it twice a year, then we would have to not consult the applicant for any input on the decisions that we made as to changing the terms. We would have to just rule as soon as the report happened, and actually schedule it not as, so we receive the report, we get the information, it's not actually a public hearing. So we would have to change it to be a public hearing, receive the report, and then go to a public hearing where we actually take action on it. That's not been the way historically that we've done it.
So put it another way, your thoughtful and deliberative process takes 6 months or so to be able to go through, to do the report, to have the iteration, to have the public hearing, to make sure that you're thinking back and forth of all the issues that have to be addressed?
I think that the timing, I don't think it takes that long. I think that the timing of this particular one over the holidays, because we met in October and then we met again in November. Had we changed, given different guidance in October and said, we absolutely want to, rather than have a public hearing where we hear what we might want to action to take, we could have changed that to an actual hearing and taken action then, but it would not have been as consultative of a process. If we go less consultative, it was also the holidays. The meetings stopped happening in late December and early January, and then all of a sudden it was March.
And you also have a very full agenda. I mean, I don't mean to, I mean, it's always packed at the Planning Commission, so I'm not trying to criticize it.
No, but I think to your answer, if we were to change the process to be an actual hearing instead of receiving a report and directing action after that, then we would be able in 6 months to make a go, no-go decision as to whether or not we wanted to limit that number further or expand it further. That would have to be the goal of it if we didn't want to do our standard process.
Got it. Thank you.
Could I ask you a question then? How, when you guys decided to look, instead of the 70 decibels, you're looking more at using our same municipal code for everybody. And I believe when we pull that up, it is, now it says limit for noise affecting residential properties is 6 decibels above local ambient noise levels for residential properties that say affecting residential properties versus 8 decibels above the local ambient noise for sources on commercial. So it would be the commercial, because it's the source is on the commercial, correct? That's what you guys were looking at?
I believe it's an institutional zone, not a commercial
okay.
zone.
So then, I guess, would it go to the 6?
So the challenge, and we had, if you need to fall asleep one night, you're welcome to watch the meeting where we heard the sound officials come in and educate us on this. But the challenge with ambient noise is that it's constantly changing. And so how is it without constant monitoring that you're able to determine what the ambient noise is? And so picking a random level above an ambient noise is challenging when your ambient noise changes, when the way that you're measuring it is an acute time and you need, a 10-minute period to determine what that ambient noise is. So there are, I think that in the report that you probably received from us, or from city staff, it says that we'd like to revisit the sound ordinance coming up. But our thought was really that this should not be different than anywhere else in the city. It should be referencing the same way that we try to clean up all our code and reference one location instead of iterating what that is and having to change it. We want to reference the sound code, the sound ordinance, and not have to revisit.
There's a practical problem with that, though, right? Because if we were to adopt or make the findings and determine that we also want to reference the noise ordinance versus having a special category standard here, we're almost certainly not going to amend the noise ordinance before the next event. That would have to be monitored by our own off-duty police force, and so we'd have a situation in which the current noise ordinance would have to be enforced, essentially, or that would be the standard at which the measurements would be made. And to your point, it's a less feasible way of doing it in a particular event for a particular monitor, right?
It is.
Yeah.
There would be some creative lesser of.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Commissioner Dennison?
Please.
Please.
So I was going to wait to ask the appellant this, but I think I'll ask you. So you heard some of our discussion earlier today regarding adaptive reuse and Mills Act and those issues and kind of what they're designed for. And as I'm reading Resolution 2217, which was the original conditional use permit, findings for adaptive reuse of historic landmarks, Section B, the proposed use will not be detrimental to the historic or architectural character of the historical landmark, and in that the applicant is not proposing any changes to the exterior of the building in connection with the entrepreneurial business. Moreover, the use of the villa will provide a source of revenue to maintain and preserve the historic landmark in the future. So we're thinking about adaptive reuse. It's there for, as a function to not have a building sit vacant, nor a building falling into disrepair, so it has to be demolished. So that's my understanding of adaptive reuse. I'm not saying they're not allowed to earn a profit or anything like that, but when you're coming up with your decision, and I understand filming is not being appealed here, but when you're coming up with your decision of 13 events in 2025, coupled with the revenues that might be coming from filming, did you ask, or was there any information conveyed on how much the maintenance and or rehabilitation of the villa is relative to what their revenue is, or maybe let's say their gross margin after costs, to come up with, because we got a letter that this could be detrimental to the villa, and we don't want that. Did you have any understanding of kind of the business of it, like we do with the Mills Act? You're going to be able to maintain and or refurbish this building to keep it as beautiful and you said how wonderful this building is, and I agree with you, to keep this building in the way it is, given 13 versus 26.
It's a great question. We have not seen any financials since we originally wrote the conditional use permit. That was the last time that we were presented with financials. And as we dug into those financials, there's a thin line between budgeting and the privacy of budgeting and the use of funds. Unlike a Mills Act, where you get an annual report of what was actually used, while we got budgeted numbers, we never saw actuals against those budgets. And so we have no way to validate. It was never presented to us. And that was not part of the testimony that was presented.
Yeah, because I think it's a fair question. If someone's coming to you and saying that we can't maintain it, well, show me the numbers. You weren't provided with any numbers.
We were not provided with any numbers towards that end. And those numbers would, I guess, have to further be subjugated into here's what was allocated to filming versus here's what was allocated to other uses. Because the filming is a different section of the team.
Yeah, understand. Thank you.
Anything else for Chair Dennison? Thank you very much, appreciate it. I've sort of lost track where we are. So we've asked questions. Planning Manager, you finished your, so then I believe we are on public comment.
Excuse me. Mayor, I was just going to say, would you like to invite Alverno to speak?
Sure, that's fine. We can do that before public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Krebs and members of the City Council. As I was sitting listening to the dialogue, I thought it would be helpful if we had a chronology that kind of explains all the different things that were happening. A good example, just take the monitoring checklist that you have pages and pages in your staff report, probably 300 pages of monitoring. That monitoring report changed over time. We got input from city staff. Vincent's no longer here, he's retired. He helped us develop it originally. City attorney had input in it. It kept changing. And so it's currently being changed even now as we speak. So I think it's important to put all of this in some type of chronological perspective. I think the same is true of like the reporting that we do and noticing those type of things. So anyway, just to introduce myself, I'm Ken Farsing. I'm the chair of the Board of Trustees for Alverno Heights Academy. And we're respectfully disagreeing with the Planning Commission's decision on 3 conditions that your planning manager has outlined for you, so I won't go through those. And we take exception to your ordinances and your historic preservation policies really ask an additional task of the Planning Commission, which is very unusual, but it's that they collaborate with a property owner on a historic property to look at adaptive reuse, because you as a community value your historic resources, and believe me, they're expensive to maintain. Tonight you'll hear from Julie Dyer-Lopez. Julie is our Director of Finance, a board member at Alverno. She testified at the Planning Commission back in 2022 and presented the financials. Now, the chair has indicated they didn't really look at financials this time. That's absolutely correct. They didn't look at financials. We were not asked to provide financials. Vincent never asked us to provide any updates. We're more than willing to do that. So I can understand why basically the commission didn't look at financials, but that to us does not justify cutting the events by 50%. That makes no sense to us. Now, when you look at the minutes of the Planning Commission's March 7th meeting, there was not one question from the commission regarding the historic preservation policies or the code requirements. And there's really no questions about the impact of the 50% reduction of the revenues to the villa. And if you look at what the commission did is, if you look at the findings of fact in their resolution, they basically have relied on the same findings of fact that they adopted in 2022. And then they decided to basically, we see, kind of without any justification, reasonable justification, reducing the events by 13. And then compounding the problem, the commission rolled back the event time to where Alverno's concerned that the villa will be unrentable. We also believe, and we have Indy Savatala here tonight with Resonance Acoustics. And I know the commissioner in a way made light of it. If you want to fall asleep, listen to their dialogue on the noise ordinance. I understand you can joke about that, but I believe the mayor made a very good point. When the event monitor is out there, what are they measuring? What is compliance? And we respectfully disagree with your staff. We don't believe you have an institutional noise ordinance. And Mr. Savatala can basically explain that to you. The 70 decibel was a discussion and a dialogue with the Planning Commission. The city the school had been sued by 2 residents in Pasadena back in 1996, 97, 98. There's a settlement agreement. And the settlement agreement basically established a 70 decibel limit at the property line. And the commission, I think rightfully, said because there isn't a standard, we have to have something to go by. So they basically said, let's go with the 70. Now, whether that's the right standard, that's going to be up to you as a community to debate and decide. But we need something that we can give to the monitors and to Securitas to basically take the measurements. And I do appreciate the clarification that, we've kept Securitas on board because they are security. They're not the event monitor. They basically have changed hands, and they're doing working hand in hand with your off-duty police officers to basically manage these events. Now, you're basically considering this de novo. We appreciate that. I have Joanne Harabedian, who's our new head of school, and she attended the commission's hearing, the most recent one in March, and she's going to talk a little bit about her concerns. Unfortunately, I was sick and I couldn't attend that. I apologize for that, but had issues outside my control. Also, again, I've indicated Julie is here, who's basically our finance director. And we believe strongly that we really need to have the 26 events. Now, we believe we've been implementing the conditions in good faith. There may be disagreements on what those conditions are, but we haven't gone out of our way, and we're not trying to basically not comply with the conditions of approval. That makes no sense for us as an institution. Why would we do that? I mean, why would we want to basically risk having the adaptive reuse permit nullified? That makes no sense. I mean, so we try in good faith. There's new conditions, over 40 conditions that we've been sorting through. We have a small school staff that goes through it, but we're doing the very best that we can. It could be areas where we improve. We're certainly open to improvements. A good example is the commission expressed concerns, and the chairs talked about it, about the accuracy of the Securitas reports. And so, again, we're working with your city staff and city attorney. We're trying to get better to make sure that the reporting is more accurate. That's something, we want to make sure whatever we turn into you and your city staff, that is accurate. Now, unfortunately, we've had to retain legal counsel. He is here tonight. He'll basically speak to what our legal concerns are. you know, again, we believe what happened at the Planning Commission is not really having a good chronology, and they allowed in incidents that occurred years ago, or incidents that maybe happened right before the review, or, you know, after the review period. I mean, this review went on for a while. I mean, it was one of those things where we were there before the Planning Commission. We were ready to go in October, and again, as the chair indicated, they went ahead and had another meeting in November and then decided to have the public hearing, and time stretched on. One of the things we did not receive, and I've talked to the chief about it, is the reports that he was referring to, we didn't get a complete copy of those. So whatever he was talking to you about, all the different incidents and things, we've not seen those to even react to them. Some of the reports we have seen have nothing to do with the villa, because as he indicated, the CAD system is based on addresses. 200 North Mitchell-Linda, it could be a car driving and parked there, nothing to do with Alverno, where an officer pulls them over and writes a ticket, and it shows up at 200, you know, North Mitchell-Linda. So that's an issue. So you have to take each report and manually read them and see what happened. The one incident that did occur, and we've made some changes, the commission asked us to make changes, is we had the two complaints that were after 10 o'clock. There was a wedding where the people came to the wedding via Uber. And what they did is, after the wedding was over, they walked out on Mitchell-Linda, and basically they were talking out there, making noise. So that's where the complaint came in. We brought them back in to the campus, and the commission asked that we do that from now on. If someone's coming Uber, don't, you know, let them go out the gate and wait for an Uber on Mitchell-Linda, have them come in. So, you know, those are areas where, you know, we can make changes to really protect the neighborhood quality of life. Excuse me. So what I'm going to do now, instead of taking more time, excuse me, is invite Joanne Harabedian up. Joanne's our head of school.
Before she comes up, can I ask a couple of questions, or do you want to wait till she does her?
You know, it might be helpful if we'll do our presentation if you have additional questions.
Okay.
That way we can direct them to the right person.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Thank you, Ken, and good evening, members of the council. I am Joanne Herbedian. I am the head of school. I've been an administrator at Alverno for 4 years, and I'm also a resident of Sierra Madre for the past 47 years. So I'm very familiar with city government, as many of you know, and I'm very respectful of your decisions and your sincerity in making those decisions. So I thank you for that. I wanted to assure you that Alverno listens to the neighbors and concerns, and we really are proactive. Securitas and the officers, off-duty officers, are a perfect example of how we have dual security and noise monitoring to satisfy the concerns and complaints. I thank you tonight for staying on point for Villa only, whereas during the Planning Commission, the school CUP and the Villa CUP were continuously, you know, crossed over and confused, and it did cause a lot of confusion in the public speaking and the allegations, and again the historical information that was brought forward, which was not appropriate at that meeting. I want you to know that we do take our responsibilities, as Ken said, very seriously. We're operating a school. We have a beautiful historical piece of architecture that we want to retain. I mean, it is truly a gem. So we want to get along with everyone, our neighbors, all of the codes, which I still have a confusion about whether we really have a noise ordinance in place or if it's in process, but I'll let Indy talk about that. I do want to bring up one concern that when Mr. Farsing was not here at the Planning Commission, when the commissioners were discussing reduction of our events from 26 to 13, one commissioner said to the other, we can reduce tonight and then revoke in October. Now, 3 of us were here, and we were really shocked by that open comment, indicating to us that we'll cut you in half tonight, and then in October, in a few months, we'll just cut you out completely without any basis of, you know, proof. So I ask you as city council members, if in one evening you were mandated to cut your city budget by 50%, how it would affect you as a city government. So please consider that in relationship to Alverno. I mean, it was hasty and unwarranted, and it had no basis to us. As far as the calendar, we apologize for that. We discovered that we had broken links, and our webmaster is currently repairing those. So that was an unusual occurrence over the Memorial Day weekend. Again, I like that there was a proposal this evening that, to keep things in balance. But I believe that keeping things in balance doesn't warrant going from 26 events to 13 to 0 in a very short amount of time. And lastly, it was not a mariachi band. It was one horn, and it was the bride's father who wanted to surprise her during her procession, and he started to play. And when our on-site event monitor realized that, she quickly went up and, you know, quietly said to him that wasn't allowed, and he stopped within a few minutes. She probably can tell you exactly how many. And in closing, I invite all of you to please come and visit Alverno, the campus, the villa, and get a feeling for the space that's there and how the noise really is diffused. And we never go over the 70. Okay, thank you so much for your time. Sorry. It's my pleasure to introduce Julie Dyer Lopez, who is our Chief Financial Officer.
Hi, thank you. As Joanne mentioned, I am, my 3 daughters graduated from Alverno. A lot of you have seen me up here before. I'm also a Sierra Madre resident, 171 Orange Grove. And my house, like Alverno, is the money pit. You know, basically I know what my monthly overhead is, and you can only imagine what Alverno's is at 14,000 square feet. And there were comments about financials. You know, I was never asked to provide financials. Happy to get something to you guys if you want to go through that. We're not rolling in the dough to operate that villa. If you just take filming out and we have our 26 weddings, that doesn't even cover the maintenance and the staff, utilities, water, tree trimming, abatement of insects and what have you. And so the filming does come in handy, but it's irregular, okay? We had 2 years where we had 0 filming, COVID and the writer's strike, where we had $3,000 of income that year. So we're not rolling in the dough. We've got various proposals for deferred maintenance. One is our roof, which is $250,000, okay? And it's quite a complicated process. We have to source the tile. It's gonna require scaffolding because of the height of the structure. Underneath that, we've got, you know, water damage that has to be corrected. So there's a lot going on there. And cutting our events from 26 to 13 is not going to do it for us. I mean, literally, we are going to have to shut down that facility. I mean, there is no way to operate without having any additional income. Happy to discuss this with you. I think you guys all agree at our 2022 meeting that it's imperative that we keep up the historic villa, and we need that revenue to do that. And again, I'm happy to provide financials, whatever you guys need. So.
I have a question for you, actually, if you don't mind. So are you saying that the villa is only supported through events and filming, not from any other source of income from the school?
It's not commingled with the school, and that's always a misconception by people. They think that the school funds the villa or the villa funds the school. They're completely 2 separate entities. Yes, we're one, Alverno is one organization, but we operate them separately as a separate set of books. What is shared is obviously facilities, right? So we have a couple of groundkeepers, and they do both. So their salaries are allocated based on the percentages of use, you know, what they're doing at the villa versus the school. So that's how we allocate that.
Is that because there's no classes, obviously, in the villa, or it's not ever used by students?
No,
at school?
the school is, the villa is used for special events, for parents. We have fundraisers, our school events, if it's the Haunted Man, whatever it's called now. I know we changed it, Haunted Manor. So there are events that are enjoyed by the parents and the students as well.
So you asked one direction, and I think you answered this in your answer, but I just want to make it clear. 'Cause the events at the villa and the revenue that the villa generates, either through events or filming, does not find its way into the school's budget.
That's right, correct. And in fact, the other thing too, you have to remember is we have been trying to build a reserve fund for this deferred maintenance, but it seems like whenever we try to get ahead here, we're dealing with legal costs. We have to bring in another sound person to come out and do another report. It's a constant, we have been battling this for years. We're never ever able to get to that point where we can do something, for that villa. So, I don't know what to say, but that's the fact. Those are the facts.
Yeah, I'm struggling because
Yeah.
there's the financial component and then there's the, as Chair Dennison said, the neighborhood component. So
Yeah.
they kind of go hand in hand, but
Yeah.
and I didn't ask for you to bring financials, I admit that, but the whole adaptive you kind of, I think you got the feeling of how I feel about adaptive reuse and
Yeah.
From that perspective, and I think it's helpful to understand. And like I said, it's okay earning a profit. That's not against the rules.
It's not even a profit. Yeah, I understand.
But I'm
Yeah.
saying that's fine, and even
Yeah.
if it subsidizes the school, that's fine.
Yeah.
But I wanted to for me, make a decision here tonight. I know this, I'm not trying to make discussion, but to know, I want to have an understanding of what you have available or what you can tell me tonight regarding like the average revenue from an event, or maybe a gross margin, because I know you do have some expenses associated with that. Probably not a ton, but maybe maybe some with the maintenance. When we're talking about roofs, that's a capital expenditure. Which part of it is the revenue, but sometimes you gotta plan long term for those for the capex.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I'm trying to have an understanding of the financial part of it.
Yeah.
To make, if I'm going to make a determination here tonight, I feel as though I have an understanding of the residents' concerns, but if you can enlighten me a little bit.
Sure.
I know it's kind of off the cuff, but that would be helpful.
Yeah, and I don't have any financial information with me, but let me tell you, I've been with Alverno for 15 years now, since my oldest daughter was a freshman there, and I came on the board a year after that. And I remember, Alverno has struggled. It's been the little engine that could the entire
I'm
time.
interrupt. I want to keep it specific to the adaptive reuse.
So what I'm saying is, in all of the history of my involvement at Alverno, the villa has always, it has been able to contain itself, but in the years that it had zero filming, a lot of times it was operating at a loss. And so when we talk about subsidizing, what happens there? Yeah, if we have shared personnel and that's being allocated and it's operating at a loss, it really is taking, you've got the school subsidizing that in a sense. So there has never been a year that I've been there that we're talking that it's made, $100,000 in profit. Let's just throw that out there as a general number. And when you talk about you need $1 million in refurbishment, that's nothing. Especially when you take that, whatever you're making, and you're spending it on legal fees or experts and, redoing, reports over and over again. So there's just not a lot there. It's not what people are thinking.
Yeah, and you might agree. I would think you agree. Maybe if you're thinking about the intangibles, do you feel as though you maybe have some revenue for the school that, due to the villa being there? I mean, if you look at the whole property, you take the villa away, I think there's some intangibles there that would. Do you agree that there's intangibles having the villa that helps the school?
Well, I think it benefits the students. I mean, you have to also go back to the history of Alverno and, the formation of the school and the purpose of the school. And the villa is, and that is really the legacy of the school. I mean, we want to continue that. And, I mean, in my opinion, the founder, I mean, the person that built it, you know, the Barlow family, I mean, all the good that they've done in the Sierra Madre community and what they continue to do with their centers in Los Angeles. I mean, it's something that you want to really protect and, you know, continue the legacy of that, you know, the villa, in my opinion. And I'm just one person.
Can I ask a question?
Councilmember Goss.
I don't even know if this is even appropriate, so if it isn't, just tell me no. But,
Yeah.
Would you say that the tuition for your kids at your school is at market level or above or below?
No, I mean, I think it's probably low, you know, lower than what, you know, and I probably, the principal would be better to speak to that. But, I mean, we think it from a business financial, you know, standpoint, we think it's probably low and we'd like it to be more. But we also have to listen to our community. We know what happened with the upper school, okay? And I mean, you know, it's terrible because my 3 daughters graduated from there, but, you know, it came to a point where we had to look at it and we have to really serve what our community is asking for, right? And we have so much competition and girls moving away and we just had to be able to pivot, okay? And the need was with the lower school, you know, and that was hard for us to change our business model, you know, to let that go and, you know, focus on, you know, the young ones. But our philosophy is what we taught our girls, you know, and what we instilled in them is still important and vital to the young ones and the boys too. So it's important for us to continue that Alverno message, and, you know, that's what we're attempting to do.
Maybe head of school, Haravini, will answer this, but is part of your mission to subsidize kids from lower income backgrounds?
That was the philosophy of the high school, right? And so if anyone, I mean, our tax returns are out there. I mean, you'll see our financial aid was like 68%. And that, you know, any business, like I'm a financial person, you can't sustain that. But that was the philosophy of the founders, you know, the sisters that came in and said they wanted to educate no matter if they could afford it or not. And we continued that as long as we could. And so that is why we did that. But right now with the lower school, we don't find that need. We don't have anyone on financial aid right now. We offer it, but we just don't seem to have that need right now. And also I wanted to speak to you about the neighbors. I understand the neighbors. You know, I live in Sierra Madre. I understand, you know, how they feel. When we want to work with them, but we also have to be reasonable. You know, and there is compromise, but it doesn't feel like that happens all the time.
So thinking while you're up here still, let's call COVID a non-reoccurring event. Let's hope there's never a global pandemic that shuts down the economy for a year and a half.
Right.
But we know that there's often writer strikes and Screen Actors Guild issues, and, you know, let's say we're good for one every 10 years.
Yes.
If you smooth out the filming revenue, giving what you have, understanding kind of what you need on a event basis, and don't say 52. How many events do you think would kind of meet that need?
You know, so as it is, we felt like the restrictions on the filming and cutting back on the villa.
And
you know,
I want to refine that. I mean, and
you want me
like
to
I said, I want you to. Profit's okay. It's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
But to kind of make ends meet.
Yeah.
To break even.
Right.
What are we looking at?
Well, you know, when you guys came back with the 26th reduction, you know, we felt like we could live within that. You know, we really did. We felt like that was a good number for us to be comfortable with. Yes, we would like more, but you know what? It was doable because of the extra filming that we could bring in. We don't budget for that, because you never know. We can go through another 2 years of zero or $3,000 over a 2-year period. So, you know, with that, we're very conservative when we put numbers in for that. So, you know, but we were comfortable with the 26 because we felt like we could at least break even on that. It doesn't give us anything to put into that fund for putting that new roof on, which we desperately need.
So what I'm hearing is 26 events with no filming might break even.
Correct.
Thank you.
Is that excluding any more? And don't get me wrong, I understand there's a cost in the lawsuits, and I understand that, but and the penalties that haven't due, but those are due to, you know, violations in the agreements. And so
Yeah.
my question for you is then, if you exclude all that out, then is that 26 number where you still think you'll break even? Because
Yeah,
that's,
yes.
that would be $260,000 at the most expensive wedding event. Otherwise, at 13, you're making 130,000 a year.
Right, and which
that's not
we could
including
not
filming.
do. Yeah, yeah, we couldn't do 260. Our expenses run, I would say, without being able to reserve anything, would be like 225 to 250. Okay, so that is why it's difficult to anyway. But when you say violations, I think that we are not trying to violate anything.
No, I agree. I don't
mean
mean
we
that,
are
but I'm
really
saying-
trying to do everything we can not to be on.
100%.
I mean, we want to be with. You know.
But I'm saying that wouldn't want you to budget that in the future if everything goes smoothly. In other words,
Yeah.
like, that wouldn't have
Yeah.
to be budgeted.
Yeah, yeah, understood.
I'd like that, removed from
Yeah,
the
but everybody has to have a
expenses.
contingency for something, right? Because something always comes up.
But I want to, for me, I want to make sure we're keeping it adaptive reuse, villa specific.
So on that exact point, to the corollary, I think that's relevant probably for this subject before us, is the question about the event rates. And it's been a long time since I've had to, apparently I'm going to use my backyard as we talked about earlier. How are you pegging your event rates to market? And, I understand that there's a push-pull between cost and desirability, but, in terms of that, how often do you do a market survey?
We do that pretty regularly. We just actually did a rate increase, $1,000 this past year, or has it been 2 years? Andrea, do you remember? Okay, so we just did an increase on the venue rental fee. But again, it's that we're in between people making us affordable and just not accessible for some people.
So do we have any more questions on the finance side?
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Did you want me to address tuition, or are you satisfied?
I'm just curious. I mean, the thought going around my head here is that, and I'm not managing your school, and you must have some reason to have it where it's at, but that would be an obvious source of revenue if you were able to find a way to justify it into a tuition increase.
Alverno is a member of the California Association of Independent Schools. Even though we have a Catholic tradition, we are not part of the Archdiocese of Los Angeles. So I can confidently let you know that we are at least half, if not even less, tuition than other CAIS schools in the state. That being said, that's why we don't have financial aid currently as a need, because parents, I found during COVID when we started up the lower school, it was very interesting, and unbeknownst to me or anyone that I was working with, that there was a high desire of parents wanting private education, non-archdiocesan, and really more ecumenical, like a faith-based environment. You know that, Jean. Like, you didn't have to be of a certain faith, but they wanted some kind of moral education and guidelines for their kids. They weren't satisfied for different reasons wherever they came from. We had like 35 different feeder schools during COVID and without marketing. The tuition was so affordable that it was in their range for two parents, professionals working, who weren't willing to put out, a lot more money for private education. So as a result, we now are fully enrolled and growing, with the need for more expansion, which will be another conversation. So we hit a niche that was never really satisfied. And then, of course, now we have a villa that we would love to be able to sustain itself, because demolishing it would be heartbreaking. It would be heartbreaking, and we're getting closer to that as it
Just to bring this back to because I want to be mindful of the distinction, as you've mentioned, between the school and
Right.
separate permit. Your CFO mentioned that you keep separate accounting for each. Is that just a policy? Is that a requirement? I mean, I think to bring the questions around tuition sort of to be relevant to this discussion, is there any reason why school revenue, school tuition couldn't support some of the villa maintenance, the villa expenses, or is it just sort of a policy matter that you keep it separate?
I believe its policy is probably part of CAIS, and I would guess, Julie will know, but we're a young school. We're only in our 4th year, so we're not in a situation yet that we can
No, I
anything
wasn't.
else better.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't asking about the the actual numbers, but just is there a prohibition on it, or is it just that's the way you've done it historically, keeping those things separate?
I'll let her take that.
Operate the villa as a separate enterprise away from the school, because we actually wanted to know what the true cost was of the villa. You know, if what it is with, you know, on its own, could it sustain itself on its own? If the school were to go away, what would we need to just operate that? Or, you know, vice versa. You know, we need them to be completely independent, not dependent on each other. You have to understand, we just closed down the upper school. And right now, we're just in our 1st year with the lower school operating on its own, which is, you know, we're hopefully going to break even. You know, we have a long-term projection on the school, but it's not rolling in the dough either. So it's not like it can support the villa maintenance. You know, we've got our own goals with the school as well, which is why we're looking at it separately. There are classrooms that need to be refurbished. You're looking at a 50, 60-year-old facility. It's got its own problems. So, you know, we really have to look at them independently.
Can I ask? But you say have to. That's a business decision. You're not required by law or by accounting policy or the organization that accredited to you. Okay, I just want to be clear that
No, and like I said, it all operates under one tax ID number, but on our books we separate those. We segregate those entities.
The area where the proposed sport courts are going,
Yeah.
is that part of the villa, or is that part of
No, that would be part of the school.
the school as far as maintenance is concerned?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, and all the fundraising related to that
I
would
understand
be a school function.
Have they always been done separately in your 15-year history? Or did the school prior to 4 years ago, did they ever pay for the villa?
When when I started, I think that they were combined, and I think it's over time, it became a segregated, you know, 2 separate entities. But I do remember in the beginning, I wasn't involved in the level that I am now in the beginning, but I do remember them being part of one operation, and then the board wanting to look at them independently.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Greg Murphy. Julie did mention paying lawyers, so I suppose I better give her what she's paying for. And I really appreciate Julie, Joanne, and Ken. I appreciate you all, the collegiality, the discussion you're having. But it's also important, again, for her to get her money's worth, that I sort of lay out some of the legal of what an annual review is and what we're truly here to do. This isn't a second bite at the apple of the original CUP. This is looking at performance over the past year. Now, there certainly are performance issues over the past year, but if the council and the commission before you is looking at what to do about those performance issues, any changes to conditions of approval on a going forward basis have to actually be triggered by performance issues within the review period. I don't think, for your purposes, that the review period ended last October. I think you can look at the time from the granting of the CUP until today, because that is a full period of review. You're actually looking at from the day the CUP was granted until you're making your decision. So there are issues with the calendar, publishing events, and quarterly notices. That's something that has to be rectified. You're absolutely right. There are issues with inconsistent monitoring. Your police chief, your city manager, and Alverno have already, we think, rectified that. Certainly with the inconsistency, I think we can all trust the police department to be consistent in their reports. There have been some noise reports after 10 o'clock. Again, with the police department handling on-site monitoring, I think we'll get a very, very good review on which noise issues after 10 o'clock are directly related to events which happen to be occurring at the site. I think it's important, again, to look at the legal standard. When a CUP is granted, it is a land use right that runs with the land, and to be modified or to be revoked in part or in whole it takes a stricter level of review a court will give than a court will give if you denied or didn't grant the CUP in the first place. I'm not going to reread or summarize my letter for you, but I'm going to mention one of the cases in there because I think it was really important to what you're doing tonight. The Goat Hill Tavern case involves a tavern on Newport Boulevard, the extension of California 55 in the city of Costa Mesa. In that case, Goat Hill Tavern was operating under an existing permit. They had serious issues. They had police reports of non-compliance. They had staff reports of non-compliance going back several years. And the court still said that that wasn't enough to revoke or substantially modify the permit because other things could be done. Other steps could be taken, and Costa Mesa went too far. I say that just because as you're considering what to do about the 3 conditions that Alverno is concerned with, I think that they went too far. Cutting the number of events in half, as you've heard, has a real financial impact, but it wasn't warranted by the lack of publishing the events, the inconsistent monitoring or noise reports after 10 o'clock, especially when the number of noise reports after 10 o'clock was limited, and at least one of them appears to possibly have been a school event, not a villa event. In terms of figuring out what time events should end, it sounds like there was a lot of confusion. So I'll leave that up to you and Alverno to negotiate. But it seems to me, going to Councilmember Garcia's discussion of adaptive reuse, that most events in our area end closer to 10 o'clock. And if you're cutting off alcohol earlier, you're cutting off amplified noise earlier, but the event's ending at 10 and people are departing, that's a market issue. So if you want to try and interpret the existing condition one way or the other and clarify it, remember this is adaptive reuse. And so it has to be able to be marketable. Finally, with respect to the noise ordinance and what standard to apply, and I think this is really important. In talking with Alverno, and I looked at it online, there is a noise ordinance working its way to you. I saw it online, it's really well done. I think Alverno, and I've confirmed with them, is more than happy to have the condition of approval say 70 decibels or upon adoption of the city's new noise ordinance, compliance with the institutional zone. That makes perfect sense. Alverno doesn't want some separate standard. They just want a measurable standard so that when your police officers are out there, it's very easy to know, are we violating or not? I'm here for any legal questions, but I really think I'd rather let you have the collaborative discussion you are having. But thank you, and it's good to see you all again.
I actually do have a question for you on interpretation.
I tried.
Yeah. Nobody's paying me to be a lawyer here tonight, but I am one. So I guess I'm having a really hard time looking at the existing condition 2.2 time of use and understanding how the interpretation of the Planning Commission's change to that creates some meaningful difference. If I read something that says the event has to end no later than 10 p.m., including takedown, I find that really hard to not understand that means that the tables need to be out and the dishes need to be in the truck and all of that. I mean, that's what takedown means. And so I guess I'm not understanding what the perceived change is here, especially since it goes on to say, with all music ending not later than 9:30. So it seems to me that the expectation was the event and music was ending at 9:30, offering a 30-minute takedown period. And I remember there being a lot of discussion about how long that would take. So I guess I'd like your interpretation on what the perceived differences are, other than obviously being more specific in the Planning Commission recommendation.
Sure. So when it says the event, including takedown, shall end at 10, that gives the opportunity for a smaller event that has less takedown to go 9:45, 9:50. It allows for the catering staff to begin takedown in a portion of the event while people continue to congregate in another portion of the event. The options are within the user, the person holding the event, not within Alverno to tell them you have to have your guests walking to the parking lot by 9:30 or we're violating. So I think that 10 o'clock, you're right, it makes sense. But including takedown there's a lot of variation there.
So
to-
I guess I'm
Sure.
skeptical that if I was at a wedding, that I would be still there and they'd be breaking down the tables and all of that while the event was still going on. That doesn't strike me as
If I were a
smart.
guest, I wouldn't be. If it were my daughter, I might be.
Okay. Yeah, there are other questions.
Yeah, so you cite, and I'm one of the people here that's not a lawyer, but
One
you
of
cite.
most.
So you cite the Goat Hill Tavern case, and
Sure.
I've been there.
I could have cited
Is that
Woody's
ex-
Wharf too. That's
is that
another
ex-
good one.
Ex parte.
Is that an ex parte?
declaration?
Well, what I'll say is that that's a highly commercial area, and one of the findings for adaptive reuse is the proposed use is compatible with the neighborhood which is located, and that the proposed entrepreneurial business of the villa for special events is limited to hours of operation frequency. My point is, I don't know what the conditions were put on Goat Hill Tavern, but I would say that it's a completely different flavor of case relative to an institutional surrounded by residential.
I think what's important about the case is that the rights had been granted and were vested. They had been relied on. The landowner had moved forward under a permit, and then they went to try and revoke those rights or substantially modify those rights. If we were having this discussion almost 2 years ago now, I think it would be a very different discussion. But you're having the discussion having already granted the rights, and on an annual review that's supposed to be looking at, hey, what exactly has happened since the day the rights were granted? And the next annual review going forward will be from basically today's date until the review, because whatever decisions you make today lock in what we're supposed to operate by. What are our conditions? Again, I think a lot of the questions are very valid, and 18 months ago, the discussion would be, I think, quite a bit longer. But because those rights are locked in, a whole lot needs to be put in the record to undo them. And looking at the record, I don't see it. I absolutely think the MOU with the police department was a great call, because that responds to actual problems in the record. I think conditions about the calendar, publishing events, the notices to you, to the commission, and wonderful, because that wasn't done. And so you want to make those stronger, make them stronger, because you have every right to, based on the purpose of an annual review. And I would never question or object to any of it. The three, and the reason we want them changed back or modified is, let's see how we do with the police department there. If now you've got a history of, hey, even with the police department here, we've got some issues, now all of a sudden you've got something to really work with.
And I think you quite half answered the question that I was going to come up with now, but one of the findings is it has to be compatible, and if with the neighborhood, and if having noise after 10 o'clock, I would say is not compatible with the neighborhood, and that's one of the findings, and that could be one of the conditions. And
you could very well say there has to be, the site has to be vacated other than security personnel, Alverno personnel, and the police monitor after 10 o'clock. You could also craft a more noise-based condition that says that, takedown must be completed and personnel must be departing, so that you don't have the hard trigger of 10 o'clock if the noise is really done. That's up to you.
Yeah, and
I think there's something there.
I'm not sure if you were here, but we did have discussions on guidance to give to the Planning Commission regarding what we thought taillights meant and what we thought takedown and noise and, all.
I was not here, but
okay, so.
I'm sorry to jump back
No,
in.
please.
Under your interpretation of the standard, is there ever room for anything punitive? Because, for example, you mentioned the calendar, and sure, an obvious fix is we'll publish the calendar. Well, if you're publishing the calendar and you're adding every weekend between now and September, and you're doing it now and you're not giving anybody really any notice because you're not complying, to me, a valid remedy is not just publish the calendar. I mean, there needs to be some incentive to act appropriately. I mean, Mr. Farsing said earlier, you know, why would we not act in good faith? Why would we not? I mean, some people would not act in good faith if they didn't think there were going to be any consequences for their actions. Sure. And so, if you're telling me that everything we're limited to putting in conditions that are specifically and, you know, narrowly tailored to address specific violations, I feel like that limits us to provide that incentive to act, you know, act in a way that is actually in good faith. Because I think there are perceptions, and I'm not going to get into the findings of fact there, but that there, you know, are actions taken that don't comply with the spirit of the arrangement. And I think we're in a position where we need to have something to encourage or compel that type of compliance. So I guess my question to you is, you know, if you're saying that the reduction in half is not appropriately tailored to the violations, you know, what would constitute a sufficient you know, problem to actually limit the amount of the amount of events? Because, you know, one of the violations isn't there's too many events. You know, it's that the events that they're having don't always comply with what they're supposed to. So where is that line?
So there are sort of three things to hit. One is, can there be conditions that address past behavior in, as you said, sort of a punitive way? Yes, but they still have to be tied to the behavior. They can't be separate from the behavior. Otherwise, it's affecting a land use right without really a nexus to what the condition is based on. You're right that no, the number of events has not become a problem. If somehow, if what the police doing the reports, other people in the community were saying was that the number of events became the problem, then you might have something, but that's nowhere in the record. What's in the record is that there were noise complaints, and that based on the monitoring, you couldn't tell, or the commission couldn't tell, whether the noise complaints were valid or not. And more so that some of the reporting was inconsistent with what your own police department had. So you want to keep the, quote, punitive conditions tied to the actual violations. In terms of what to do with the calendar, publishing events, quarterly notices, well, I know that under this CUP, Alverno is required to have an annual meeting with the neighbors. Prior to the annual review with the commission, they have to have an annual meeting with the neighbors. If you felt that they weren't getting information out fast enough, you could conceivably say, no, you need to make that a quarterly meeting with the neighbors. You were supposed to give quarterly notices. You weren't giving them. So now instead, you have to have a quarterly meeting with the neighbors, at which point you can give them your list of events and everything that's going on. That would be directly tied. Certainly a burden on them, but a burden that exactly ties to what they were doing. I hope that answers the question.
But then what if they still don't do it? What's, I think to your point, they still didn't do that. They were warned to do that, they didn't do that. So then what would be the?
You're saying in the condition, if we were to take the action that the quarterly meetings, then the quarterly meetings don't occur?
And then they don't occur.
Then those don't occur? Then we'll be back at a different meeting and you'll be talking about a different level of non-compliance, wouldn't you? Right now, you have literally year one with what, as you said, ma'am, some people have differing views as to whether it was mistakes, whether it was computer error, whether it was intentional. Those views are all over the board, and everybody's allowed to have their own view. But in 1 year, the first year under this permit, to have communication errors, I don't like them either, and you have every right not to like them. Keep them in mind.
So
let me ask, you know, can we look at, in your view, can we look at the history? Because, you know, we've mentioned tonight as a part of all of this and part of the 70 dBA noise monitoring was part of a lawsuit that happened, what was it, 2008?
96.
96, thank you, 1996. So, you know, it's not like this is a problem that has happened in the last 2 years. We're looking at something that's happened in like close to 30 years. So, you know, this is an issue that keeps coming up, and it's been before me in my whole time here on the council, and it looks like it's been here based on the record that I see going back to 1996. So, like, I see a little bit differently of, like, we're not just looking at this narrow window, we're looking at a much broader window, that we're at a point now where we've got to up it because we're not seeing sufficient effort or sufficient attention, sufficient fire, sufficient effort around this to really address the concerns of the neighbors. I mean, we've got how many things do we have in the record? 15, 16 letters? Significant number of letters. More than any other hearing that we've had on this. So this is an issue. This is like, you know, this is a big deal. And I don't think it's coming across as a big deal to you as I think it is to the people on this side of the podium.
I said it to the council member. I can say it again from a legal perspective. Those were decisions, those were thoughts to have in the granting of a conditional use permit. In reviewing a conditional use permit, you need to have a lot to undo it. You need to have a lot to unwind it. And the a lot has to be a violation of the permit, not things that happened under temporary use permits, or frankly under no permit back in the 90s because maybe it was school operations and it had nothing to do with adaptive reuse of the villa. And so the fact that there were arguments that so precede any of our time here, or most of our time here at least, that led to these things, it shows that there has been conflict over noise and the 70 decibel level at the school site for a long period of time. Part of that is having a school in a residential neighborhood. But once we have a permit in place, we have to look at, are you complying with the permit? And a violation here or there on an adaptive reuse permit is different than consistently violating the permit. And here we have, as I said, looking at the evidence in front of you, it looked as though the form changed, right? It looked as though things were different there. So resorting to using off-duty police officers to fix that inconsistency, fix that problem, that's a really good solution. If the police come back a year from now and say to you, hey, we're still having problems, you're in a very different place than you are today from a legal standpoint.
So what I'm hearing from you, if you were a legal counsel, you would probably tell us don't issue conditional use permits. Because you're handcuffed and locked in, you can't do anything about it.
I would tell you, be careful before you issue them, yeah. To restaurants, to you name it. When you issue a permit and you're making findings and your staff is suggesting findings to you, understand that that's a land use right that's gonna be on that site for a long period of time unless the people violate it in a substantial way.
So can I add?
Ask a,
No, let's.
Oh, yeah, no,
Thank
it's
you.
not yes.
I'm trying to ask these things. Okay.
Yes.
So first of all, I guess I should also disclose that prior to 2015 or 2016, I actually worked at events at the Villa, as well as prior to that, both for movie shoots and for events. And worked with we were kind of like a security monitor system, like within fire departments, and also we had events there. And the timing, I think the reason that the CUP is so strict on the timing is because it is really hard to get people out even within that time. And even the dishes clanking are a noise problem. And the voices and the trash can, dumping the trash can, everything. So there is the reasoning for that. So my question is, I don't think they're out of line, and you said that that still restricts their marketing. If you look at what our history is, we're paying attention to our first TUP's discussions in home use and our ordinances now. We are limiting the events that are happening around Sierra Madre in residential areas. I mean, that's because of the problem that we have with residents and noise and frequency. So if we're falling within our ordinances and we're sticking to that, you can see why we are also looking at why we restrict CUPs. And if we came to the same agreement as what we do with the citywide, with what we do with TUPs, they would only be able to have 4 as a commercial organization, only 4 in any other property if they had TUPs. So they actually have way more than that, even at 13 and 26. The second point that I was asking then, or kind of clarifying for that issue, was the noise ordinance for the rest of the city is at 9 p.m. And here we let them stop the music at 9:30. So that still is giving them extra time to end their events, whereas the rest of the city isn't allowing that.
Okay. Those are good points, yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah.
All right, any other questions?
I'd just like to ask a small question, and this may require Director Lynn or Chair Dennison. In the record that we've got, in the comments that we've received, has there been comments received about the number of events, about the ongoing noise that's going on? Is there things that we have seen in the feedback of the public?
Well, I can answer that because we've seen complaints. The problem, I think, and it's always the problem, is that it's a compendium, right? And we're here to talk about villa events, and I don't know that I've ever seen an email say, I think it should not be 26, it should be 13, other than obviously in response to this hearing tonight. The problem that we have overall is that there are, in the residents' concerns, is that there are events all the time, not specific to the villa, and so that's our challenge in these discussions.
But it has been part of the record. I'm sorry, we're having a discussion, but it has been part of the record. It has been raised that the number of events has been an issue, and it is very difficult, and that's the challenge that we're faced here tonight of segregating it between filming, the school, and the villa.
Correct. All right, is there more presentation from the applicant? Okay.
Mayor, if I could jump in and just give my take.
Please.
I agree with Mr. Murphy on the timeline that City Council should only be looking at evidence from October 2022 till today. I agree with Mr. Murphy that there should be evidence that any decision by City Council should be based on evidence testimony. I will point out that the Goat Hill Tavern case is about a permit revocation and not modification, so I believe the standard for a modification is slightly on the more lenient side than a revocation, but there still should be evidence for that modification. That's all I have for now.
Thank you. All right, so now public comment.
The first speaker card is from Keith Stevens.
Mayor and Council. Hey, Charlie Brown, run up and kick the football while I hold it. No, Lucy, I know you'll pull the ball away and leave me flat on my back. This time will be different, Charlie Brown, really. I promise. For years, Alverno has reassured us at each Villa TUP renewal that they would hold the ball. That is to say, they would abide by all our conditions. Year after year, us neighbors ended up on our backs, dazed and feeling betrayed. That this is to say, we endured multiple Villa Code violations with no relief at the time of incidents and no recourse from the city that wrote the codes. Good grief. In October 2022, the Planning Commission characterized alleged violations as a he said, she said situation and were unsure what to believe. A third-party monitor was created to gather unbiased data and give residents a contact person. Chair Dennison noted, quote, when we review the data 1 year from now, we expect to see perfect monitor reports and glowing comments from the neighbors.
That didn't happen. Alverno management failed to provide a working monitor phone number for 9 months. The monitor's positive reports do not reconcile with documented neighborhood complaints. 1 year of independent data, non-existent. 1 year of predictable activity, didn't happen. In the question of he said, she said, what the neighbor said was proven true. As promised in 2022, your planning commission reduced the number of villa events due to Alverno management's failure to control their venue and respect conditions. This is the only disciplinary action ever taken against the villa in the 30 years that I'm aware of. The reduction in rental days is justified. Closing time and sound measuring should be left as is, and the appeal should be denied. Please note the Planning Commission originally intended to reduce event days in 2022, but agreed to allow all current bookings. Alverno claimed 26 confirmed bookings at that time, and it was written in without question or audit. Basically, the same thing happened again on March 7th, 2024. They claimed they already had 19 bookings, and it was done. And I just want to comment about something Ms. Harabedian said today regarding the mariachi band incident. She said that it was not a mariachi band, it was a horn player. It was the father of the bride, special thing, played one song, was asked to stop. It was a band. We have pictures. It went on for 10, 12 minutes because my wife and I were able to walk around 3/4 of the Alverno property while this music was in effect. So this is the difference in opinion or interpretations of reality between the neighbors and Alverno. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker card is from Running Bear Bunch.
Hi there. I've been up here before. I'm one of the parents here at Alverno. Actually, this year I've been elevated to the Board of Trustees, so a slightly different hat. But I just want to talk a little bit about the whole parent experience. At the end of the day, you know, the City Council, you guys have spent a lot of time on this. The Planning Commission, I've been to many of their meetings. They've done a lot of talking about this. But a big part of Sierra Madre is what is the city's master plan for itself. If you want the villa has to be used. It's not just an antique, it's a building. Buildings have to have maintenance. We heard about that. So without going too deep into that, I will say that from a parent perspective, my job isn't to keep the villa standing. My job is to educate the children. And that comes with tuition. Tuition only meets so much of what Alverno provides. Then it's up to us parents, as we had the discussion with the sports courts, etc., to go the extra mile and close the gap. When things come up with maintenance, landscaping, etc., my concern is that the gap widens and there's only so much wood in the fundraising world to build the bridge, to close that gap. And we close it year after year. And if you will, living check to check. But at the end of the day, we're willing to do it. And we've come before the Planning Commission, we've come before the City Council, and all we don't want, the one thing we want to avoid is having a hole in the ground that is a blight on Sierra Madre, a blight on our campus, and it doesn't serve the kids. So the villa is used by my children. My daughter is going into high school. She's graduating 8th grade. I'm super excited. But I had a very humbling experience. I had to write a letter to the high school and say I couldn't afford her tuition. I have to pay to pray. I have to pay to put my kid in a school where they can have a crucifix on the wall, and that costs me money. Sometimes when you get to the bigger schools, it's money I don't have. We could up the tuition. The face of Alverno is going to significantly change because we could lose 40 to 60% of our families. Even middle low income families deserve 12 great acres and a beautiful villa and a nice big sports field. We could up the tuition and join the other schools who are excellent in our area for $25,000, $35,000 a year, but at that point we're just competing for students. Right now, Alverno is providing for students who can't afford that. And we're even attracting families who used to afford that simply because Alverno provides so much. We're so proud to be part of Sierra Madre. We're so proud to be able to come up and talk to you and have your attention and the Planning Commission. And thank you for that opportunity, but please consider, our job is not to keep the villa standing, it's to educate the kids. The villa is its own business. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I have speaker cards from Ken Farsing and Joanne Harabedian, Julie Dyer Lopez, and Greg Murphy.
But I think those were expended, I guess.
And so the next speaker card is from Lisa Puleo.
Good evening, Lisa Puleo, 672 West Highland. Alverno Heights Academy is here tonight asking the city and the citizens of Sierra Madre to allow them to continue to break the law. They are trying to convince you all that they haven't broken any laws and that the neighbors' complaints are unwarranted. But we have proof. We've got a lot of it. We've got 2 years of it. Our evidence was so compelling that the commission cut their allowed rental events in half. Now they've given you excuses why they need to continue breaking the law because they happen to have a historical landmark on their property and provide religious education. Well, if they cherish their respected landmark and the Catholic Church, they'd sure as heck follow the laws of our city. They'd take care of that villa and not let drunken partygoers and film crews destroy it. They'd respect the neighbors' right to the quiet enjoyment of their homes and not be a public nuisance to them. Heck, they would even clear the weeds and pick up the trash around the villa. They aren't doing any of these things. Alverno Heights Academy is a public nuisance and we can prove it. If the city won't do anything about it, we'll find someone who will. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, there are no other speaker cards at this time.
Hold on.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Stevens. I wasn't going to speak, but I am. I would like to ask, when does a building and its usage become more important than your constituents? I believe the new Alverno is making the neighbors a second-class citizen in this conversation, and we are being harmed as a third party at this point. The noise, regarding the 70 decibels, I was at those meetings. Not the settlement mediation, but it was the settlement mediation used an old analog device from 26 years ago. It does not compare. It's apples and oranges with digital today. I find it rich that Alverno brings this up because Alverno Rentals had violated many of the rest of the conditions in that settlement since its inception in 1998. Sierra Madre Noise Code cannot be superseded by an agreement because of a Pasadena lawsuit. We are Sierra Madre. The agreement was between Pasadena neighbors, not Sierra Madre neighbors. Sierra Madre neighbors have raised this point with Alverno for years. We are not in agreement with anything that allows a different measure than what is allowed under Sierra Madre noise level. It's confusing to hear what I've heard tonight about the 70 decibels and why Alverno is married to it because Mr. Indy refused to include Pasadena Noise Code when he did his noise studies in 2021. History. In 2009, Principal Gillick and city staff offered the residents 60 decibels. The neighbors said, okay. I was at those meetings. I have the notes from it. We didn't make this up. Measuring noise, I can tell you how to get an ambient noise level. You run that meter for 2 minutes, and it's like A rating, slow. I've gotten mine. It's 38, but the city wants to go at 40 decibels for residents, and I will accept that as my residential ambient noise code. I disagree with the consultants and the baselines he used. The Planning Commission raised the point that 90 decibels that was used in his studies were too high and asked, where did he get them from? Because there's nowhere that's in our noise code. They were off that settlement agreement. Again, this stuff doesn't come from Sierra Madre. Security, the discussion about security, it's very confusing as usual. I didn't know the police were involved. I was still trying to call security, and I don't call very often. I don't want to call my police. They have other things to do. But I have a letter out asking who are we supposed to call nowadays. It still hasn't been answered. May 11th, there's two weddings I'd like to state that were on the May calendar, and now they've been removed, and I don't understand why, because the May 11th one had a lot of problems that even we were affected by. Bass vibrations. They did not leave the parking lot. When I called our police, which was, I guess, the actual police, I was told, hang on, they're clearing out. And I said, but you don't understand. They're supposed to have been gone, and there's at least 10 people out there drunk and carrying on. I don't know, maybe they were waiting for an Uber, but it shouldn't be happening. She's like, just calm down and hang out. And I was very even and calm when I talked to her, and I had to read her the CUP, and I said, I know our planning commission doesn't want us coming back and telling you this is what's going on, but it's still going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Stevens. There are no other speaker cards.
Good evening. I wasn't planning on speaking this evening, but I just want to take a few moments. My name is Chewy Chow, and I live on the Pasadena side, Michelinda, and I'm not here to tell Alverno what to do, but whatever they do, however they run their business and their school, it shouldn't be at my expense. It shouldn't be at the expense of the neighborhood. I've been trying to work with Alverno for over 30 years, okay? When my kids were young, they used to say, Mom, I can't sleep because of the music from Alverno. Or if they didn't say Alverno, because they were too young, they said from across the street. My kids are late 20s and 30, okay? And we're still here, okay? I've heard these stories over and over and over again. Those of us on Michelinda are very negatively impacted by the noise and the music from all the rental activities. Okay, whenever we've brought this up, we'll hear, oh, well, that group, they were waiting for an Uber, or it's another excuse. But I want you to put yourselves in our shoes. It's been 30 plus years for us. I don't think it's unreasonable for me and my neighbors to ask that we just have our right to a peaceful enjoyment of our home, right? Most of the time I don't call the police because I'm trying to not be as stressed as I am. But every time there's an event, the bass is reverberating in my house with all the windows shut. And then I have to deal with, the late night traffic coming out of Alverno, all right? My kids are older now, but now it's my poor two dogs. Sometimes at midnight, 12:30, they'll run to the front door and bark. Sure enough, it's a vehicle exiting from Alverno. And I want to say something about the decibel readings. In 2010, myself and quite a few of the Wilson neighbors had a meeting with your interim police chief. He was a very nice man. And my first question to him was, sir, what is an acceptable decibel reading? Because I don't know. None of us knew. And what he said was, it doesn't matter what the decibel reading is supposed to be. If you are negatively impacted in your home, then it's too loud. So, I always appreciated that, but that hasn't helped us. And as for the monitoring report, I had a nice conversation with the chief outside. He was able to clarify something for me. The Pasadena neighbors and I have not been calling the Sierra Madre Police Department because we were told they cannot help us. We met the police chief at an Alverno meeting, and we were very impressed by him, and we actually felt very optimistic. But the first time we called regarding the loud music, we were told by someone in the police department that they can't help us, they're not going to send anyone out, and that we needed to call Pasadena. But I wanted to let you know I had a meeting with the police chief, and he clarified that we received the incorrect information, so I will share it with my neighbors.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate it. Yes.
Hello, my name is Andrea Bertolini. I live at 289 East Grandview. I'm also the facility director at Alverno, and I'm just up here to kind of answer some chronological things that keep getting, I guess, muddled. But the majority of the events after the CUP was voted on and decided on, the majority of the events of the villa were under the old TUP conditions. So that April 23, March 23, and I wrote them down as quick as I can that were discussed, those were off of an older decision than October. It's the first time I've addressed them here. We did address them in our neighbor meeting and other things. So I just want to keep that in mind. Also, the website is a huge, huge issue. We are just now coming out of contract from what the high school had in place with the company that it was using. There is very limited of what can be stored and what not, how it was being done, and it was also discussed with the city at the January neighbor meeting too. We are constantly revising that and what can be, and now you'll see more of a month calendar that the neighbors requested. I don't know why the dates didn't transfer over. There is a whole web department that's trying to figure out why aren't the calendar dates loading all the way. That was brought up at the commission meeting. I did say there are more that is showing up there, and that was an older one. So this is a constant thing that we're trying to work with. Well, we are working with, but we're coming against new roadblocks, and the new company we're using, they said they're Google compatible and there's unlimited space. So I can only address those. But if you need more information of contracts and dates, I certainly can provide that with you, because the time of a contract is by deposit and it's time stamped with a Adobe contract. So we can get you that information as far as the order and all of those things go. As far as the Securitas phone, I did get Kristen Stevens' email on Friday afternoon. I did call it myself. It was not working. I called Securitas, William, who came and spoke to several meetings. He brought it back after Saturday's event because it does work when they're there. The police department calls me on my phone and also Securitas on their number, so it is working, but when they're there, they're logging in. They are resetting the password because I guess the phone had an upgrade, and because of their DVR system, and that's also why we kept them, it takes those pictures and they enter things simultaneously. It is something that the off-duty officers, it's a program, they don't own it. Securitas does, and that's why we do it, because it's time-stamped. But that is being rectified. So from the January meeting to all the other meetings we have been working with the city and implementing new things. So we're doing them as fast as we can, and certainly in the parameters we can. But if there's any other questions or needed information, please let me know. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Madam Mayor, the next speaker card is from Indy Sabitala.
Hello. I think I was named a few times tonight, so I thought I'd come up here and speak. My name is Indy. I am the noise consultant for Alverno Heights. I've been working with them on the noise ordinance and also working with the city on developing a noise ordinance as well, and working with Commissioner Dennison, who's heard me speak many times about noise and fallen asleep. The idea of addressing noise is extremely difficult. There's so many facets to it. Level, frequency. The first big challenge with addressing villa noise was understanding where does it fall in the current noise ordinance. It's not part of the school. It's not a commercial or industrial site. So it doesn't fall under those parts of the noise ordinance. So we deferred back to the 1996 noise levels that set a precedent for Sierra Madre that 70 was a good limit. And there were many iterations to the noise ordinance that I won't bore you with, a lot of red lines. We tried a step approach of 70 dBA for a few minutes, 80 for less minutes, 90 for less minutes. We found that seemed confusing. How you approach noise on paper and how you enforce noise in reality are the two biggest hurdles that we tried very hard to meld and find a path forward so that at the end, Sierra Madre has a noise ordinance that's actually enforceable. And that's the noise ordinance that you see in the proposed documentation, which is the 70 dBA as a hard limit, and then I believe 84 dBA not exceeding 1 minute within a given hour. We tried to address low frequency issues There's another rating, not to get super technical, they call it DBC. Cities like San Francisco use this for institutional bars, event noise, because it addresses low frequency noise. We had that in a draft. It was offered to the city and redlined out. It's hard to enforce. It requires that enforcement officers now have a meter that they can switch back and forth, and now they're trying to read different levels, and it was just deemed too difficult to understand. We tried, and it was taken out at the time, but what we have right now, I think, is pretty good and a huge step forward. The villa doesn't qualify as residential or commercial, so we helped pave the way for institutional noise and specifically wrote code for event noise for institutions, not to single out the villa, but to make something that the whole city can abide by, so that all institutions can operate and work well with you guys. I'm here to answer any questions, if you want to ask any or not.
Just to clarify, these noise ordinances that you're talking about that are specific to institutional, these are not before us, and these are not being, all we're considering tonight is the 70 decibel requirement that's currently in the CUP, and then the change that was made by the Planning Commission. So I just want to make that clear that you're speaking about something that hasn't yet been presented, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Because in the future, the institutional noise, the villa would fall under that part of the noise ordinance, but you're absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I do have a question.
Sir.
So, because we've heard so much testimony, we've got all these letters we received, emails, and we heard again tonight that the noise coming from Alverno, we heard the lady across the street in Michelinda who says there's vibration in her room even with the windows closed. So is decibel the only way you can measure the impact of noise? It seems like I believe where there's smoke, there's fire. If people are saying there's some noise, I believe them. The question is, how do we determine whether or not that's an acceptable level of noise? Is there another way other than the decibel rating? Because it would seem like they're telling us that, okay, we're seeing it's not up to 70, all the reports. Okay, good. But we're getting consistent complaints about noise.
Yeah.
So what's your response to that?
You're hitting the nail on the head on that one, because we started with 70. We worked it through with the Planning Commission. We needed a baseline to start with. Our goal was never to eliminate annoyance or audibility, which starts to get into other territory of bass frequencies, or, well, I heard it for 10 minutes, but by the time the officer came out, it was gone, right? There's so many facets to it that have to be addressed.
So you guys are not saying that these people are wrong, are you? That this noise that they're hearing is, a figment of their imagination?
That would not be for me to say. I wasn't there for those events, but also I don't want to disprove.
But you guys have provided. We've seen reports where we're seeing decibel measurements.
Yeah, it's audible.
49, 55, 64.
Yeah.
So, but it's not to 70, or it's close, but
70.
it's not there.
Correct.
So, I'm just seeing a disconnect here. I'm thinking we're not serving our public by not having a noise ordinance, or at least not having. Maybe if you're hearing this, I guess the perfect world might be, hey, I'm hearing that maybe 55 to 60 is about what the neighborhood can tolerate. Maybe we ought to adjust on our own. Maybe we ought to self-regulate a little bit here. I know you don't have to because the CUP doesn't force you to, but I'd like to. That kind of point, that kind of perspective would have a lot of impact on me.
In the allotted time that we have now, that's a much longer discussion, but one worth exploring, absolutely. And that's a city decision that should not be taken lightly, and a discussion that should be had. Because you're absolutely right.
Sorry, I'm venting a little. It's getting late.
It's understood.
Can I ask you what the noise level is normally in a neighborhood, in an urban neighborhood?
During daytime? On Michelinda?
Nighttime.
Nighttime. 8 or 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock.
I know noisy daytime is about 70.
Yeah, exactly.
So what's nighttime?
So nighttime around Michelinda can vary significantly. It can go down to 45, 50-ish, Michelinda being a pretty heavily trafficked street, but at night, a lot less cars, but they do go pretty fast on that street as opposed to some of the capillaries surrounding Alverno. So you get anywhere from 50 to 55. Now, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, nor do I have my report, so I'm shooting from the hip a little.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So
Councilmember Garcia.
I'm thinking, I'm trying to wrap my head around this too, because I've got a whole bunch of reports.
Oh, boy.
from Securitas, and they're all in the 40s and 50s.
Right.
Why are we asking for something greater than that when all of the records show 48?
Good question. This is something that we vetted with the Planning Commission because we needed a baseline. If it's a number that you're not happy with, that you want to lower, let's work on it and find a reasonable number that is helpful to your constituents, to the neighbors, and for Alverno, and for the other institutions that will also be affected. Keep in mind that the proposed noise ordinance, 70 is not just within the institutional event noise, it's also applicable to public property noise as well. So we want to make sure that we're consistent within the noise ordinance.
At public property, 60.
There is a public property event
At 60.
At 60, I believe there's a 70 as well,
60
measured at the
dBA measured
property
at
line.
distance of 50 feet from the source.
At the current one, the proposed one, I believe, has 70 measured.
We're not talking
Yeah,
about
we can't talk about
Can't
the,
talk
we
about
have,
the
we haven't even
So the
seen, as a
proposed
council,
one-
we haven't even seen that, so.
Understood. So
And we can,
so-
yeah, what's us to stop language from saying, well, look, we're seeing like 50, 60 is the
Yeah,
most, and
understood.
then
As long as you're consistent within your noise ordinance, then lowering or raising it is well within your right and something that you have to explore. We needed a baseline when we started this. This has been a long journey that Commissioner Dennison has been on with us and the rest of the Planning Commission. They've heard me speak many times and talk about, how do we measure this? What do we do? We needed somewhere to start. So we chose 70 based on a past precedent. If you guys feel like that's not the right number, let's find a number that works.
Okay, thank you. This
Thank you,
was
Shirley.
technically public comment, so I think we're closing public comment.
I just wanted to comment for Councilmember Goss that you can look at the police reports. When we get complaints about noise, we will voluntarily have the GJ turn down the music, or, it's one of those things where, sure, it might be close to 60 or 65, but we'll ask them to lower it. So there's a number of police reports that have that in it.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, we're bringing it back to discussion, but I'd like to take a 5-minute break because we've been sitting here for quite a long time. So let's come back at 10.
10 o'clock.
little over. Let's come back to order. 10:08. All right, let's bring it back to discussion. Given the hour and the length of this discussion, I'd like to table set, and if you guys disagree, just jump in and tell me I'm wrong. But it seems to me we have 3 issues that have been appealed. I feel like 2 of them, well, I feel like one, the noise ordinance has somewhat been, we've reached maybe a common ground where it sounds like we could modify the Planning Commission's recommendation to account for the upcoming noise ordinance. And it sounded like the appellant was amenable to this, that we basically would keep the current objective standard, or if more restrictive, the noise ordinance, and figure out a way to phrase that so that it's referencing the upcoming noise ordinance, because I think we all agree that the current noise ordinance is not what we want. Anybody disagree with that?
I like the proposal.
Okay, so that's number 1. Number 2 is the time of use. And I'm just gonna say that I think if we say that music has to end at 9:30 and everyone except for the monitor, the security, and the event plan, I guess one representative from Alverno, they're the only ones that can be on property at 10 p.m. I'm somewhat amenable to allowing Alverno to manage how that happens, but it actually has to happen. So that I think part of our event monitoring with our new off-duty police should be verifying that at 10 o'clock, not 10 o'clock in 1 second or 10 o'clock in 10 minutes, the only people left on property, including the parking lot, are those 3 people or 3 categories of people.
I have one concern with that.
Okay.
And it was kind of, I didn't even think about it until it was brought up today. Obviously, we don't want to encourage drinking and driving.
No.
And we have Uber. Uber's never reliable at that time of the night. If we could find some kind of way to maybe even sequester the people waiting for Uber with the monitor, I don't know how we could do it, but I don't want people to feel, well, I just have to go, I got to jump in the car and leave, rather than leave their car behind if they had too much to drink. So I don't know. I'm just concerned with that whole Uber issue.
I mean, but the fact of the matter is, if you have to have everyone off the property, including the parking lot, by 10 o'clock, your event has to end before 10 o'clock. Because there's like, you can't be telling people to leave at 10 o'clock and then they're wandering out to their car and they're chatting or they're calling an Uber or whatever it is. So the fact of the matter is, I think if we create an objective, everybody off the property at 10, and if people are not driving themselves and need an Uber, they need to like build that into their.
Agreed.
Well, and 9:30 to 10. I mean,
half an hour. Yeah.
I'd hope you'd be able to get an Uber in half an hour.
Look, and like to your point, that if they've called an Uber at 9:40 and they're standing there with the event monitor at 10:05, and that's when the Uber shows up, I mean, as we've said, we've delved into the specifics of the reports.
It sounds like the residents would prefer the Uber waiters to be on property than off property during that time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
And so then I think we're pretty much in agreement on that, because I think
that was my only issue, was making sure that we didn't discourage use of rideshare or taxi cabs.
Right, I agree. But that also means that the setup and the takedown has to happen. I mean, I'm all for letting the event folks manage that, but the reality is, if you have to have the catering trucks, everything broken down, and the catering trucks loaded and off property by 10, I can't imagine how you don't shut down the event at 9:30. But I'm not here to event plan.
Yeah.
And it is in 5.6, the applicant and property owner shall install signs placed in conspicuous on-site locations, near entrance and exits at the villa, near vehicle entrances and exits, instructing event guests.
Which is what are you talking about?
5.6 on slide 8.
That's fine.
I mean, I think
there's no issue with that.
I think I'm hearing there's confusion. I went back and looked at the July 26, 2022 meeting, and there wasn't a whole lot of confusion. I mean, it was very clear at taillights at 10.
Yep.
And so I think, unfortunately, we're gonna have to be more clear in this and be very specific in it. And I don't think we're at a point where we can just trust Alverno to manage it, because we're here now over 2 years later, and over a year after the issuance of the TUP, and it's not happening. And so I think we have to go more specific. And
Which is what? So what are you?
So I think it is, I think what I was hearing you say, Mayor, is that, we can let them decide on when to shut down. It's like, no, I think we need to be very specific that the event must end by 9:30 and everyone except the 3 must be out by 10. I don't think it'd be nice if we could allow, if it's smaller events and all of that, but we don't have any demonstrated, we don't have a good demonstrated track record of Alverno being able to do that.
Do you find your recommendation any different than what the planning commission recommended?
I think the area of disagreement, I think, is what Mayor Pro Tem just pointed out, is that the planning commission recommendation, all events shall end no later than 9:30 p.m., I think is what we're haggling about.
Okay.
I think it's necessary, but I've also been at events through my life there, and if you don't set it in time, it doesn't happen. And it obviously, they've set it in time and it still wasn't happening, so why would we remove it?
What if we, to get at the point that I was dialoguing with council earlier, what if part of what we do here is actually tie violations to a specific consequence here? So everyone has to be gone by 10, however we end up defining that. And after the, I don't know, I'm just picking a number, 3rd violation, that's 1 fewer event in the next go round. So that we actually have like a specific measurable and a specific consequence for failure. And then we don't get into this question of whether or not, the punishment fits the crime.
So then how do you, if Alverno is booking events out into 2025 and per the Planning Commission meeting on March 7th, 2026, how do you cancel?
No, because if events were ending at 10 no matter what, period. I mean, that's always been the standard. So they should not be entering into contracts that people think that they're going to be able to be at the event past 10.
Yeah, but how do you say that you can't have an event in the future if you've already got them booked, if you've already got deposits down, if you've already got it?
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. That kind of reduction would have to apply to non-signed contracts.
Yeah. I just worry about it, the experience that we've seen with this is that that things are walked right up to the line. Yeah. Time and time again, and I'm very frustrated by it, and I think that I think this to me bleeds into the next item, and I have a hard time separating. I love the idea. I love the.
That doesn't have to be the result. I mean, we could come up with another consequence.
When we hear testimony such as, well, that was part of the old TUP, but how we want things now. Why not just comply and just do the bare minimum?
Yeah, that was not.
Well, and we're not getting.
That was not encouraging.
We're not getting quarterly reports. I mean, there's things like that haven't even been answered tonight in this whole thing, and I think that, we've been dealing with this long enough that I think we need to send a stronger message, a more clear message that, look, the effort needs to be an A+ and not a C-, and that's where I feel we're at. It's like it's just barely passing.
No, not even that, because frankly, I'm just going to be frank because it's late and we're already here. We passed this CUP whenever we passed it. I don't want to hear, however many months later, that you're working out your website limitations. Like, you knew what the requirements were over a year, like basically a year ago. Like, it's maddening, and I can understand why it's frustrating for the people who live around this, because I appreciate that websites have limitations, but this isn't something we should be finding out about now. Like, this is something you've agreed to a long time ago. And so that it's that kind of thing over and over again.
And if it's a problem with you know the Google form that's on there, fine, Word document, PDF it, put it up there. I mean, like there are simple workarounds until you get the technology
You can
worked
get a cell
out.
phone pretty easy too.
You know.
Yeah, I have no,
You put a voicemail up in 2 minutes.
Yeah, I have no confidence that people will be able to actually reach anybody. Like, we've had this conversation with, when it was just the Alverno person, and then we've had this conversation when it's the event monitor and the security, like, nobody ever seems to have a cell phone that works. Then provide 6 numbers so that they can keep calling until somebody answers.
And require Wi-Fi calling or whatever it needs to happen.
And I'm sorry, but even right now, I'm still hearing the same excuses, even from the audience right now. Like, I'm hearing the non-accountability, I'm hearing the excuse of why this isn't happening. But that's fine. I understand why it's not happening, but
If our library isn't built, when we say it needs to be built,
we lose the money.
We lose the money.
If I don't give a client deliverable when they tell me to get it, you know, I lose that client. What the standard? Why is the standard different here? It shouldn't be.
Great.
I'm not sure that leaves us with the takedown
Yeah.
time, but.
Well, and I was going the same direction. I think more of this goes to that third one. I think you've teed this up very well and gotten the easy ones out of the way.
Yeah, that was the idea.
Yes, and I really appreciate that. But you know, it comes down to, you know, I understand that there's an impact on the revenue at 13 events, but at some level, it's like, how else can we send the message? Like, you know, to me, it's like, yeah, how do we make it really clear that you know, the management team in Alverno needs to step up their game and needs to step it up significantly. And maybe it is, you know, we'll revisit it in 6 months or something like that, but at some point, like, this has got to change, and it's not changing.
If you have the threat of reduction of allowed events, does that help with the constitutional contracts question? Like, if you go into something knowing that for the next year or whatever the right period is for this permit, you have the potential to lose, you know, whatever that was that I proposed before, after a certain number of violations, and you enter into contracts, you know, knowing that could happen. To me, that doesn't then trip a contract violation under the Constitution.
That's right, and that's why Planning Commission chose the, I think it was January 2025 date for the decrease in event number, because that's when Alverno had no more contracts in progress. So if they now made a contract in you know, February 2025, knowing that there could be a 13 event limit, that's
on them.
The city is not.
And is the Planning Commission's determination stayed during the appeal, or does it apply right now?
It applies right now.
Okay.
And I
That's
think-
probably why there's not events after
February.
But we heard, I mean, I listened to the full Planning Commission, and I heard testimony that said that there are events in 2025 and 2026, but they're not on the calendar.
Oh, okay.
And so I don't know, I've got different information, I don't know what the actual accurate story is.
I confirm this, I think our planning commissioner chair, Dennison, said that they set the limit at 13 with the idea that if behavior changed, they'd walk it back. Can we be talking about something like that? So
Yeah,
that by the time they are in a position where they need new contracts, if they've towed the line, we could make a further modification to get them back to where they need to be.
That's kind of where my mind was, is you've got 7 months now between here and the next review. What I worry about is it's taken us 7 months to get, well, however many months, to get from the review to where we are now. And granted, it was the holidays and a lot of other things. But, you know, if we say, look, it's going to be 13 for 2025, and if things get stepped up between now and October, there's a chance that, you know, you could go back to 26. But, like, there has to be, like, I really appreciated Chair Dennison's comment is that he said something to the effect of, you know, he expected there to be glowing reviews and no incidents. And I mean, that was the clear message. I remember hearing that message. and we're not seeing that. And so I think we need to send a clearer message of saying, you know, we actually meant it.
So if we do this with the intention, setting a date where we can reconsider it, we're not gonna impact their short-term revenue problem, right? We're not gonna put them in a tailspin unless they don't toe the line by that time, and then they're gonna have a hard time.
It depends on how far people book out.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Weddings typically are a year out.
Yeah,
right?
I struggle with, hearing the financials, I struggle with 13, even in 2025, but.
Yeah, I do too. I think it's.
Based on what?
Based on what I heard.
50%.
No, I mean, I guess, I'm sorry, I didn't.
The testimony.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I didn't mean based on what I meant. Under what standard? Like, you're interpreting.
The adaptive role, the whole section B regarding the adaptive reuse and making sure that building is maintained.
Also, the impact has to be somewhat correlated to the offense.
But I'm not opposed to continually reducing it if they keep violating, or we keep having complaints going forward, right? Well, complaints are one thing, but we have to have evidence of violations. I don't know. I'm not saying keep it at 26, but I feel that's.
I mean, that's part of the problem, right?
Very punitive.
Is we don't have a clear standard on our master plan having the goal or, intent of encouraging adaptive reuse. That doesn't mean that everything we do with respect to that has to guarantee that they have sufficient funding by virtues of use to.
Yeah, and frankly, everything that we have in our master plan regarding adaptive reuse kind of goes back to the housing element of adaptive reuse, and it has to do with providing higher density housing rather than something like we have here.
Right, and to be fair, you're not talking about the master plan, you're talking about this condition of use, that the idea being that.
The condition within the 2022.
But I suspect it's a similar, I mean, we'd have to have a better interpretation of what that means. I don't think, and this is not my area, but I don't think that means that we have to allow as broad as possible to ensure that they have 100% ability to do 100% of what they want to do. I don't think, despite what we heard in a couple of comments tonight, I don't think that they're
after 1 year it's going to get knocked down.
I don't think they're in danger of tearing it down.
I also think that when it applies to that, like I said before, we're looking at the city of Sierra Madre overall. We're not even just specifying Alverno, but in every other instance, every other policy, every other ordinance, we have a maximum of amount of events that we're allowed to have at a location. And here we have a business that's running in a residential area, and we're even allowing 26 originally down to 13. That's
It's still 3 times the number.
Yeah.
6.5 times the number anywhere else, not counting school events, not counting filming.
Yep.
I mean, I think.
So why is it okay for us to not burden the residents around the rest of the town, and it's okay for us to burden the residents in this part?
And I was totally thinking about that. Like, we talked about the number, is the number an issue? And we heard from legal counsel that it wasn't. But if you think about the cumulative effect, if your neighbor's dog barks a few times, right, during the night, every now and then, you're annoyed. But then once that dog barks every single night, you're going to say something and complain, right? And your quality of life has been impacted. So.
Well, and I don't know, I also think it sets a bad precedent. I mean, I guess maybe we could go back in time and figure it out, but I just feel like it means that you should never be giving people a reasonable number of rights, because apparently, according to this interpretation, you can never take it away, which I can't believe that that's the case. I mean, I can't believe that's a situation where, unless they have 28 events, we can never reduce the number of events. Like, I can't think that that's a significant reduction in rights here. And the rights are conditional. The rights are conditional on complying with the conditions.
Yes.
Conditional use permit.
Yep.
And annual reviews. What's annual review for if there's no teeth to it, right?
And of course, we're hoping, and I do think that with the new event monitors, with Sierra Madre PD that I would like to think that a lot of this will be solved. I really do think that.
Look,
that will
I
be
want
helpful.
this to work. I want this to actually work. I want there to be events to support this property, and I want the neighbors to be, you know, maybe not perfectly happy because they probably most of them are probably like 0, to be honest, but but the neighbors to basically be able to coexist. I want this to work.
And 70 is loud. And by the way, when Pat Simcock and Commissioner Simcock and I were measuring, it did hit 70 and 72 one time at the the south section, and one time on Wilson. And besides that, it was like 60, 65, and you could hear it. And we crossed the street over on Mitchell-Linda, across the street, and you could hear, it's true, you can hear the bass and all. And I think, like you said, once in a while, it wouldn't be so bad. But if it's every weekend.
And that's what it is in May. It's every weekend in May, and every weekend in September.
I could see why that's an issue. That's why I asked about the dampening. Like, if Alverna could remedy these ways, and like you do at clubs, they have dampening measures, and I'm not an expert on that. Sometimes you like a sound studio, so that it absorbs that sound, it absorbs that vibration.
Wallboard.
Yeah, not just closing the windows, but, actually measures that would help
Ceiling
that.
tiles
And again, I'm not an expert.
I think we can address that in the context of the noise ordinance. So I'm sensing that there's an appetite for reduction, and I guess maybe we should just get down to brass tacks and decide and talk about the number. And then I guess we can circle back to the time thing, although I think we're pretty close on that. So I think someone needs to just throw something out.
For me, it doesn't seem, I don't think it really matters if it was 13, 18, 20, whatever, if we're going to give them a chance to work their way back into good graces within a reasonable amount of time. I think 13 is a pretty nasty number. I mean, it's sending a message, but maybe that's the message you need to hear. Maybe that's more powerful in terms of motivation than 20 or 18. Maybe that's what the Planning Commission was thinking. Probably was. So if you could persuade me to do it on that basis, as long as we give them a shot to get back into a position where they can keep themselves afloat.
So how do we make it clear? Like, how do we get to it and it doesn't get to be, part of this, was we've said, it's a he said, she said, right? And that's, I'm trying to think through, if I'm trying to put myself in the role of the Planning Commission and not, hang something really difficult on them, what is it, what would be the criteria then to lift it from 13 to 26? What does it have to look like?
No violations.
No violations. Everything would have to be perfect. In fact, I would use this word: zero tolerance. Zero tolerance.
Which suggests to me that you take that.
Which is what I've had to live under many different regimes in my life. Most of us have. Where we just can't slip up. We can't make a mistake.
Which means that in reality, you take an extra step and you don't have people leaving at 9:58. You have people leaving at 9:30.
Right.
And that's to me, that's why I think we should give them the leeway, because I think part of it is demonstrating that they can manage the event in the way that they're supposed to with pretty clear guidance. Everyone gone by 10.
When you're saying leeway, what do you mean by that?
I'm just saying that like if I know that I'm going to suffer a consequence if something doesn't happen, I'm just using this as an example. So something doesn't happen by 10, I don't wait to 9:59 to make sure it's happening. I make sure it's happening in advance, and that's kind of the opposite of what we've all said that we've been seeing. It's sort of like everything is taken right up to the line, right?
Mm-hmm. So then why
it's like if we're giving them zero tolerance, then to me, if I'm managing that, I'm erring on the other side, right? I'm going to make sure that everybody's gone by 9:55 or 9:50.
So why would we remove
that? That's what I'm.
But it's I think what I'm hearing is that if you make the impact strong enough, then that's the incentive versus putting all the rules on it.
Well, traditionally it's always been this way. Traditionally they've had the rules of end event and then lights out.
But there's been no consequence.
Yeah, but not with the threat of losing half the revenue.
No, but I'm saying I would not remove the 9:30 end time then.
But I just feel
but it's consistent with what their TUP condition and then the conditional use permit has always been. So why would we change it to less restrictive or less ruling when it's historically it's been this way, it's currently this way? They
Well,
still weren't following
it's
it,
not, it's actually
so-
not, I mean, it's obviously not currently that way. If the planning commission felt like it needed to say all events must end at 9:30, they clearly didn't think it said that. So I think if we say that the music has to be done at 9:30 and everyone else has to be gone by 10.
Well, it says all music ending no later than 9:30.
Right.
That's the original.
Current. Yeah, so we're not changing that.
Okay.
So that we're basically, we're allowing to go back to the original language on that item, and then we would change the number of events, and that would be the strong part to push.
I personally, I'm like, I don't want to create all of these, like, is it 9:30, is it 9:31, is it 9:40, is it, I mean, like, all of these, like, touch points, like, it's like, you know, like as a parent, right, you just tell your kid to be home. You don't call them at 9:30 and be like, are you on your way home, are you coming home now? Like, you just tell them to be home at a certain time. Like, I mean, I like, you know, I love that the event monitor has shifted, and we have better you know, credibility there, but I also don't want to put them in a position where they're like having to like document like 7 different touch points, you know?
I remember why I think in the discussion, because I was at planning commission for most of these, was I think it was that the other noises are not just the music, it's the noises of the dishes clanking, it's the noise of throwing the trash can, like the trash in the trash can. So it wasn't just music. They wanted the event closed at 9:30 because the wrapping up of things is just as noisy.
Right, but the wrapping up is supposed to take place between 9:30 and 10.
Yeah. 2.2.3.
Okay.
And there'll be somebody there, the off-duty police officers will be there, keeping a record of when the last person leaves the property.
Yeah.
And zero tolerance means it's better not be after 10 o'clock p.m., period. And if I heard that and I was running the school, I would make it happen. I would go out of my way to pad extra time into all these events. Maybe you start them earlier, I don't know, but you do what you gotta do.
Okay.
You adapt.
So what's the stick at zero tolerance going forward?
What do you mean?
Just no violations.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how you
I
write
mean,
it in.
Are we talking keeping it at 26 and then have zero tolerance? Are we talking 20 and then going down to 13 the following year?
That's how we measure. That's how we measure from
Earning
today,
back.
point A to point B,
Coming
to
back.
determine whether or not they get their
26.
events back.
So give the stick now.
Yeah.
And that's the carrot.
And then if that's successful within the time span of when the next bookings can start happening, then there's no real punitive damage because they already get to go to that point.
So
So
the
they're
real
not
question to
losing
me
business
is how much time is a reasonable amount of time to get them back on track and also give them a chance to get to plan out contracts that are.
You said they have events all through May, June, most of June.
So I'd have to look at June, July, and August, but basically, 4 out of 5 weekends in May and 4 out of 5 weekends in September.
And I can imagine June is June. June
Yeah, there wasn't as much on those. Those are the ones that jumped out at me as I was jumping across the calendar, assuming the calendar's correct.
Well, let's assume the voicemail will be up tomorrow. The website will be updated tomorrow. The notices, the first quarterly notice will go out tomorrow, and then they'll be on top of it from here on out, and they'll be on top of the 10 o'clock from here on out because we have police officers in there helping them. So from here on out, we've set the baseline, and let's just see if they stick to it for, 3 months, 6 months, come back. If everything's copacetic, then we can talk about raising the events.
Would that go to planning commission or?
Yeah, can we, that's the other question. Does it have to go to planning commission, or can we skip that step and have it just come right back here?
It's written as planning commission, I think, in the language.
But I mean, we're changing things tonight. This is de novo, so. Like, is there anything in the code or the?
I believe that the original 26 to 13, maybe we can get planning manager Lynn up here, but I believe that was tied to the next review period. Maybe not.
It's tied to January. We know it's tied to January 1. But I think the question is the review process, is if this is a de novo hearing, are we required to have it go to planning commission, or can we have it come back here?
No, there's no requirement that it go back to planning commission, but I'm trying to figure out what the intent was in planning commission. I think it was to have the event number go down to 13 automatically on January 1st, 2025, and then on the next review period, which I think is October.
October of this year.
2025.
No, October of 2024. We're just still finishing the review period from October 2023.
Well, I understand that, but if they're gonna start the 13 in 2025, wouldn't you wait until the end of 2025 to then do the next review? What?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what the intent was, and I'm not sure, I'm not totally sure it matters, because we can do what we want.
Toe the line from this point on, there's no chance for them to go back to 26.
What was the
Under the
intent
current
from
regime.
Planning Commission?
There's no
Okay,
build
hold
back.
on. Everybody back.
What was the intent from Planning Commission on the kind of timeline of the event decrease? Was it an automatic decrease on the January 1st, 2025, and then the review comes after? Or is it the review before and that triggers the event decrease in 2025?
So this reviewing period will end October 2024.
And that can trigger the event decrease?
Correct.
No, I think that would trigger a change perhaps, because I think.
It can change to increase, not decrease.
Right, so if we decrease tonight, we could go back and revisit it in October.
Correct.
And increase it if things are good.
Correct.
And would it have to be October, or is that like, or is that just because that's the normal cycle?
October is condition general condition number 11, where the original CUP was permitted, approved.
So
we don't have all of them here.
Planning Commission in October is going to review
thank you.
and is going to review all these conditions, decide if the decrease is unnecessary. So City Council can, I think because it says in the CUP that Planning Commission is going to review in October, that's going to happen. So if City Council wants to build in another separate review, I think that would be fine.
Well, I think the applicant would have to agree, right, because that's probably outside of the scope of their appeal, right? That would be changing something that's not part of their appeal.
The City Council can change any part of the CUP as long as there's supporting evidence.
Okay. And I also presume they would prefer a sooner. Well, either a sooner or a streamlined, right? Because what I was getting at in terms of substituting the City Council for the Planning Commission is that we don't go through this. You know, the Planning Commission talks about it in October.
Right.
It doesn't come to us, you know, the soonest probably until November, or maybe even after that, and then we just get into this similar situation we're in now, where it's been attenuated from the last October review period. And so it seems to me that we needed to, I would prefer, if we're going to do this, to streamline it so that we're not doing a 6-month review of a 6-month review.
So this might be a point of interest too, is that when I look at the calendar, 23 events are planned between May and December, well, May and November, 23 events. So that should be a good measure and test of whether this is going to work or not, because that's a lot of events. It's pretty much every single weekend between now and then. So that means they've only had 3 events this whole year so far. Well, they're only allowed 26, and they have 23 on the calendar. I know they had a long filming, so.
I think they
filming doesn't count.
Yeah. I think we'd have to go back and look at it, but.
But that would be, if there really are 23 events between now and this 2025, that'll be a good test of whether they're complying.
Oh, that just brings up so many other questions, though, because we know we've already heard about 2 events in May, so that's 25.
Right?
There was only 1 event between January and May 11th.
Well, in October.
No, I'm talking about. Have they already actually booked more than 26 events this year? If she's saying there's 25 between May and
between May and December.
Were there only 3 events between January 1st and that May date that you started?
We could ask them to come up and answer that.
Yeah.
From our record, since October last year until now, we have 11 events already.
Okay. Yeah, I think we need to figure this out.
Can we help provide what the events are that are scheduled? Would that help?
Well,
Yeah,
we
but
have
just-
that.
Well, I guess
Kind of.
you just counted on the,
Yeah.
okay.
Would you like us to provide that?
So
or-
is, I'm sorry, is it an annual year from October, then that's the amount they're allowed to have from October to October?
No, I
Is
think
they
it's
allowed to have
calendar year,
26, or
isn't
is
it?
26 calendar year?
It's October to the end of.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that makes a difference.
No, it doesn't. It actually makes it worse.
That's true.
Yeah.
Except that in October.
I was thinking from January to October should be, yeah.
So it's October to October.
Yes.
Yeah, because they only have one scheduled in November, so the rest are in October. Yeah.
So there were 26 scheduled from last October to this October.
Way more than that. There's
Well,
23
she's saying there's
from May to
23 from this
October.
May to this October. So were there only 3 between last
22.
October and May? Yes, please.
I'm waiting, you guys stop, so I'm waiting. And then, Chair Dennison is telling Claire something about the calendar year, so.
Yes, I,
23.
I'm sorry.
Mhm.
It's okay. Mayor, I just wanted to point out condition 1.0, 1.1. It says 26 rental event in calendar year.
Right,
2020.
It's not October, it's calendar year.
And I just confirmed, I counted 23 from May through December on the
Yeah, but
calendar.
what about January through
Yeah, yeah,
May?
yeah. Well, you're gonna hear it, right?
Yeah.
We'll hear how many's
So,
happened this year.
where do you want me to start?
How
What
many were
month?
there, how many do you have under contract for this year, including ones that have already happened?
For this year that ends.
This calendar year,
It's not
2024.
October, it's calendar year is your condition.
Okay, so it started in October of.
No,
So we're
No.
asking.
the condition
Okay,
is
the
no
condition-
more than
okay,
26
this is what
events
I'm
per
asking you, though.
calendar year.
So, from what I'm understanding, but I have them all written here so I can count them in. So, if it started in October, and I even brought this up in January with staff at our neighbor meeting, that we're counting it from October 1st to the end of September. And Claire confirmed yes, and how I could take off old dates. That was in a meeting.
What does take
and
off
recorded.
old dates mean?
Because that old calendar wasn't a Google Calendar, and it was just listed, and it had over a year of event on it.
Events
So-
that had already happened?
Yeah, events that already happened, events that were coming.
Okay, I guess
But
just
under
answer the
Google
question.
So,
How many events did you?
So what date am I going, though? If it was
January 1st,
January 1st of what year?
2024,
Thank you. That's all I
to
needed.
December of this year,
Okay,
2024.
so there was no events in January. No events in February. March had 1.
I thought that March had 2 because the
School event is not counted in this.
but why else would we need an event monitor twice?
That was in May, I think.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so March was 1. April was 2. May has 4.
Is there 5 in May?
There's 3
Well,
on
that's only
their
the-
calendar.
I have 4 Saturdays in May of 2024.
There's one the 11th,
Okay.
that's not on there anymore.
Oh,
Right,
but it happened.
I have 4 Saturdays in May.
But we had an event monitor on the 11th, which is not on the calendar.
There's nothing before the 11th on the calendar.
Okay,
Well, that's
this,
the thing is that there's no
this is
history
the
on it.
new-
If you go back in the calendar, anything before today, there's nothing on the calendar. It's wiped completely
The
clear.
18th has one.
Okay, so anything before the 18th.
All right, so we should stop looking at the calendar, basically.
But we're already over 26 for this
11,
calendar
12,
year.
13, 14, 15,
no.
15,
The calendar's wrong
16,
then?
18.
Well, no, I mean, you just told me to count the dates, so I'm counting the dates.
Yeah, but you've already said 5, and we have 23 on
We're
the
at 29.
calendar.
I have,
20.
no, I have 6 that we've just counted.
Yes.
Yeah, but
Right.
I'm subtracting one because we're double counting it. So you have 5 plus 23, that's 28.
Okay, I know I'm staying within 26 in the time frame. I know that the calendar, that Google Calendar, is not correct and isn't. I've stressed that there's.
So there's events on this calendar for upcoming times that aren't actually scheduled?
So there's not 6 in June?
No, there is.
Can you give her a chance just to count all the ones from
Okay.
January through
I'm
October.
writing it down.
Okay,
Just,
right.
maybe,
Sorry.
It's okay.
Why don't you give us the dates?
Do you want me to start back in
Yes,
January?
January.
Okay.
Thank you.
There is 0 in January. There is 0 in February, or was 0 in February. March had 1.
The date?
Sorry, the 9th. April was the 13th and the 27th. The 27th. May was the 4th, the 11th, the 18th, and the 25th. June is every Saturday, 1st, 8th, 15th, 22nd, 29th. 5. July is the 6th and the 13th. We're only allowed 2 events in July, August, and December. August, we have the 3rd and the 24th. Then we're in September, and I have the 14th, the 21st, and the 28th. October is the 5th and the 26th. November, I have pending contract on the 16th. That means they were sent it, but they have to pay and sign. I have nothing in December. And
That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
Okay.
5, 7.
So, on your calendar, you have one on November 2nd.
It's not finished. I mean, it's not. I don't have it. If it's not in here, it's because the contract isn't signed. There's no paperwork sent. But that's why I'm trying to say is that we're trying to rectify all of that with the transformation. And North Star is who we had a contract under, and I can't break a contract. I mean, I have to follow what, I have somebody that makes decisions and pays me. So as soon as that's our goal, to get that all straightened out.
So October, you said you had the 5th and the 26th, but on your calendar you have the 12th. Same.
Yeah, I just don't have that on my calendar. So we gotta work it out.
It's helpful, thank you.
You're welcome.
so how many did that add up to?
It's like 22 or 23, yeah. Depending on the 2 pending ones in November, or 1 or 2.
So yeah, so I mean, I'm really strong on that because we used to have 30. So, and I have to stand up here as a Sierra Madre resident and answer all of these questions. So believe me, not trying to steer you in a wrong direction.
But you can see where our challenge is that we can't get the information. We have to rely on you in this public hearing. We can't go to the website because the website doesn't have the information, and even the information on the website, the history is gone and the future is wrong.
So I agree with you 100%. That's why I asked, can I clear this? Because we've had numerous conversations and it's not Claire's. I mean, it's her scope now, but she just got in the deep end. I'm not saying dumped or jumped, but she's in the deep end, and we're just, that's why I asked. The city was there, police is there, like I'm willing, and I mean, we have implemented changes all along. I know they're not enough, and no one, like you said, Mayor, I'm sure a lot of people want 0, but I can only, if you tell me 70, I'm gonna make sure. And I even every time go up and say, just lower it, just lower it. I say, we're in compliance, but I will lower it. I'm the one answering the phone calls. I'm the one who's getting the neighbor across the street the text. So, but
Well,
if
we need something. So I would challenge you to be creative about how to publicize this with understanding your website challenges. There are other means of communication, whether you need to like post it in the paper. Susan will print anything. You know, like what I mean, there's so, I mean, I'm not, this is not my job to tell you, but.
I know, but I even had mentioned already what, City Councilman Garcia, because I even said with the police call us and it works on our phones, but WhatsApp or a group me that doesn't rely on service, we certainly can do that, and you can get through no matter what the cell, I mean, but I've already mentioned that. So those were some of the comments that I think City Councilman Lowe is hearing too. Like, I just said that, we said that, we talked about this, so.
But see, what I'm saying is
I'm not saying I'm
there's
interrupting
excuses, but
them.
like putting and it's not our job to fix it.
No, but it's not excuses, it's just when you hear something, we're responding by something else, so.
Yeah, but these were requirements that you've been held to for
Over
a
a
month,
year.
like
I
a
agree,
year, and so we don't need excuses. We need actual
And
actual
I'm
work.
doing the best I can, and I take it back, and I have website meetings, and it's, believe me, I stress it. So I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. I'm gonna try and do more. I will put up PDFs and other things. We only have 13 emails from our surrounding neighbors. So, I mean, every time we ask for a city meeting, we ask for more. The same people keep coming. We have those email addresses. I've sent emails. I know some certain council members or planning commissioners can't respond. So.
We haven't gotten like this quarterly report, like nobody
No,
here.
that was the only thing we said from the very beginning. That was completely.
It's not the only thing. This is the point.
No.
It's not the only thing. It's like we keep bringing up more and more.
It was
and
the
more.
quarterly notice that Alverno, I always said, that is, we are not in compliance with that. Sound complaints, we are compliant with the number 70. I mean, we're not, so I'm just saying that.
But you can't pick and choose what you want to do.
I'm not, it wasn't about pick and choose of wanting, it was understanding.
That's what we're hearing.
And waiting. Well, I'm sorry you're here.
And I'm not, I don't believe it's your intent. I think of you as Miss B, for saying, read it.
Thank you.
But I don't believe that's your intent. But something's got to change here, very
agree.
significantly. It's got to change tomorrow, because you've got people here and people in that neighborhood who've been putting up with this, and they do need some kind of good faith effort on your part.
I agree 100%.
I mean, a serious effort. And I think if you do that and you're consistent about it for a few months, it'll buy a lot of peace and a lot of goodwill. But this has got to be a top priority at your school. This has got to move up to the top of the ladder, okay? And we need to see that. I mean, we're not seeing it. We're seeing the opposite. It's like, well, we'll get to it when we get it. I'm just not getting a sense of urgency that we want to see. So
I understand. So this also, half of these letters were mailed on Friday, and the rest went out today. City Council has one addressed, police, chief, commissioners. So this is, and it went out to all the neighbors. So this is what it's going to look like from now on, which is much different from original. So you will have these already, probably some of you in your mail tomorrow, okay? But I did take down notes about PDFs and all those things, so. Do you want me to send an email to the council once they're put in place and the commissioner?
You just need to comply by what's required.
No, I'm just saying sooner than later. That's what I'm hearing, right? Sooner than later.
cool. If you're complying, if we finish this the way it looks like it's headed, from this moment on, we're going to be watching to make sure you're in 100% compliance with what the CUP states. So yes, we're not going to tell you how to do it, but that starts tomorrow.
Okay.
So, am I speaking for the council when I say that?
Yeah, I mean, anything, yeah. I think that their council said that, like, this is the new compliance period, no matter, you know, when we act tonight, the new compliance period starts tomorrow, so.
Nice.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to make a recommendation. If you would like to expedite, the council could make a decision to hear the review here at council, and upon a favorable review, the following year, revert it back to the planning commission. So instead of going to the planning commission in October, it comes to the council. If there's a favorable review, then you have the discretion to send it back to the planning commission the following year.
So basically substitute council in for planning commission for this for the 2024 review.
I like it.
And we can do it, looks like we could do it on the 8th. The time period goes through the 6th. Our first meeting in the month of October is the 8th. You know, we can, I mean, we're not at future agenda items, but we should agendize it for that.
All right, so we're down to, I think, the number. And any final thoughts on the 2.2 time of use? But it seems like the number is the sticking point, so let's get through that, and then I think we can probably get through time of use. Should we just take a straw poll?
So what, on October 8th, what could we potentially decide? I mean, are we saying that 13 number could go back to 26 at that point, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we need to put parameters around it.
No, I'm just saying,
that was the intention of the planning commission.
That's what I heard from Chair Dennison, yeah.
So the question, I guess, before us is, are we upholding the, do we feel like we have the findings such that we can hold up the 13 as the number until proven otherwise, as we've just talked about, or are we moving somewhere in between 13 and 26? So, I mean, I would just take a straw poll and people can just give their number, and then maybe we're all at the same place.
Yeah, I think if it's for me, straw poll, right? It's coming back to this body, and those are 2025 numbers. It really doesn't affect them if everything gets back. Let's say if everything gets back.
Well, I want to be fair, because I do think it does. Like, if I'm planning a wedding today and I want to book next June, they may book me, but then they might not be able to book the 14th person. And so we can't say that it won't have zero. Will have zero impact, because there'll be bookings between now.
But the impact
October.
Isn't as great as saying, yeah, you're stuck with that number, and we're going to check in 2026.
Yeah.
Or 2025.
I agree with the 13, that if you want to take a poll, I would agree with the 13 with the contingency that if they are compliant by October 8th, 2024, they can be brought back up to 26.
Well, we'll decide on October 8th, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I don't
but
think
that's
what it would be, yeah.
That's the incentive.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable with that approach. There's the 13th now and review on October 8th.
The only thing I would say is, now having read condition number 11, which talks about the yearly approval, it does say that prior to the hearing, and if you substitute the council for planning commission, will be provided event monitor reports, noise readings, logs of phone calls, like all of the information, a lot of the information we've talked about tonight is supposed to be provided prior to that meeting. And if the period ends on October, what did you say, 3rd?
It's October 6th.
Oh, 6th.
2 days might not be enough time to have all of that. So we can either decide to have it, when's the last event in October? The 5th. Or the last one before the deadline.
I think Councilmember Lowe said it was the 5th.
No, I think Miss B said.
There's no October 5th and October 26th.
Yeah. Well, we go through the 28th. I mean,
Yeah, so maybe,
points.
yeah, so we'll just have enough data points through September.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, sorry, I just want to point that
No,
out.
that's fine, that's good. So
So
what we
Chris
really.
is at 13, Robert's at 13.
We have 12 events between now and then, according to what we just heard. That's a good,
It's a good measure.
it's a good data sample.
Mm-hmm. It would be what it would be for a year.
Exactly.
We're serious about bumping them back up to 23. I'm just thinking, what the mayor says is true. I mean, if we're trying to get them whole again by next year, if they're good, but we may not be able to get them whole if we wait till October. I'm thinking, how much lead time do you need to plan weddings in the spring? I mean, a lot of people go.
They can still book out. They can still book out 13.
I would think it's
for the next calendar year.
Yeah, they can still.
They can still book 13.
Book 13.
And the other ones are contingent. And they'll have.
So you'd book on contingent, but based on October, based on a rendering of a decision in October.
Yep.
That'd be in the contract.
And then if they're a go in October.
They can actually book 13 because
Yeah,
they
I
have
know
the
that.
right to 13 next year.
But they could book others on top of that pending a decision from us.
Well,
Yeah, I
that's
don't
up to
think
them. That's not up to us.
Right.
I don't think that's likely, but
No.
Yeah.
if I'm a bride,
I
I'm
wouldn't
not.
wanna
If
do
I'm a
that.
bride, I'm not entering into that contract. Although my backyard is still available.
But only one event a year. No, two.
I'm
Two.
kidding.
Okay, 13 it is for me. Not excited about it, but
It's rough, yeah.
it's rough, but it sends a message. It's,
I mean,
you know,
I guess I mean,
prospect of a hanging concentrates the mind.
18.
I don't know if.
It's still, to me, that's still punitive enough, but that's more palatable for me.
I just keep going back though, like, if we were looking for progress, let's see how.
18 is almost 30%.
Let's see how they.
30% cut. That's pretty hefty. And they,
I mean, on the flip side, we've taken in testimony that 26 is the number. We don't have any independent evidence of that.
To maintain with no filming.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give people the benefit of the
That's
doubt,
not
but
even
we don't
including
have a
filming.
verifiable source for that.
We don't.
In part because we haven't asked.
Yes.
18 is where you're at.
I just want to say for the record that I take the residents' concerns seriously, but I don't know. Yeah.
I just
I mean, the planning commission was comfortable with 13, but I'm
And they've
just.
spent a lot of time and
I know.
effort. And
We're not having public comment, Mr. Farsing.
Well, the
No.
only thing we're gonna ask is that you put something in writing, because this is very convoluted.
Oh,
We
yeah,
wanna
no,
make
this
sure-
isn't-
This is our discussion.
When we
This isn't
come
our-
back, we wanna make sure we're complying.
Understood.
And
This is,
so-
we'll be very clear.
This is
It'll
our
all be
discussion. It
in
isn't
writing.
our
'Cause,
CUP.
you know, we have things like vendors' contracts that we have to figure out. I mean,
You shouldn't have more than 13 now for next year, so. Right? I mean, right now, you are limited to 13 next year, so what we do right now will either keep
Are-
it there
are we-
or give you more, so.
which guidelines are we under for the next?
You are
for this
currently
re-
under the planning
for
commission
the-
guidelines.
For the review period, we wanna make sure we understand when we come back exactly the checklist that we need to comply with.
Understood, yes.
We still have to follow procedures and do our discussion, and then we make a motion.
Okay, look, we don't have to have a unanimous decision.
Yeah, we don't.
We are usually a consensus council, but we don't have to be, and so I will entertain a motion for anybody who wants to, and then we can take a vote, and we can have a motion that fails. It'll be crazy, but it'll be fine.
Mayor, maybe it'll help to kind of take a break from that side, and I'll try to distill the council's discussions on violations, and we can discuss that and then come back to the number of events.
I appreciate that.
Okay, so what I've heard is the March 25th, 2023 event, the April 22, 2023 event had noises after 9:30. There were no quarterly notices posted. events not posted on the calendar. Securitas did not follow the conditions in the CUP. There were no sound dampening measures. I don't.
It was more about closing the windows and doors, I think, was the violation, not.
No, they were supposed to install dampening measures, and the statement
That was for outdoor.
From Alverno was that they closed the doors and windows.
It's 3.6. Sound dampening measures shall be provided to mitigate event noise, including talking, cheering, and singing. Additional artificial sound barriers shall be provided to dampen noise when windows and doors of the villa are open.
Those are two different sentences.
Gotcha. I understand.
Yeah, that's right, I'm clarifying, yeah.
Yeah.
We also know the events were not concluded by 10 p.m.
Yeah.
That was a direct quote from our planning commissioner.
Yeah, we didn't allow her to finish. So.
I'm sorry.
No, it's my fault. I jumped it.
Yes, that was that was my last bullet point. There was confusion about the cleanup time, and some events didn't end before 10 p.m. So my understanding is that all of these violations led to the planning commission and now the city council to take this event reduction measure to kind of ameliorate those impacts that the neighbors have felt from the violation of the other conditions of the CUP. Does that
That's
align
correct,
with?
yes.
It's an incentive to
Chris, are
create.
you on board with that?
To create,
Councilmember Lowe?
Sorry.
Are you good with that?
Yeah, I was just writing it down.
Oh.
And you were saying that
I was
it's
just saying an incentive to create,
that.
compliance.
Yeah, incentivize compliance. And then are you able to then synthesize kind of where we're at with, so we're here to consider the points that were part of the appeal. We have this additional change that we've talked about in terms of the procedure for the 2024 annual review.
Mm-hmm.
But I think other than that, we have not made other changes. So we are addressing the three that the appellant appealed, and then we have the additional procedural point. So are you able, but for the number, which we're still, are you able to kind of read back? I mean, you don't have to read it in code speak per se, but generally speaking, like what that would look like, if we were to actually make a motion tonight.
Yeah, so let me see. So those violations and the reasoning for the change in 1.1, the frequency, those would go into between now therefore and conditional use permit findings title.
You're in the ordinance or the resolution?
Yes, in the resolution. That would all go into the resolution as part of the record.
Right. Okay.
And then we have the noise. I think council was discussing keeping it at 70 or decreasing the decibel number, but adding a clause stating that it's 70 or another decibel number as council chooses, or the chapter 9.32, the noise ordinance, whichever is stricter.
I don't think it's 70 or another number. I think it's keep it as it is.
Okay.
Or if more restrictive, I shouldn't say more restrictive because it's like apples and oranges right now. So we need to figure out exactly how to phrase it, but the idea being that if and when a new noise ordinance is passed, that would be what was applied.
So it's at 70, which will be reviewed when the new noise ordinance comes into effect, or
Not reviewed, it would take effect, the new ordinance, is that what you mean?
subject to change?
We could do, as soon as there's a new section for institutional noise.
Yeah, that's kind of specific as what if.
But that, it needs to be, I think. I think
Yeah.
we're gonna have to, if we do change the noise ordinance, it's gonna have to be specific.
Okay.
I mean, part of it is gonna have to be
Yeah, agreed.
specific to institutional. So maybe that could work.
Okay.
If we go back to 3.7, there's similar language as to what we're talking about in the original resolution 2217. Should chapter 9.32 Sierra Madre Municipal Code be amended in such a way to create a noise standards for schools or institutional uses?
Perfect.
Yeah, already written there.
Then we'll go back to that. Does that sound good for tonight's resolution?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I worry a little bit about lower. I'm sorry, I'll just be the nudge here, because if it sounds like what we're doing in these new noise standards, it may not be measurable by, like, we may not use DBA, we may use some other standard, and so how are we going to determine whether it's lower? And I know that's, you're not the noise expert, but I'm just saying, maybe we just use restrictive instead.
We could just defer to 9.32. If it's amended in such a way as to create noise standards for schools or institutional uses, and then just strike the rest of
I agree. I mean, I'm projecting, but I suspect if it comes before some portion of this council and some portion of the current planning commission, I can't imagine it would be something, that wouldn't be comparable, at least. I can't imagine it, so I think that's fine. Okay, so we've solved that issue.
The next one is frequency, or we can go to time of use.
Yeah.
Strike out the easier ones. I believe we said we'll go back to the original condition language that stated begins no earlier than 8 a.m. including setup, and ends no later than 10 p.m. including takedown, and music ends not later than 9:30.
I think people are okay with that if we can come to agreement on the reduction of frequency. Is that everybody's recollection?
Mayor, I also think I heard the possibility of maybe setting up a Uber pickup location on site to make sure that people aren't off site. Was that something that council entertained?
Isn't that part of isn't that more down to, say, 5.5, maybe? That'd be more 5.6?
If I recall, the complaint was that people were out after 10 p.m. making noise in other areas, and one of the comments from council was perhaps having a on-site pickup location.
And then,
well, then I think it would be 5.5, right? Because that's sort of like the
instructions,
the traffic pattern, right?
Cater truck shall use in the cylinder. Vendors will exit and the event monitor. Yeah, I would tend to agree.
I thought the issue was that people waiting for an Uber can stay beyond the end time as long as they are confined.
Yeah, my thought was, if somebody's trying to do the responsible thing, let's not make it a violation to the conditional use permit. But I know your point was, well, then plan earlier.
I mean,
yeah.
Well, if the events end at, that's what, if you take away that events end at 9:30, that could be your marker for call your Uber by 9:30. You know what I'm saying? Like, could it be attached to that somehow? I don't know.
But if there's like 8 Ubers coming to that facility, maybe they have a request for 15 and there's only 8 available. I'm just trying to
30
think.
minutes
Yeah.
is a long
Yeah.
standing time.
All right, we are not
Just trying to be
micromanaging
reasonable.
Uber
Just
right
trying to
now.
be reasonable here.
And I don't think we should.
I
keep
just
them
think we should,
on-site.
we should provide that the Uber pickup needs to be on site, not on Michelinda, right? Cause that's the problem, if,
On-site would be better for the residents, yes.
In their parking lot.
yeah, that's, I mean, that's, to me, it's part of the traffic plan, right?
So they should create an Uber, this rideshare spot, probably.
Like at the airport.
Well, I mean, it says that all
Probably should
guests
be, yeah.
have to leave with the traffic plan. I don't think the
Yes.
traffic plan includes walking off the property without a car. I don't even know if it needs to change, like, I don't.
I don't think it really does.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah,
They'll figure it out.
that's my minutia.
Yeah. So no, I don't think we need a specific Uber.
Okay.
I think there was also discussion about having the event monitor also mark whether the all of the guests had left and takedown was completed by 10 p.m.
I don't know if we have the current form of event monitor form, but given that that's one of the key things, I would be surprised if it didn't already have that, because I think even the forms that we have talk about what time people have left, right?
Time the gate was closed, everything, yeah.
I think it's in the report, let me find it.
It looks like the form does have event end time and gate closure time.
Okay, perfect. And then we'll just, ask the police chief to make sure that the monitors understand what that means, like, gate closing means everybody's gone. Or, I'm sorry, there's a moment in which everyone needs to be gone, and then the gate closes when all the 3 people who are allowed to be, have left. Okay.
Mayor, can you clarify the last 3? You said it was the event monitor?
I don't think we made any change to that. It was just whatever it is already.
Security, event monitor and manager.
Like Alverno staff, or the event monitor.
It states it here.
So it's the event monitor, and an Alverno representative and security guards.
Does that bring us back around to the number of events?
Are we back there?
We are.
Okay.
So I'll throw it out there. I propose to reduce the number of events from 26 to 13, consistent with the discussion in the planning commission.
I agree.
You seconded?
All those in favor?
Hold on,
Oh.
any further discussion?
Any further discussion?
We'll discuss it in October, I guess.
I guess we'll discuss it in October.
It might ease some heartburn to add to the new condition that the 13 rental events may be increased on the October 6th, 2024 review.
I don't know, based on what we heard tonight, I'm not inclined to give more that we then have trouble taking away.
That could be a land use right
I mean, I don't know, I don't know, it's not my area, so.
Yeah, I wouldn't go there right now.
So, we have a motion, we have a second, if we want further discussion, and this is just specific to this, obviously we're going to have a motion on the entirety of the changes as well. This is just specific, it's like a sub-motion, basically. I know it's not exactly Robert's rules, but we need to sort of get over this issue, I think. So, everyone okay? I'm going to call for the vote. Everyone in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay. All right. I want to be fair and make sure that we have this established before we vote. What would be the easiest to do for that, do you think, procedurally?
I can read everything, my notes back to you and confirm that everything's correct.
Should we follow along on the resolution, maybe? Would that be useful? Wherever that is.
This is attachment A, resolution.
Yeah.
Resolution 2429.
Okay.
Between now, therefore, and conditional use permit findings,
Yes.
we'll add a new section. City Council finds as follows, and add these violations. March 25th, 2023, and April 22nd, 2023, there was loud noise after 9:30 p.m. Quarterly notices were not posted. Events were not, quarterly notices were not posted on the website, and
Were not
I'm sorry,
delivered.
not delivered to the planning manager and planning commission. Events were not.
City council.
And city council. Events were not posted on the Alverno calendar website. The event monitor did not follow the conditions in 8.0 Securitas. There were no sound dampening measures put in place, and we'll find all of the condition sections and put those into. There were several events that ended after 10 p.m. and I believe those were also the March 25th and April 22nd events. Okay, so those are the violations.
When you're citing 8.0 regarding Securitas, does that include event monitor not being able to be reached by telephone, or is that?
Yes, I believe that's in a condition.
Yeah, I believe it is too.
Yeah, it's probably 8.2.
Yeah. Well, is the language the same as the previous CUP for that?
I believe so.
Assuming
Let
it
me,
is, yeah.
let me double check, but I think it.
I have it here somewhere.
At 8.4.
8.2 wasn't, well, those are just changes. I think that, and 8.2 is not included in the comparison chart, so I'm
No,
gonna take that as
8.4.
evidence that it wasn't changed.
Do we need, is that a problem to include it if it's a violation?
No, I think we're just determining that it is a violation.
That it was a violation.
It is a violation.
There's
but
no
it-
change to the language. It
Oh,
just was
okay.
a violation.
Thank you, now I understand.
I see 8.2 in the original 2203. It's the same.
Actually, that condition requires the applicant to provide to the police department the emergency contact phone numbers for school staff and on-site event monitor. I'm not sure if it was actually police department who did not receive those contact numbers.
But it's the next sentence that I think that we're looking at, is that all persons provided as telephone contact shall be available at the telephone numbers provided for the duration of the event. That I think is the operative sentence that, at least for me, it's what I'm thinking about. The other part, the violation is that we know that they didn't answer the phone.
I'm not sure though if the number that was provided to PD is the same number that neighbors are calling and are not getting a response from.
So are you saying that that would be a separate violation?
I don't think if so there's no requirement that the applicant provide its phone number and the event monitor's phone number to to the neighbors. But if it provided those numbers to PD and the neighbors were calling that same number and there was no response, then there's still a violation of that second sentence.
Got it.
Even though.
But what you're saying is in the first sentence is that the applicant and property owner shall provide the PD with the emergency number. It doesn't say providing the neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Now,
Thank you.
in the current MOU that we have, where our police department is the event monitor, it states that Alverno will provide the event monitor with a cell phone, and that cell phone will be made available. The cell phone number will be publicly accessible, and have adequate coverage in and around Alverno campus.
Yeah, but that doesn't apply retroactively.
That's not in.
No.
Okay.
We'll get clarification from the chief whether they had those phone numbers. But
Okay.
meanwhile, we can move on to
Okay, so those you'd add a recitation of the violations.
yes. And so that would be the reason for the following condition modifications. 1.1 stays this, oh, that's not, thank you, wrong CUP. Okay. 1.1.
Or is it just one? I don't know.
It's 1.1, it just changes.
1.1 stays the same.
Oh, as changed on, got it.
Yes, from CUP 2203, which is the one that Planning Commission amended. 2.2.
So I think 2.2.1,
2.1.
the second sentence is struck.
Second sentence is struck.
Everybody following along?
Yep.
I think 2.2.2 stays the same.
I think 2.2.1, 9:30 is changed to 10 p.m. Is that right?
No.
Well, if you look at
No, we're not
2.2.3, I mean, it's,
Okay, got it.
I think you just wanted to strike that second sentence.
Okay,
yeah, and then I think everything else stays the same.
got it.
Is that everybody's understanding?
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Garcia?
Yes.
Okay.
2.2.
The change in 2.2, any change?
2.2.1, the second sentence is deleted.
I believe that's it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Everything else stays the same.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. 3.3
Did you need?
and 3.7. Those are modified to read as, so 3.3.
We actually didn't talk about.
Oh, yeah, we didn't talk about outdoor amplification, but we can change, if we want all of the noise activity to be the same, we can just strike 3.3 and change 3.7 to match the original CUP that states, all events shall be monitored for noise levels and shall not exceed 70 decibels at any time as measured from the Alverno campus property line. Should Chapter 9.32 of the Sierra Madre Municipal Code be amended in such a way as to create noise standards for schools or institutional uses, that code section shall apply.
I think that's fine.
Mhm.
I mean,
Yeah.
we thought that there needed to be both 7 and 3, even in the unchanged version. So there was some reason we thought that we needed an outdoor microphone provision separate and apart from the DBA monitoring provision.
So we could also revert 3.3 back to the original, which is just no use of microphones outside, except that microphones are may be used for the presentation of wedding vows, toasts, processional music, and recessional music.
And then add the thing that you would, the caveat about Chapter 9.32, to the extent that it addresses that would.
So then it will read as the original, and we'll add a clause to match kind of what 3.7 says.
Right,
before
should
that.
Chapter 9.32 be, the code be amended in such a way as to create outdoor amplification standards for schools or institutional uses, then that would apply. All right, and we just covered 3.7, and I think that's it. Except for the yearly 11. Is that, no. For some reason I don't have 11, but I saw it.
It's actually in the revocation of, or no, it's in that beginning section, general conditions.
Oh, okay. Oh, right.
So we could add
5.2.
5.2.
On conditions of approval.
Oh. All right, my pages are all out of order now.
On the original.
On the,
Delivery trucks, right?
I think he's looking at the.
General conditions.
Oh.
The beginning. But I'm looking at the original.
So section 11 of general conditions is the one that sets the yearly review meeting.
Right.
Oh, there it is.
And so we'll add,
I think you just have to add at the beginning of that, you have to add, except with respect to the yearly hearing in October 2024, blah, 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 planning committee, and then at the end, put in, for the foregoing meeting in October 2024, such, all such activities shall be undertaken by the city council in lieu of the planning commission. Does that make sense?
yes,
I think that does the least damage to this.
yeah, I agree.
And that way, in October, we can decide if that's gonna continue or whether we wanna just go back, and then it'll automatically go back unless we make another change.
it'll automatically go to.
It'll automatically go back to the
Okay, got
it'll automatically will go back to the planning commission unless we change it in October to be something else.
Chief's back.
Yes, Chief. We were wondering for on-site monitor condition, it requires the applicant to provide to the PD the emergency contact numbers of the Alverno staff member and on-site event monitor. Did you receive, or did PD receive those numbers before there was the MOU change to the event monitor?
No. However, I did discuss a little while ago with Alverno staff regarding getting the phone number. I know that Securitas had a phone number in place. I don't know if they're using the same phone number, but we will ensure that the phone number is available.
Chief, just to clarify, during the time that Securitas was the event monitor, did PD have that phone number to access Securitas?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
They would call every time they had an event and provide a phone number, yes.
And was that phone number functional as far as you know?
Yes. We would contact them, yes.
Thank you.
There was a short period of time where it wasn't functional. I believe it was early 2023, but that was corrected.
Okay. So it sounds like it was a violation at one point that got self.
It was brought to their attention, and the supervisor was present here at one of our meetings where they corrected.
Mayor, if I may add, during, I believe it was the first community meeting, Chief Barrientos, at the time, Director Gonzalez and I attended, and that issue was brought up. And at that time, Securitas informed us that they would make changes to make that phone more reliable. And it seems like after that meeting, it was corrected.
Correct.
But at some point, you could not reach them. You could not reach Securitas.
So the complaint was that the citizens couldn't reach them. It wasn't my staff.
Okay.
It was that
So
the
PD
citizens
could-
couldn't, the citizens were calling Securitas directly.
But PD could reach them at all times while they were event monitors.
At that time, they weren't reporting every single event here. And that's what caused those changes to report every single event to the PD. So if you look at the CAT event where it says log, that means Securitas staff called us, reported a wedding or an event, and provided a phone number.
I think maybe we should give the chief the context for this question. So we're trying to provide in our findings for our resolution tonight the instances of violation, and it sounds like the CUP required them to provide a working number to PD for each event, and it sounds like there was a gap at some point when that wasn't happening, because then you had to take steps to correct it. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement. After our first meeting, yes, with Alverno staff, it was a community meeting.
Okay. But that was after the effectiveness of the CUP. Okay.
Yes.
So I
But
think
it
it's
was
fair
corrected.
Yes. So I think it's fair to say that at one point that was a violation. I think we all understand that it's been rectified, so it's not the sole basis for our conclusion tonight.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Do you feel like you have what we need to finalize the?
I do.
All right. So I'm going to move that.
Mr. Murphy wants to make a
Oh.
comment.
May I please just ask one thing?
Sure, please. Thank you.
With respect to condition 4.2, the previous version of the CUP had an alcohol cutoff limit of 9:30. If this goes into effect immediately, that will get in the way of existing contracts. So may I suggest that the city attorney provides you language to have a carve out for the new 8:30 time period for contracts that are already signed as of the effective date of the resolution, so that at the very least no existing contracts are interfered with, and then Obviously, you'll do what you'll do in October when you review their performance between now and then.
What
So
time did
this-
you say it was?
Wait, hold on. So this was not part of your appeal, though?
No, it was not, and it literally has come up because they're sitting there looking at moving forward and how they're going to be adapting over the next few months, and it came up that the alcohol cutoff time was 9:30, was moved to 8:30. They have existing contracts for 9:30.
Was it?
It actually says alcohol will not be served the last hour of the event.
Okay.
That's the way it was
Previous-
before, and this
So I
is,
guess
but
that,
this is
so
what.
then that would,
He's saying
so then that would be 9 o'clock.
Yeah, not 9:30.
But it says, and in no
No,
case
no.
past 8:30.
But I'm saying he's saying 9:30, and it never was 9:30. It's an hour before the end of the event, which would be 9 o'clock.
So 9
So their
o'clock.
contracts would be 9 o'clock, not 9:30. Just want to clarify.
Well,
it.
but
So then
wait,
nine-
I mean.
Then by all means, 9 o'clock, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
But to be clear, when did the planning commission changes go into effect?
That's from the original.
No, but like, but when did the planning commission?
9:30.
When did the planning commission approve these changes to the COAs?
March 7th?
March 7th.
So any contract after March 7th shouldn't have had that. Well, I know. Have you signed contracts since the 7th of March? You see what I'm saying? 'Cause
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Although
I understand.
normally you would hold it in abeyance until this body ruled.
But I asked that specific question if it was stayed, and
I
it
did hear that.
And so, I mean, I suppose that's fine. I mean, I guess, I'm not, we're not gonna
Still
get
need
into
to be out?
reviewing their contracts, but,
We still need to be out by the same time. I'm hearing that.
okay,
Thank you, ma'am.
thank you. But every contract after today has to have the 8:30, right?
Yes.
Right.
So we want to keep the 8:30 except for contracts that have already been made with the 9 o'clock.
Which would be every date that she told us except for, well, I guess every date that she told us, right?
Sounds good.
Did you have that list of the dates? Because I think every one of us wrote it down, so we can give it to you.
I do.
Okay.
Anything else?
Okay. I'm going to make a motion that we approve the updated resolution for tonight, including the additional findings as discussed, and the revised conditions of approval also as discussed.
I will second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous approval. In terms of process, when do you think we can actually provide the, in writing, and should we do a quick, like, making sure that, we'll do like one pass to make sure it's all?
You want to bring it back to the city council?
No, I want, but we didn't actually reduce it to writing, you know, we talked about it and we got pretty specific, but, you know, we're gonna need to see the actual written.
I think, well, I'd have to work with staff, but in 2 weeks? 1 week?
I mean, the sooner the better, because we're asking him to start compliance tomorrow, so,
And I would defer to you, Madam Mayor, to review it on our behalf.
okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Full confidence.
Get it as soon as possible, work with staff and get that back to you.
Okay, great.
Hopefully within the next week.
Great, thank you. I don't even know where we're at now. Here we go. Oh, that's right, we have another discussion item.
Arnulfo. Thank you, Arnulfo.
For Director Yanez. I do want to point out that this may be the fastest delivery of a report that we commissioned in the history of the city. I'm glad we gave him that extra time.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. If I may bring your attention to this one slide, which Management Carlson will bring up soon. This is in regards to, I'm asking that you, I make the recommendation that we approve the resolution tonight. This is an annual basis assessment of the downtown district, which is the shaded area in the center of the map there. This is monetary contributions from downtown property owners that we use for sidewalk repairs, asphalt repairs, street lighting, ongoing maintenance of street lighting throughout the city downtown area, including but not limited to general maintenance of street lighting fixtures along roadways, lights around the bowouts, crosswalk lights. This also includes street, tree, and other landscape maintenance, ongoing maintenance of street landscaping, but not limited to tree trimming, irrigation, watering, and other associated landscape maintenance throughout the city's downtown area. This also includes landscape area maintenance associated with the maintenance around Kirsten Court, park maintenance focused on here in downtown Memorial Park, landscape, irrigation, watering, trash removal, and other associated maintenance within the park area. This concludes my presentation. At this time, I'll address any questions you may have.
Quick question. This is the new reformed lighting district?
Correct, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is just the interim step where we accept the report and then set the date for the public hearing where we'll actually make the decision, correct?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Anybody have any questions?
And this will be the first year because we gave them a year amnesty, is that right?
Correct.
I think last year.
Oh, I'm sorry, last year.
Last year?
Yeah, we collected
This
last
will be
year.
the second year.
Second year.
Because I asked that exact question of Director Semino a year ago, so. Okay, so any public comment?
No public comment.
Any discussion? I look forward to discussing it on the 11th. I would entertain a motion.
Does it need a motion? It says it's a discussion item?
I think we still have to set the date for the public hearing, right?
So what's the motion you're asking for?
I think it's
Move
to set the assessment, confirm the report, and,
Approve resolution 24-31.
There we go.
yeah, thank you.
So I move that we approve resolution 24-31 and set the date to June 11th, 2024 as the date for public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, future agenda items? I think there was one that was brought up tonight. What was it? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, we would like to set that for the agenda on the
Did
1st
double
October.
duty, didn't you?
Mayor, did we set the review period? Which event was the last event?
It was the last event in September, which makes sense because that's the last one we'll be able to get data on in time for that meeting.
The last event in
September.
is the review period. The council meeting is
The first meeting in October.
first meeting.
It'll be
Did
tight
we
for them, but they'll.
I thought we discussed giving council time to review their.
That's why their last date of event that we'll study is September,
September 28th.
and then therefore by the 8th, because otherwise it would have been the 5th, and that would have been only 3 days.
Got it.
Wouldn't even be
Sorry.
public
It's late.
notice. No, it's fine.
That's late.
Any other agenda items?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned.
Finish today.